We found in our study, and this is actually one of the most generous estimates out there, is that illegal aliens pay approximately $31.4 billion in total taxes, more than $16 billion at the federal level, and more than $15 billion at the state and local level.
Still not enough to cover all the education costs.
Not enough. Not nearly enough. You combine that up against the 182 billion gross cost. Again, that just, it doesn't even come close to cutting it. And this idea that somehow they're earning enough income, contributing enough to the economy to offset the costs that they incur, it doesn't make sense, no matter how you cut it.
Undocumented immigrants are paying their taxes. And how do I know this? Because in 2019, the IRS reports that 2.5 million tax returns were received with tax identification numbers. All of those tax returns were people who are undocumented in the United States. And even though they're undocumented, they're still required to pay taxes. And why would you do that? Comply with the laws, show good moral character, prove a bona fide relationship. So undocumented immigrants in 2019 cut the federal deficit by more than $6 billion because they don't get any benefits. They don't get any tax refund. They don't get any Social Security benefits. So I laugh sometimes in the comments when people say, yeah, come across the border, it's all free stuff here. It's not. And undocumented immigrants are paying, or many of them are paying, their fair share and more.
Where it pisses me off when Democrats act like illegals are not taking our jobs. And I'm not just talking about the ones that are picking vegetables and fruits on the farms or doing construction jobs, though those are American jobs that Americans can and should be doing. But I'm talking about the fact that the superintendent of Iowa was making over $300,000 a year. That's a job that an American could have been having. An American could have been making $300,000 a year. And just think about all the other illegal aliens that could be slipping through the cracks and taking high-paying American jobs.
Check this out. Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Grubhub has already been flooded by these illegal aliens a long time ago. The reason why Americans can't make money on these apps because they have pushed us out. With all the influx of this mass illegal aliens coming in here, mass asylum, mass work permits, that contribute to the downfall of Americans getting that bag on those apps.
Arrested 13 undocumented immigrants using fake Social Security numbers. Check this out. Federal authorities arrested 13 undocumented immigrants in the Kentucky area with 8 indicted for using stolen or fake Social Security numbers on federal form I-9s to gain employment. The individuals are citizens of Mexico, Guatemala, and Spain and face up to 5 years in prison if convicted. The crackdown was executed by Homeland Security investigations and the Social Security Administration Office of the Inspector General. The arrested individuals face the following specific charges and details. Charged for using false Social Security numbers to complete employment eligibility forms. The remaining 5 individuals were detained for civil immigration violations and are currently held in U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement custody pending removal proceedings. If convicted of the identity theft and document fraud charges, each of the 8 defendants face up to 5 years in federal prison. So yeah, they over here taking people's Social Security numbers and they're making up fake Social Security numbers.
What's good, family? Welcome to another episode of Weekend at Willie's here at the Cellulite Podcast. It's greatly appreciated that each and every last one of you is indeed here. It's greatly appreciated. Whether you've been riding with me from the early days or you just found us through the algorithm, aka YouTube, or whatever social media platform you're following on, I greatly appreciate each and every last one of you. The engagement is the most important thing that is adding to the value of the channel. Now, with everybody that's already in the comment section, shout out to each and every last one of you. What up, to Kelvin? What's happening, my G? Lauren is in the building. Why so serious is here? What's going on? Genuine Dickies is in the building. What's going on? Malcolm D, what's going on, my G? Adam is in the building. What's happening, Adam? Hope all is well with you, big dog. Slap says howdy. Howdy to you, second. I'm sorry. Howdy to you, Slap. And also my sister Almanize is in the building. What's happening, Almanize? What's up, Grant says truth means the most. Absolutely. Greatly appreciate each and every last one of y'all being here, right? So we're going to get all into this whole entire thing about are illegal aliens contributing to the American economy and if they're a benefit. We're talking about this whole entire idea in response to a stream that I was on. We'll continue in the conversation that we was having early this morning. Some of y'all was here for that early morning stream that we started late last night when we was doing our body cam reactions. But this whole entire thing about the political class, the corporate class, and a whole lot of media does not want to discuss in plain language is that the actual economic position of illegal aliens, these so-called undocumented migrants, or that's what they like to call them, or undocumented immigrants, they're illegal aliens. They're here in this country illegally, and people have been hiring illegal aliens for forever. Tony says, if we do not have aliens, who gonna put together my fake Air Forces? Hey, Tony Golden. You can get them from the sweatshops in China where they're mass produced, okay, where they only get paid 44 cents an hour or even less, a dollar a day. But you know what it is. You know what it is. Now, as y'all know, as we do at Weekend at Willie's, this is a participation show. So we do have a StreamYard link. If you want to join the stream, just let me know. I can drop the link for you. It is preferred that you have your cameras on. I wouldn't necessarily call it an open panel debate, but it can be an open panel debate. I am just a host, but I do engage within the conversation as we're going to be talking about this today. When it comes down to the liberal perspective, the conservative perspective, or you might just be in the middle. You might be an independent on how it is that your perception of this whole entire thing, right? Because it's not a slogan. It's not an emotional appeal. It's not they do the jobs that American won't do. These talking points that get repeated until people stop thinking, which typically what happens is people always talk to a point and they never substantiate their argument backed up with facts or statistics or data. We're going to be looking at this video, and as we get more into it, hopefully it starts generating some type of conversation or thought within you to where you want to join the panel and you can bring this whole entire thing. Now, I want this discussion to be grounded. I want it to be honest, and I want it to be enough to where people can actually participate in this discussion, so we won't just exist upon the skim or the surface of the whole entire thing, right? I already got my first guest in the back. I see my brother Christopher J is in the building. Christopher J, what's going on, brother?
Feeling, man. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm doing good, brother. How you doing today?
Good. Better than yesterday.
Better than yesterday? I appreciate that. Really quick. So, Christopher J, you seen the stream that I was on, which I will be playing this stream. You seen the stream that I was on This Might Be Risky's over here on this panel right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before we get started with the reaction, and if more people want to come up and join, there it is. There's my brother 3 Man. What's going on, 3 Man?
Just a beautiful morning. Just a beautiful day. I'm doing absolutely wonderful, fellas. How y'all doing, man?
Hey,
Feeling, man. We doing good.
Doing good. So really quick, let me get Christopher JD and 3 Man. I get to you, right? So what's your perspective? Let me ask you the simple question. Do you think that illegal aliens are a benefit to the American economy?
No.
And why not?
They're illegal.
Okay, just that simple, straight to
It's
the point.
right because I could either me or somebody else who is not illegal,
Mhm,
American citizen, or even immigrants who go through the right channels, i.e., my father. Jobs for those who do things the right way.
mhm.
Is if how can somebody who is not known as American citizen jump ahead of the line to get what was essentially owed to us? That makes no damn sense.
Absolutely, that is 1,000% true and factual. Three man, are illegal aliens a benefit to the American economy?
Well, it all depends who you're talking to. If you're talking to the upper, bourgeoisies, liberal whites, or the bourgeoisie blacks, of course, illegal immigrants of course, they're good for the economy. Like, who's going to do the jobs that we don't want to do? Like, who's going to pluck the chickens? Who's going to pick the vegetables, pick our cotton? Oh, wait, that will sound racist if a white person say that, but
Mm,
no, illegal immigrants are not. They are a net negative to our economy. They actually work against the American worker by bringing down your wages. Now, remember how the Democrats always cried about we want a raise in minimum wage, right?
mhm.
Well, we're a capitalist society, so the free market always aside. So the American workers want a higher minimum wage, but you have somebody that shorten your minimum wage, it's going to always be a tug and pull, and so you're going to have the corporations and the companies that want to keep that minimum wage down. So no, they're not. They're not good for the economy.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
All right, cool. And now, yesterday, which I think some of y'all saw the furthering of the conversation. I had to go back so I'll give more context to the conversation that we was having yesterday on Ham's panel. But to further the context, I think that what was being argued is that illegal aliens aren't, or undocumented immigrants, as they like to call them, aren't hurting American society because it's not that many non-violent. I'm sorry, it's not that many violent illegal aliens. What do y'all have to say about that?
Oh, you don't mind if I go real quick, brother? I
Oh, go
guess.
ahead.
All right. So, well, if you have literally been on social media for, I don't know, the past month, we have found out that is a BS lie. So what we have discovered and found out that if you look at the mug shots on a lot of these on some of these liberal states and liberal cities, you will literally see that they have Hispanic men labeled as under white. They have illegal immigrants who are black labeled as white. And so that will bring the numbers down when it comes towards the violence. Of course, it will bring the numbers down, but like if they're like, why would you? It's like if I invited you over to my house, right? The first thing you do is you don't knock on the door, you just walk in with your muddy shoes, dragging your feet around the carpet and shit. Do you think that you're a good guest? Or can I even consider you to be a guest? Fuck no. It's because the first thing you did was disrespect me and my household before I even realized you was there. That's basically how it is when it comes to illegals with the border.
Got you. All right, Crystal J, you want to chime in?
No, that's a good observation, especially how they're being labeled. Our first I caught on to this was in Florida with the Cubans, how they'll be labeled under white. That will bring the numbers down, and obviously on surface value, that will make the Cubans feel more American, that they're labeled as such, and that's why they feel like they identify as white versus black. But you go deeper to what Three Men speaking about, yes, they actually do that to lower the violence numbers because you add it towards white population, it don't mean nothing. You can add 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. no one's going to notice the difference. But obviously, if an illegal immigrant is committing violence, you'll notice the change, whether it increase or decrease, or if it remains in consolidation. So, the way he said, I agree.
Got you. All right, cool. So, the census, what I'm getting from y'all is that not only are illegal aliens a problem within the country, they're not supposed to be here because they're illegal, but also they're not doing anything to benefit the American economy. And quite frankly, when it comes down to it, it's actually hurting American citizens because they're taking the jobs that we could be doing, but because they're willing to work for lower wages and longer hours, that's actually hurting the American economy. Am I getting that correctly?
Absolutely. That is
right.
absolutely correct.
All right, cool. Sweet. So let's get to the reaction. And by the way, for anybody that is on the vertical side, if you want to join the panel, just let me know in the chat. I'll put the link on the community tab on posts. When you go to my YouTube page, just click on the post tab, and I'll put the link there so you can join up. But let's get to the video real quick.
I would say you would then have to say you can't go jungle fever when you talk about U.S. as a whole, when we are a melting pot of different nations and different ethnicities and everything like that. Because as the U.S. as a whole, you would have to say what produces, a stronger economy foundation is, having children, someone to pay another tax base to pay into Social Security and those benefits that I said are good, that can be good. You have to replace them. You and then you can use other places as like South Korea in this example as them having an issue and then saying that if they don't replace their tax base, that they're not gonna be able to fund the older generation. And I think that's the same thing that can happen here.
What the fuck he saying?
Devin, it was a joke. Devin, it was a joke.
Oh, okay. Well,
Good.
nobody laughed at the joke, so I didn't know.
You didn't give us a chance to.
Oh, haha, gotcha.
Man, I ain't never telling this nigga a joke again. Reese, what's up, baby boy? We can't hear you. All right. Now, make sure you got the proper microphone.
You're right, basically.
Kind of. But we was talking about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, Republican, Democrat stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chiggy right, basically. If you look at the history, the Democratic Party has done the most, especially for Black people. They've done the most as far as economy, welfare. You know what I'm saying?
Gio, what's going on, my G?
What up, man? How are you guys doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing good. What you got on the subject matter so far? Do you think that illegal aliens are a benefit to the American economy? Also, you have a lot of background noise. You got like a wind blowing or something like that?
I was gonna get that checked out. Give me 1 second. Let me get my headset.
Okay, no problem. Take your time. Just let me know when you're ready. Really quick, for everybody that's still in the chat, we're gonna play the video till you get ready.
And looking out for the common man, that's always been the Democratic Party for as long as we can remember. The Republicans have always mainly thought about the richer part of society. You know what I'm saying? And when we look at every big war that happened in recent memory, who has it been under? Republicans. The Republicans.
I thought
you
Obama.
You forgot about this thing called Afghanistan, brother.
Yeah, I thought Obama got.
Gio, you good now? You gotta come off mute, G.
I guess he forgot about under Obama, the bombing in Syria, Libya, but that's neither here nor there.
Absolutely. Gio, you there?
Yes, sir. So I'm coming from this from the perspective of someone born in Puerto Rico, and obviously being Hispanic, I was born an American citizen. So I do accept my privilege, but as being part of the Nexus culture of the Hispanic community, I can understand the gain and the takeaway that they offer America. On the plus side, if they invest in America, buy homes, raise children, multiply, quantify, that's great. If they come to consume, gain, and then take it to their own country and also perpetuate certain levels of criminality, no, not at all. But all those qualify with legal immigration. So there's no concept where I would believe that they're net positive at all.
Okay, cool. So you were born here in America, or you were born in Puerto Rico, which is
Born in Puerto Rico.
He was
Born in Puerto Rico, raised in Brooklyn.
He was raised in Brooklyn. So born in Puerto Rico, that would make you
Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory, so
he's
he's a
still
U.S.
American.
citizen.
Yeah, he's still a U.S. citizen, right? So
Exactly.
what's your perspective on this immigration situation? Do you think that it is a big problem with these illegal aliens, or do you think that there needs to be an expedient pathway to citizenship?
I feel that any expedient pathway to citizenship is only going to be corrupted by those that want to grant access to this country for a malicious intention. As far as the Democratic left, all they want is numbers and votes on ballots. There is no true care or nature for the people, because if you ask any, African American conservative, they'll tell you both sides don't care about minorities. Let's be honest about that. So I just don't see a way where they can be in this country undocumented and wait years while making money, avoiding taxes, getting benefits that most Americans don't get. So any expedition has to exist in the country that they reside in, unless it's in emergency situation like refugee status. I know El Salvador, Cuba is going through a lot. So there's definitely caveats to each case, but on default, no, you should not be in this country if you're not a citizen. I'm sorry.
Gotcha. All right. 3-man, Christopher J, y'all want to chime in right quick?
No, I actually agree 100%. We're locked in.
3-man, go ahead.
Oh no, I agree with everything the brother said earlier. So yeah, shout out to Puerto Rico.
Most definitely. All right, let's continue with the video. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to pause it, if y'all want to chime in on what's being said on the video.
What's a nigga? What's a nigga?
Iraq.
No.
I thought Obama killed. I thought Obama killed Osama.
Yeah, I served overseas when Obama and Obama dropped bombs.
Hold on, Devin. You
and Gaddafi, brother, and he killed Gaddafi.
Okay,
and,
but we wasn't in a war with Morocco. We was in a war with Afghanistan.
Hold on, wait.
We was in a war with Afghanistan, Iraq. We're in a war now with Iran for some reason. Every big war that's gone on has been under a Republican. Who was president during the Vietnam War?
Didn't we drop bombs on Libya and Syria?
Yeah, Republican.
Okay, so that states my point right
How
there.
about World War II? Who is now?
Yeah,
now I'm interested.
I just came on panel, bro. Give me a second.
Well, hold on. Well, we got to. Well, brother, you saying things is that so you know that fucking
Hold on,
Clinton had the I bet.
Hold on,
At the underscore AP underscore
Vietnam
account.
War.
Hold on.
Come on, y'all.
Go ahead, Reese.
Right.
Oh my God,
The
bro.
Vietnam War, one of the most pointless wars in history. We didn't have no net gain from the Vietnam War except of losing hundreds of thousands of lives. Every major war in modern history has been under a Republican.
Who was World War I, Reese? I'm interested.
Eisenhower? I'm not too sure. I'm not really that learned
No.
in
Wasn't
Fantastic probably know more than me. I'm not
Hey
that.
Sal, are you back?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Well, that is a dumb premise right there, because we could consider Korea one of our biggest allies in the Eastern Hemisphere, right? Outside of Japan, correct? And Australia.
Yes. You could,
And so if we didn't, my bad. I'm thinking about the Korean War. Thinking about the fucking Korean War. My bad. But if we didn't intervene when it came to the Korean War, well, the communists would have taken over Korea. If we didn't intervene when it came to Vietnam, the communists would have taken over Vietnam. And when it comes to this premise that Obama, he was not at war with nobody, Obama dropped so many fucking bombs on Syria, Libya, so on, that he was literally known as Obama. Literally, he dropped so many bombs, you could consider that the reason why the temperature of the world raised up was because all the fucking bombs he dropped. And so Obama is the only president that I know that literally dropped a bomb on an American citizen without due process. There was no due process. I think he killed 5 American citizens overseas, including one of those citizens was a 16-year-old boy.
Was that Benghazi?
No, that wasn't Benghazi. I think that was Libya, Syria. Not sure. Fuck, I can't even think of when was this, but yeah.
No, but you're right.
So
he was definitely called drone in chief for a reason.
yeah, and so he dropped so many bombs that he was actually killing American citizens. But here, these niggas they didn't say nothing about that. They don't care nothing about that. They care so much about due process for the illegal immigrants. Where were the due process for the American citizens? And that's why I have a petition to make sure Obama do not. I would like for everybody to sign my petition to make sure Obama do not be tried for war crimes for, bombing American citizens without due process. So hopefully everybody sign my petition.
Big facts. Now, Gio, I seen you come off mute. Did you want to add something right quick?
Oh no, honestly, he took the words right out of my mouth. I served in 07 in Fort Polk, Louisiana, in the Army, and man, you're correct. The way Obama presented himself was nowhere near the true nature of the leader that he was, for sure.
That's a fact. It's 1,000 facts. All right, let's keep going.
Wilson was World War I.
Was he Republican or Democrat?
He was a Democrat.
Okay. Well,
He
Well,
kicked
World
the
War
shit
I and
off.
World War II, those are kind of
Damn, that
exceptions.
nigga kicked. Oh wait, that nigga kicked the shit off, Reese. Reese, y'all kicked it off.
No, but
The
those,
Democrats
come on,
kicked this
damn,
war
bro,
shit
those-
off, Reese.
that's an
Y'all
exception.
kicked it off.
World
One of
War
the
I,
biggest
World War
wars
II
in
are
history.
avoidable, man. Those
Why so? What's going on, brother?
Man, what's up? Hey, did this man when Help asked him about World War II, World War One, did he just say Eisenhower had something to do with it?
Yes, he did.
Bro, that's the United States of America, bro. World War One and World War II had nothing to do with us. People, hey, I told you yesterday, bro. People be refusing to concede because that means that they gotta say that they wrong. And
Well-
I agree to you. That's some idiocracy shit, but that's crazy.
Yeah, well, that's we typically get that from the liberal babble, right? That's why, and I'll just like today, I'll always keep inviting the liberals to come up here and to speak to us and share their thoughts. But no, they typically don't do that. But it's okay if anybody that disagrees with the rhetoric that you're hearing or the video, y'all more than welcome to come up because this is the Weekend at Willie show. But the thing is, though, why? So I want you to pay attention to this, right? Because I think you was in here last night when we was watching the first video where we was talking about the economy and how it is that illegal aliens are not actually contributing to the economy; they was hurting the economy. Now you didn't join the show yesterday, but you was in the chat. Let me get your reaction to that.
I'm considered a teller, and I agree with all y'all. But it's crazy. Like, you should hear some of the people from Senegal and Guinea talk about they don't pay taxes. Why the fuck you don't pay taxes? You making just as much money as I am, man. You ain't even qualified to do it like me. Well, it's just, hey, they be like, well, blame it on y'all government. What you mean? So when he was like $40,000 ain't a lot. $40,000 a year is a lot when you ain't paying taxes on.
That's a fact. It's a huge fact. All right, let's continue. Sorry. Go ahead. Did you want to add right quick?
Well, I guess you're gonna come to that point in the video once, so I just wait until then.
Okay, cool, no problem.
are unavoidable
Y'all
wars.
kicked it off.
Wait,
And-
those are unavoidable wars. Unavoidable.
Yeah, and you
wars.
keep forgetting, you
That-
keep jumping over Bad Dag, bro. You keep jumping over Bill Clinton definitely had a war under his belt too, bro.
There's a storm.
Okay, all right. So
Was
There's a storm.
9/11 unavoidable?
Okay, one little skirmish. The skirmishes is gonna happen during the presidency. One little.
Now the funny thing is that he
9/11?
says, right, 9/11 was that was Bush, right? But if I'm not mistaken, Desert Storm that was up under Clinton, right?
Yeah, that was on Clinton. I found.
Yeah, that was on the Bill Clinton.
Yeah, and liberals they consider this to be a little skirmish, but yet they are so upset and say that we starting a war with Venezuela because we went and got Maduro.
Which it was. Didn't Barack Obama was the first person to put a fucking bounty on his head?
If I'm not mistaken, yes.
Then
Yeah.
Biden came in and he upped the bounty.
About
So you
25
can't get
mil.
mad. Yeah, you can't get mad that Trump was like, "I'll take it."
Big facts. Let's go.
9/11 unavoidable.
I'm just saying the major wars, the big ones that we think about that cause recessions and all that shit, are
9/11?
Afghanistan,
Wait.
Iraq.
All right. Hold on. Slow it down. Reese, World War One. We gotta go from World War One, bro. Let's just go. Let's go up. Just count them. All right. So World War One.
World War One. Woodrow
Wait,
Wilson.
World War One and World War Two, those are unavoidable wars.
Well, hold on. What? No, Reese. Just listen to your point though. You said these type of events cause setbacks, right? They change the landscape dramatically. So let's just include them, right? Because that it would be fair to do so. So let's go.
Actually, you don't.
Let's just get them first, and then you get the floor back. Let's get the name first. So World War One is Democrat. World War Two is who?
Democrats. It was the Roosevelt in office.
Roosevelt.
FDR.
He was Democrat.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So that's 2 for the Democrats. Then what's next? Korea.
Korean War in 1950 under Truman, and he's a Democrat.
Damn. Okay. Vietnam.
Hold on.
Vietnam.
The major escalation was under Lyndon B. Johnson, a Democrat.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah,
Don't forget the Cold War.
Yeah, you can't forget the Cold War.
Cold War, which was started was Kennedy.
Facts. And I find it always amazingly funny. Do y'all find it funny that Democrats always like to blame the big wars on Republicans as if they're not the ones that started it?
It's just that the Republicans typically be the ones that end it.
Typically, yes, you're absolutely correct. And also there's a bleed over effect, right? Because if you have a Democratic president and a Republican president comes in afterwards, they're going to have to deal with everything that the Democratic president left behind. And then when that Republican president leaves, a Democrat president comes in, now he's going to have to deal with everything that the Republican president left behind. Prime example was you had Obama, then you had Trump, and then you have Biden, and now you got Trump again, right? So they want to blame everything that's happening in America right now on Trump as if Biden wasn't the one that caused this back when he was in office. But they also want to blame COVID on Trump as if it's his fault, but they don't want to talk about how it is that with Biden and his policies, he was the one that fueled or drove the biggest problem that we're dealing with today. Would y'all agree or disagree?
I agree. Also, remember the Democrats were the ones that called Donald Trump racist and xenophobic whenever he was trying to do the travel ban against China in December, 3 months before COVID happened in the United States.
Yeah. All right, cool. Let's go.
In 65, and that's by Johnson, and he's a Democrat.
So Vietnam is Johnson a Democrat too? Also,
in 65, a major escalation in 65.
Okay, 4. Okay, now what's next?
That's just wait a minute. That's just an event. That's just an event. Gulf War is 1991.
The major escalation is the prime time.
That's when it started, though. When it started, who it started under?
That it won't give that.
All right, so yes, I credit him with it.
We have to do it.
What's next? Just keep going. We don't gotta get started.
The Gulf War would be in 91 with Herbert Walker Bush, and as we know, he's a Republican.
Afghanistan, George W. Bush. Iraq, George W. Bush.
Right.
Okay. That's Desert Storm, right?
Yeah, that's all of that.
Yeah.
Everything.
Desert Storm was I thought Clinton.
Yeah, Desert Storm was Clinton.
Okay, then what's the next one?
Technically, we have been at war for that long, for an extended period of time until Trump signed the deal to pull out of Afghanistan.
Did y'all just hear that?
Hey man, I hear a bunch of womanese word salad.
Absolutely, but let me make sure I heard him correctly. What Cheeky said, which was definitely a lie. Trump signed a deal to pull out of Afghanistan.
How could he when Trump wasn't nowhere in office?
Actually, he so Trump, he did sign a withdrawal agreement with the Taliban.
Mm-hmm.
And there were certain stipulations that the Taliban was supposed to meet before the United States military did a complete withdrawal. Under Joe Biden, they did a complete withdrawal without the Taliban meeting certain stipulations. And so under that withdrawal, the Taliban start taking back territories. And that's the reason why we left what it was like $100 billion worth of military equipment and $3 trillion worth of resources. And I'm going to say that again, up to $100 billion worth of military equipment and $3 trillion in resources.
Okay, cool. Now, Gio, you a vet like me. Did you spend time in the shit?
Khalil, Iraq, but it was mainly Green Zone.
Okay, cool.
So definitely can't disagree with anything being said. But the response from the left was lives were more important than tanks, and I can't think of any war where a huge group wasn't against it. Even conflicts that we were in the right. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I just don't understand how. Like, what's the point of their conversation as far as identifying what side enacted conflict? Like, is their point being that Republicans start war, therefore, with Trump in office, it can only beget more war? Or I just don't understand like their point that they're trying to make. Exactly.
I think they're trying to set the premise of the Republicans always start in wars and Democrats are the ones that clean it up. And so
Okay.
that's what I think they're trying to say. Yeah, that's what I think they're trying to do.
Really quick, White Flag says Desert Storm was 1991 George Bush Sr., not Bill Clinton. I have to go look at that. Hold on. Desert.
Yeah, he's actually right. He's right. That
Okay,
was
cool.
Bush.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Clinton served after that, I believe.
Okay, cool. I can accept that. All right, let's continue.
Hold on.
Afghanistan.
But even if you combine Afghanistan, 9/11, and all that bullshit, it still don't take away from how World War I and the Cold War killed majority of America. Well, I mean, majority of the world. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
All of that was under.
Yeah.
All of that was under a Democrat.
Elaborate. Go a little bit further.
What I'm saying is, if you combine all the deaths from World War I, World War II, mixed with the Cold War, and then you combine what? You combine this war that's apparently that we having with Iran and what they name in Afghanistan and all that, it still don't amount.
Got you. Okay, cool. All right, let's continue.
Yeah, pulled the deal.
Yeah.
So the Taliban can take over. So
yeah. And then 9/11
Afghanistan-
is Bush, right?
That's Bush.
Yeah,
That's
part of
Bush.
the same thing.
That's all.
You know the
That's
funny-
22.
No,
that's
Desert
part,
Storm.
That's part of the Afghanistan shit.
Hold on, we running it
Afghanistan
together though. Desert Storm is who?
The Daddy Bush.
That's yeah. That's
Daddy
H.W.
Bush.
Bush.
Okay.
H.W. Bush.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what's the next major? 9/11?
Yeah.
That's
And
George.
that's
George W.
Bush.
2001.
Bush.
Okay. And then we have what? Obama?
After that
No.
was Operation.
Yeah.
After that was what? Operation Iraqi Freedom and no, it was Afghanistan. It was Afghanistan operation. Then it was Operation Afghani Freedom. Then and that's pretty much it. Then with this whole Iran shit, can we really say this was a war Trump started because of the fact that prior towards Donald Trump was dropping bombs, you finding out that every other day Iran was attacking United States military soldiers overseas.
Facts.
And Iran has been at war with the United States since, I don't know what, early 80s, late 70s.
No, you got to go back further than that. So you got to remember that they was publicly putting out tapes and all over their news and all over their broadcasts where they were saying death to America, right? So Iran has been calling for the death of America since, I don't know, I want to say
Well,
early.
it was the 70s. It was the see, that's when they completely took over. The Islamic Republic completely took over Iran because prior towards that, Iran was basically Persia.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, who's the president late 70s, early 80s?
Late 70s, early 80s.
Yes.
President, late 70s.
Don't tell me Jimmy. I'm thinking Jimmy Carter, but I don't think that's Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
You right,
77,
Gerald
78.
Ford mixed with Jimmy Carter. You right, you was on the money. Gerald Ford first,
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter.
So it happened under Jimmy Carter. There's a reason why Jimmy Carter is still one of the worst presidents outside of Joe Biden. But yeah. So this is a war that Donald Trump is finishing.
Got you.
Because if I'm not mistaken, then the regime with the Iranian regime get stronger under Carter.
Well, they it was a complete takeover under Carter. Like they were getting stronger under the president prior towards that. Then when Jimmy Carter became president, the foreign policy was trash, domestic policy was trash, and so they just like Jimmy Carter administration had way too much to deal with, and so they just completely took over Iran. And ever since then, they've been deaf to America because we were the ones that was keeping them in check.
Most definitely. I appreciate you, GL, for stopping by. Let's get to where we was last night. I'm going to go back a little bit before I came up, because now that y'all got the premise of what it is that they was talking about, we're going to start here.
American people, taxpayer money.
You gonna pay it one way or another?
You want to do that when gas prices are sky high? You want to do that, and we're in the middle of a war? You want to do that,
bro? Most of them motherfuckers just bro. You act like
American people.
Bro, you act like they're sending they're sending a lot of these people back by means, bro, of fucking you know how many flights the fuck they actually I think they were using military flights at one point in time.
Fantastic. We gave billions of dollars to ICE.
I mean, they house niggas in prison.
Billions of dollars to ICE under the
they was housing them anyway. Listen, what you saying? You actually saving money because you know what you're not doing no more. You know what you're not doing no more. You're not paying them motherfucking food stamps and motherfucking welfare, nigga. You're not doing that no more. You cut that off. Exactly what I said.
That wasn't good either.
All right, so you say if you just take that away from you already saving money, and then you house them for the time they got to do the fucking court shit and get them the fuck out of here.
The majority of them didn't get no benefits. The majority of them don't got food stamps and all these benefits you talking about.
Well, they went.
Time out. That is a bullshit lie. Look at states like New York, California, Illinois. Like, fuck it. In California, they have access to the state Medicare. Not only that, they were passing a law to where they were allowing illegal immigrants to be able to purchase homes that the state was going to cover. What was it? I think it was up between $25,000 to $100,000 per illegal.
That's a
fact. What the fuck this nigga talking about? Not only they have access to the United States social network, but they could literally go to, if you are in a sanctuary city or what you would consider a sanctuary state, if you have any medical problem, they will treat you just like an American citizen. Only thing that is different, the difference is that the hospital have the option to call ICE, but if they're in a sanctuary state or a sanctuary city, they will not get in contact with ICE at all. They will repair your ass and send you back on the street. And who's responsible for that medical bill? Is the hospital, also the taxpayers. So I can't stand these niggas, boy.
Keep listening.
What you talking about?
Reese, are you first generation?
I'm just saying all this propaganda that Trump regurgitates. I'll be saying all this propaganda.
Reese, are you first
No, it's
generation?
not propaganda, bro. It was proven.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Christopher J.
I'll say for complete context, he's Jamaican, by the way.
Who is Reese?
Yep.
He's okay.
proven.
Welfare. It wasn't on Social Security. Didn't have food stamps. Most of them didn't have
No,
that stuff.
bro, you keep saying that. Depending on what states they went to, if they went to motherfucking New York or fucking Chicago, yes, the fuck they did.
You talking
Yes,
about
the fuck they did.
Problematic, fantastic, but that doesn't eliminate the point.
What?
That's problematic for those individual cities, right? But that doesn't eliminate the point if the majority of them weren't getting any benefit.
Exactly. You see their reasoning?
We need to stop saying it ain't true.
You see their reasoning.
Unemployment insurance, no. SNAP benefits, no. Federal Public Housing Section 8, generally no, with limited exceptions for mixed status families. Emergency Medicare, Medicaid emergency services, yes, if eligibility requirements are met. Emergency disaster assistance, sometimes. Public K through 12 education, yes, required under Supreme Court precedent.
Definitely.
But they want to get billions of dollars to ICE. That's what they want to do.
Hold on. If you pause real quick.
Go ahead.
So they were saying that person who was just talking was saying that it was a no to SNAP. They wasn't receiving SNAP benefits. They wasn't receiving public housing and all that shit. Just
Yeah.
quick question.
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't the city of New York the city of New York was putting illegal immigrants in public housing. I think it was the Roosevelt Hotel, which is a 5-star hotel.
Yes.
They were taking care of that. And they were giving them food stamp cards with food stamp cash on it. Same thing that happened in Chicago. Same thing that happened in California. Same thing that happened in Minnesota. So just because you say that they're not required for it, doesn't mean the states are going to listen to it. Doesn't mean the Biden administration was going to listen to it, because the Biden administration defied the Supreme Court how many fucking times? When they told them you can't do student loan forgiveness, they fucking did it anyway.
Absolutely. Really quick, to my wonderful wife in the chat, Mindcast Brew. Hey, I appreciate you, baby, for stopping by. Thanks for listening in. Survive has a question. He says, y'all on that FBA division BS, all good for reparations, but y'all don't see the supremacy of FBA like colorism. Of course not. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not a foundational Black American. I'm not one of those people who follow that rhetoric. I understand that rhetoric, but I'm not a person who would say that I would sit here and say, "Oh yeah, I'm FBA, and if you're not from this country, you don't deserve to get reparations." I'm not a believer in reparations, so I appreciate you for giving that comment, though. Really quick, to live and die in Flag says they were putting them in hotels, yes, and also Minnesota and New Jersey gave them DL and they can vote. Yeah, they gave them driver's license, they can vote. That's a fact. Survive, if you want to come over the panel, just let me know. John Patrick says, how come Democrats redefine truth, and if you speak out against their definitions using freedom of speech, they call you a violent racist? Well, that's because you're not going along with their liberal babble, and liberal babble tends to circumvent everything that is logical. Would y'all agree?
Yes.
Facts. Absolute facts. And also, Democrats, they're not battle tested when it comes to their views. They're not really battle tested. Like when it comes to a debate against a Republican versus a Democrat, tends to 9 times out of 10, the Republican could have a shitty fucking debate. He's still going to beat the Democrat because the Republican, they're battle tested on their views, on their logics, and their morals. Democrats aren't.
Yeah, they typically present feelings and emotions as their argument.
You remember when Kamala Harris, whenever she did an interview, it was literally, they were throwing her softball questions. Like what happened on The View. She was giving softball questions. Mm-hmm. No one really pushed back, and she was still fumbling on that shit.
Well, that's because those was prearranged questions, right? So they gave them a list of questions that they wanted them to ask her. Right. In other words, she wanted to answer only the questions that she provided. That way she already has a prepared answer. But the problem is this, even when she had a prepared question that she herself cleared, she still couldn't answer the own question that she brought up herself. So it looked bad all the way around. Mindcast Bruce says U.S. citizen children in mixed status households can qualify for benefits. Ergo, SNAP calculated only for eligible household members, and parents can apply on their behalf. Absolutely, and that's the biggest problem. So when you have liberals like Reese and Enter the Dragon, which they're going to make the follow-up arguments that they wasn't qualified to get SNAP benefits or Section 8 housing or any other type of welfare benefits, they will be lying, because we have a multitude of statistics, data, and also research and videos that prop this up. Even the conversations that they was having on Capitol Hill when they were sitting before Congress, that all of these state leaders was admitting to that, yes, indeed, illegal aliens were indeed partaking within our healthcare system. They was getting food stamps and they was getting other amenities and benefits. So I don't know why they produced that argument, but that's on them. Survive says, but Trump lies. Hey, okay. End war on day one. No new wars. Who the fuck runs on rhetoric and lies? Survive. You can join the panel, big homie. Typically at Weekend on Willie's, we don't respond to the
Like
chat
I
too
said,
much. Go ahead.
like I said before, bruh, we've been at war with Iran for decades.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is just the first fucking president who do something about it. As much as I don't like it, I damn sure respect it.
Mm-hmm. Rudy says, no new wars. Iran is an old war. Democrats started it but did nothing. That's a fact. That's a fact. And Iran is not a new war. That's a very old war.
Government program, but it has existed for I don't know how long, bro. What are we
Yeah,
talking
but
about?
under Trump, we gave the most money to ICE under Trump, more than any other president.
Okay.
If
Because
you're
it
gonna
was
fix a
grand
problem
plan
because
to
you
deport
did
10
something
million
wrong, yes,
It's
we're gonna
stupid.
equate more money to something because we gotta fix something the previous
Yeah,
president did.
you
Amnesty.
you gut.
Give them amnesty. You know what you do? Make them
No.
pay a
Why?
fine.
Why? Why?
Listen. Make them pay a fine. Give them a pathway to citizenship. All the non-violent illegal
We
immigrants.
already have that.
All the
I
non-violent
can't
illegal immigrants.
believe y'all letting this nigga say this shit.
Good morning,
We already
Will.
have a pathway to
Good
citizenship.
morning. What up,
Real
though?
quick.
Because you let so many people over
Hey.
that you can't even use the system.
So let's
That's
do
already
this.
fixed.
Let's
So what are you
do
talking
this.
about?
Let's do this real quick.
So it always become a heightened state of emotion anytime we talk about immigration and this whole pathway to citizenship. Why so? I'm gonna start with you with this good question, right? Do you think we have a problem with our immigration system? And should we fix our immigration by keeping them here, or we should send them back home and fix our immigration system?
Get them the fuck out of here. Man, that's a tether saying it. If they not, I got family members that got shipped out. Think I care? You should have got your shit legally.
Okay. All right. Christopher J, 3-man. Y'all got something?
Like I said earlier, my dad came into the country the right way. People snuck in. Get the fuck out.
Facts.
What was the question again?
Problem with our immigration system. Should we fix it, keeping them here, or fix it, send them home, or send them home, then fix it?
Well, the problem I see with our immigration system is two things. One is the border. Now, what Trump he has done, he has basically fixed what was the problem with the border, and he's also going to make the law, the laws for the border permanently. Two, we clearly see the problem with our immigration system has been the judges. A lot of these judges, these immigration judges, are woke fucking activists. And so they're literally, it's like if you go to you're a legal immigrant, you go to the judge and you go to a woke judge, what they would do is they will, well, we got a busy schedule. We're just going to postpone you for another hearing. How about 2027? Technically, if you live in a state like California, ICE can't do nothing to you. They can't do nothing to you because they have to follow that judge order. So in order to fix the immigration system, you got to kick all of these woke activists who wants to be judges and shit. And also the immigration system is It is backed for years.
Mm.
It is so far back.
Okay, so I'm gonna
So
play.
far back, yeah.
Hold on one second. Okay, there she is. Hey, baby, how you doing?
Hi, honey. How are you? This is a quick drive-by with receipts. Because this conversation is just like why,
Mm-hmm.
Google is not enough and you have to have some education and some intellect behind what you're saying. Okay.
Okay.
So if you search Google on its surface and you say, are illegal immigrants getting social services and benefits, then they'll say, of course they're not. But child-only cases, this is just TANF alone. Okay. 64,631, 18.9%. Alien, 24.8%. Okay. Sanctions, other parental, non-parental. This is for child-only cases for TANF. This is when the birthright citizen aspect comes into the conversation. Like, what are we talking about? 85,000 households, stop, Michael, have child-only cases involving immigration status and eligible parents. Okay? Like, let's stop it. Don't, Michael, knock it off. Y'all know Michael's trying to make his cameo today, as he always does. All right? Child-only TANF households with parent excluded due to citizenship immigration status from years 2001 to 2024. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And at some points in our recent history, there was almost higher than the percentage of all TANF families. So the restrictions and the tightening of the law has limited this, and the childbirth citizenship would take this all the way down to 0%. Right? If we're looking at it from an economic standpoint. Like what are we talking about?
So you saying at one point that there was more illegal aliens that was getting SNAP and TANF and other forms of welfare more than American citizens was?
Absolutely. Now that other site that we were looking at, that was from acf.gov. Let me make sure I show y'all so you know it's not bullshit information I'm showing you. This is from the Office of Family Assistance and Office of the Administration for Children and Families. This one that I'm sharing with you is coming from School Info Systems, right? Now, it talks about the findings. The 2024 SIPP indicates that 53% of households headed by immigrants, naturalized citizens, legal residents, and illegal immigrants used one or more major welfare programs. This compares to 37% for U.S.-born households. The rate is 59% for non-citizen households, green card holders, and illegal immigrants. Compared to households headed by the U.S.-born immigrant-headed households have especially high usage of food program, 35% versus 22% for the U.S.-born. Medicaid, 39% versus 27% for the U.S.-born. And the Earned Income Tax Credit, 15% versus 10% for the U.S.-born. Our best estimate is that 51% of households headed by legal immigrants use at least one major welfare program. Among illegal immigrants, also called the undocumented, we estimate that rate is at 61%. We have no evidence that it's due to fraud. Come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here?
It's just liberal babble as always, and I appreciate you for substantiating your argument and coming with the facts and the stats to back up your case.
Hey, I know a girl. I used to work with a girl from Ghana. She got one child, bro. She was getting like $1,300 in food stamps.
Right. And
like she was at work trying to sell them. Like, I got these many books. I can. She said, I got 7 books I can sell. I said, how much you have out there? I have probably like $600-700 left. What the fuck? How you getting that? She was like, I don't know. That's just what they gave me.
Right. So when we are talking about, immigrants, documented and undocumented, taking resources away from American citizens, this is an immutable fact. It's a fact. So when you have people talk about some Trump is lying, birthright citizenship is a problem. Birthright citizenship is a built-in loophole to avoid having a 5-year bar from those programs. So it's not fraud. It's not fraud. However, it's a error in the system that should not exist.
Gotcha. Kenneth in the chat says, OMG, look how they are lumping all immigrants together in that statement instead of separating legal from illegal.
Are you dumb?
So apparently you didn't pay attention to what I said, because they especially gave a breakdown of 51% for documented immigrants and 61% for undocumented immigrants. And again, I get it. People are emotional and they want to spew a narrative and a story to fit what they want to say. But the documentation that I just showed clearly broke that down. I don't really know how you missed that. Do you need me to show that to you again? If you need to show it again, or you need to see it again, put a 1 in the chat.
And also, Kenneth, you was here earlier. You had at least 2 people on this panel, me included, who was able to decipher between immigrants and illegal immigrants. We're pro-immigration if you do it the right way. You come in the country the right way. You come here illegally, that's where we all come together and say, that's the problem. Please go back and watch the replays, then type.
Also, Kenneth says, no, it didn't. At the first part, it listed illegal in it too. So, Kenneth, if you want to join the show, here, let me show you how to join the show. Because like I said, we usually don't respond to the chat when we're doing Weekend at Willie's because this is a participation show. So go to my YouTube page. Just go to my YouTube page, click posts, and you're going to see I posted this link 28 seconds ago. Anybody from the vertical stream, I know y'all can't click the link from there, but anybody from the vertical stream, when you click on post, you're going to see this blue StreamYard link. Just click that, and then you can be able to join the stream. Really quick, Masaru, what's going on, man?
Hi, Uncle. Hi, Auntie. How's it going?
Good. Don't be on no bullshit.
So let's.
I'm not.
No. Let's break it down, because this was supposed to be a quick lesson, but apparently some people that think context is missed and don't get it. Let's read it word for word, verbatim from the top. Civics, welfare used by immigrants and the U.S. born, by Stephen Camarata and Karen Ziegler. Using the 2024 Survey of Income and Program Participation, SIP, this analysis follows the Census Bureau's standard definition of welfare and reports use of mean-tested anti-poverty programs by household headed by immigrants and the U.S. born. We exclude social insurance programs like Social Security and Medicare, which individuals pay into and are not means tested. The findings show that households headed by immigrants, also called the foreign born, are significantly more likely to receive benefits than households headed by the U.S. born. The ability of low-income immigrants, including illegal immigrants, to receive benefits on behalf of the U.S.-born citizen children is a key reason restrictions on welfare use for new legal immigrants and illegal immigrants are relatively ineffective. If we want immigrants to use less welfare in the future, then reducing illegal immigration and changing the selection criteria for legal immigrants to emphasize skills should be considered. So they are taking into consideration legal and illegal immigrants and how illegal immigrants are being damning to legal immigrants, and how the present criteria is ineffective for determining a need, which is why they have sat here and let you know the difference between foreign born and U.S. born, because this article is speaking to analyzing the effectiveness of the Survey of Income and Program Participation. This is looking at the totality of these programs and what is beneficial for United States born citizens and those that are not, which is why it further goes to show that illegal immigrants are having a detrimental effect on the 51% of legal immigrant households that are receiving benefits. We clear now? Kenneth?
Rob, there's let me be nice because I don't want to be name calling. There's an individual in the chat that wants you to cite your source because they don't believe what you're saying, which I think is crazy.
So here's the thing.
Wait a minute. They said that these
Hold on.
sources are inferred.
Hold on, stop.
My bad.
Here's
my
the
bad.
thing.
I said
If
it
they
wrong.
want, we recognize people in the chat. I do pay attention to people in the chat, but we're not here to react to the chat. If they want to join the conversation, they can join the stream, right? Now, it's going to be times I might point out something that actually goes along with the conversations that we're having, but we're not just here to react to the chat because you have people who are trolls who just want to be, they want to gain acknowledgement. You see what I'm saying? So they can come up and join the panel. Well, I've already posted the link multiple times. It's pinned in the chat. And for those that's on Vertical Stream, they can click the link on the community tab post, which I showed them how to do it. But really quick, I'm going to let y'all react to what that one person said in the chat, and then we're going to move forward. Go ahead, baby.
So again, the sources were cited in the article. And again, if you were paying attention and instead of trying to be a jackass, then you would see. And I dropped the links in the chat for you. The 2024 survey of income and program participation. You notice how this is a hyperlink? If you click onto it, you can download the PDFs and the raw data. The Census Bureau statistics. Go to the Census Bureau. See, the problem is a lot of people want to have something to say, and they don't want to use their minds to actually do their own independent research. You want everybody to break everything down to you and down for you. This is a conversation of like-minded, educated people, not people that are just being emotional and trying to gangbang on the keyboards for the purposes of typing because they have nothing better to do. This is why I let my husband do his thing with his show, because I don't got time for people that act like they have enough education to speak against a topic, but don't have enough education to do the research on a topic. So when you're talking from your feelings and not talking from the raw data or the actual evidence, that's when you become a waste of life to me. A lot of people that be talking shit are a waste of life because you got phones in your hand that you can actually look it up. Go look it up and show me some empirical raw data that repudiates or disputes what was said here. Let me go before I get to cut somebody out on your show. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Bye, Miss Wifey. Bye, Mrs. Sam.
Hey, Survivor, you there? My bad. I didn't mean for you to get shot up like that. My bad.
You heard all the
Can you
bullet
guys hear me?
wounds? Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Bruh. That
So
was
I have
like
a
the
que-
beginning
I have
of
a question.
Mini Men music video.
I have a question real quick, right?
Go ahead.
What's the question?
Okay, so don't get mad at me, Uncle. I just because I'm, as you know, I'm Canadian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I was telling you before how like the state of Canada right now is an abysmal dog shit show.
Yeah.
And that I want out as soon as possible.
Yeah.
How would I go about doing that, but without waiting a million, trillion, billion years to get into America the legal way?
So
Because
you want to become a United States citizen?
if they asked me right now to drop my Canadian citizenship at the border, I would do so in a heartbeat. Is how bad it is right now. Like,
Well,
I just
is one of
want
your
out.
parents one of your parents American citizen?
My dad's parents were from Trinidad and Tobago, but they stayed. Before they immigrated to Canada, they stayed in the United States for about 5 to 6 years before making the the trip to Canada, and that was like in the early 1940s.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I do have I have an aunt that currently lives in Los Angeles. But my whole thing is just that because I've already filed my paperwork legally, right? And it's been I filed my marriage visa to my fiance 2.5 years ago, and it's on hold. She actively checks the portal every other day, and it literally says on her screen that my status or like my papers or whatever are on hold. And every time she calls the consulate, they tell her, oh, the system's backed up the wazoo. It could take 5-6 years before my papers even get approved.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm just like, bruh, I'm struggling looking for work in Canada. It's like, I can't do this no more. My only other option is to just say fuck it and hope for the best. But my whole thing is that I'm hearing, because California is a sanctuary state, as long as if I were to stay within California's border, that I can't be touched.
Absolutely. But so here's the thing, right?
Or unless the American government's like, okay, we'll let you stay, but you have to give up your Canadian citizenship like immediately, I would do so.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. You would have to break into America, which then you would be considered an illegal alien, right? So if you were to come into America illegally, you have to go. And I don't care what friendship level or relationship that I have to anybody. I'm like Wasso with this one. Wasso said that he openly stated he's a tether. If you're not here legally, you got to go. Like Christopher J said, his father came in the legal way. And I'm just being honest with you. If it take 8 to 10 years for you to become an American citizen, I think that you can wait those 8 to 10 years. You've waited all this time.
But Uncle, sorry, you didn't let me explain the last part. Sorry, I should have said that before. The thing is, because I have special needs, right? As you're aware, because of that, most of these places in my area or outside my area here in Canada don't want to hire people with special needs, right? I've been looking for work for the past 2 years and haven't gotten anything, right? And now what makes this worse is because of my situation, my dad is like, oh, I have your sister. I can't take you, right? I can't let you come live with me. I go to my grandparents. We can't take you. I go to my cousin. We can't take you, right? So it's like, either I stay with my fiance and her family in Cali, or I'm homeless at this point.
You want my honest answer?
Yes.
Sorry to hear about your situation. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, and I'm not saying this to attack your situation. I'm just being honest, right? And I'm not saying this just because it's the podcast. What up, Dope Bake? I'm not saying this just because it's the podcast. I'm just being honest to God truth. I wouldn't want an expedient pathway to citizenship for you just because you're going through a situation. Because now, if I was to vote that you should get an expedient pathway to citizenship just because of your personal dealings.
Well, not citizenship, but like a green card or something.
Hold on. Let me finish. Sorry. If I was to vote for that, then I would have to vote for everyone else to get that. And you know what the biggest problem was that we had within this country during the Biden administration is that's why a lot of people came into this country, because they were in bad situations within their country, right? And I'm not saying that you're not a person that can't be vetted, but when you open the door, you don't just open the door to the good snakes, you open the door to the bad snakes. I'm not calling you a snake, but we don't know who's the good snake or the bad snake. So if it take 8 to 10 years for you to get here, it just take 8 to 10 years for you to get here. Why so? You got to mute up, G, unless you're trying to say something. Why so?
Yeah, man. You gotta wait your time, bro. Like, hey, my old lady, she's gonna have to wait her time too before she could ever be able to travel.
We got a new guest in the studio. Hold on for a second. A1, salute.
What's up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
With your stream. I love the conversation tonight. I hope you having a good time, man.
I appreciate it. What you got to add to the show?
I just want to talk about what you guys talking about.
Okay, cool. So we're talking about immigration. Do you think that we have a problem with immigration right now?
Well, I'm African and I'm also Mexican. My mom, she was an immigrant, but she got all of her stuff, and so did my aunts through the book. So with the whole ICE situation, I feel like if you've been in the country for 20 years, you still haven't learned any English, and you still haven't tried to go through the immigration process, maybe you should get put out.
Okay, so you said you of African and what descent?
African and I'm Mexican.
You're African and Mexican? Okay, cool. So do you think that when it comes down to illegal aliens, do you think that they are contributing or hurting our American economy?
Well, when it comes down to especially so many veterans that are homeless and not getting any support from the government, and with the whole previous presidency and how people were just let in and instantly offered a bunch of money to not really contribute. I mean, if you're contributing, that's a different thing. But at the end of the day, nobody is really contributing.
What do you mean nobody's really contributing? Could you elaborate?
I mean, there is a lot of Hispanics that have been contributing. Have you ever seen the movie with Brad Pitt, A Day Without a Mexican?
Yes.
So like it is hard, especially because Mexicans, they do the jobs that like nobody else wants to do, like pick fruit and vegetables and stuff. You'll never see a white person or a black person doing that, with all due respect, or an African person. But it is like, it basically is what it is. At the end of the day, I respect if you come into the country and you're trying to like gain your citizenship, actually do it by the book, and you try to learn the language as well. If you're coming in here and you're spreading nonsense, then I don't understand. But also, if you look at Europe, look how Europe is. Look what's going on in Europe. They're just letting whoever come in, and they're getting stabbed up to death because you can't carry guns or nothing in Europe. They're just getting stabbed up to death. The people are
scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
This nigga want me to believe that he's of African and Mexican descent. Do y'all see this shit?
I was about to jump through this screen.
I can see it. I can see
that he's of African and Mexican descent.
I can see it, and this is a Sudanese. I can see it. I can see it. I can
What
see
can you
that.
see?
I can see that the fact that his Mexican lineage is strong, but it's a lot of people that if I took y'all to South Africa and all that, you would be surprised how many Jason Kidd looking motherfuckers you will see down there.
The only thing that's African about this is his shirt.
Right.
I'm gonna need y'all. No, I had to come back up here. I'm gonna need y'all to cut it out. Charlize Theron is African, okay?
Oh God.
Elon Musk is African.
Yes.
Keep
And
going.
it goes back to look. Let's say
colonizers.
let's say because we already know Africa is mostly a French colony. Most of Africa is French speaking. They teach that in school over there. So if a white person is born over there in Africa, are they African?
Yeah, they African. So his mama and them could have been born in Africa. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he considered African. And then his daddy and them could be Mexican or whatever. So yeah, he looked like a white African Mexican. He do.
Sis,
I ain't gonna lie,
I'm gonna need you to cut it out.
I know some.
Are you saying this man is Trevor Noah? Is that what you're saying?
Listen, what is it? South Africans? The South Africans are white. They pale.
Yes. Like
he's a product of apartheid. Is that what you want me to believe?
Yes.
This nigga look like he played Hamilton, bruh.
So this
y'all
is
remember Hamilton that came up on Disney?
Hey, said you remember the dude Reasons that be coming on Trey Panel?
Absolutely, but here it's this.
Reason Dad is Nigerian.
Yeah, I know, but watch this. Here's the crazy part, right? Because now he in the chat talking about why block me. That's crazy. Sir, you was trying to position yourself.
Why is your thumbnail a monkey though?
Exactly. And then why is it that when I go to your YouTube page, you are a liberal and you was up here trying to use conservative rhetoric? Do y'all see why we do this?
Oh wait, I had a question for Auntie real quick since she's
Hold
here.
on, give me a second. So this is what I mean by the trolls, right? This dude's literally came up here, and I think he was going to try to porn bomb me, right? But I don't trust. This is why you got to vet everybody that you got to. Yeah, listen, this dude, you up here, you had a liberal protest. You out here with the. Come on, bro. That's all right, bro. I don't need your bullshit. You say what's wrong with that? What's wrong with it is that you were literally, I know he streams on Kicky Lever-Smith. I know. What's wrong with it is you were trying to falsify your statement and your position in this conversation, and you was going to try to do some dumb shit. Nah, we don't need you in the chat, bro.
Now in the one where we out here in Hawaii, right? I just came here to be the voice of contention. If you go to the 12 minute 8 second marks, he looked like a light-skinned black person. He looked like light-skinned black.
You're like a light-skinned black? Okay, cool. Survive says, I'm a leftist and no leftists allowed. No. people who are going to actually give us good conversation, right? Good discussion, and not try to position themselves. So this is what happens, right? You have people who try to position themselves as conservative or independent, and they use all of the leftist talking points. So they use all of the right talking points. They use all conservative talking points, but they're actually a leftist. And then once you start further and get into the conversation, they spurg out. They start saying things that's against terms of services, and they try to get your channel deleted. So you got to know how to scope these people out. I'm good, Bray. I appreciate you stopping by, Andy Dick or Aldi Dick. I appreciate you stopping by, but I don't need you to try to get rid of my channel.
Yeah, and if I was you, because you have all those KKK things on your thing, what I would say is maybe take that monkey avatar off. That's not doing it. That's not doing anything good for your position.
See?
It's not. And then the video that you have, like with the pink, the man in pink in jail and holding on to people's pants, it's not a good look.
Yeah, you're just racist people. I didn't do anything. Nah,
He
I knew
also
what you
went
was about to
topless
do.
for Pearl Harbor. I don't know what that's about.
Oh, he went topless for Pearl Harbor because that was a liberal. He was definitely on op mode.
Never mind.
Yeah, he was definitely on op mode. And on top of that, come on, bro. Like, you're welcome here as a leftist to participate in a discussion, but not if you're going to be falsifying or you're going to be panda bearing, being a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Or
I'd rather
basically
you say I'm
bullshit.
a leftist and not have a conversation.
Yeah, basically bullshit. Try to come in like a Trojan horse.
Facts.
That was interesting. And then like also the whole, they stabbing people. The rhetoric was a lie. It was a lie.
And here's the thing.
No, that's crazy. Did you see what else he said in the chat? He said, "Why are you comparing yourself to a monkey?"
Who compared themselves to a monkey? What was said was that's not a good look for your page.
Oh, dude, was good.
Understand context and actually listen to what is being said to you. But now you won't be able to say anything because you're blocked.
Banned.
But here's the thing. I came up on this talking point that is so dumb, right?
Wait, what's
I
it?
came up on the talking point of, black people and white people aren't going to do these jobs and whatnot. Yeah, because they don't pay well, because a lot of people are fulfilling those roles for less than they're actually worth. So if those jobs aren't filled for a particular time and they can't find people to fill those positions, that will naturally, by way of supply and demand, basic economics, would increase the value of those positions.
But then what are the
But because we have people willing to settle for less because they're not actually ingrained in the system, and less is required of them from the system that they're not a part of, then no, we're not going to work for what they're working for. I'm sorry.
Well, Mesa Musa Garcia's here. He was basically talking about slavery with extra steps. That's basically he was talking about slavery with extra steps.
Absolutely.
So, since my aunt's here, Auntie, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Were you here like a few minutes earlier when I was asking Uncle about my situation?
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, what should I do in my situation?
You should stop letting people know that you're special needs when you're applying for jobs, so you can get a job in Canada. And you should.
I've tried that. I've tried that.
If you're gonna ask a question, you have to let the answer come out.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And you should wait the time out. I mean, what is the issue that you're having with getting a job? Like, can they pull up your medical history? How do they know?
I have no idea. Like, literally, I have a resume made already, one that specifically states I'm a person with a disability, and then one without. And I've tried with both of my resumes, just handing them out, making calls or whatever, and then I never get a call back, right? And I'm just like, what more am I supposed to do? And then I go to dad and I ask him, I'm like, Dad, I'm trying everything here. What should I do? He's like, oh, you're not applying yourself enough. You're just being lazy. And I'm like, in the last 6 months, I've applied for almost 400 different positions and I've gotten nothing. What am I supposed to do here at this point? And he's like, oh, I don't know. You'll have to figure it out. And I'm like, how? I've even tried going to, employment agencies in my area, and they even can't help me. And then they keep
Does
telling
your
What are you trying to apply
disability
for?
Oh, we're gonna stay on this. We're gonna stay on this for like 2 more minutes because Kulu did come to the show. He said that he did want to come here to debate for illegals. So that is a good premise of the conversation that we're dealing with when it comes to the topic. So we're gonna deal with this for about 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna go to Kulu. Go ahead.
So, does your disability stop you from driving?
No, but I don't I don't have a driver's license.
So from what I understand about Canada, they have it written into their constitution that they guarantee equality before and under the law without discrimination based on physical or mental disability in Section 15 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. So if you're facing that type of discrimination based on your disability, I would contact the lawyer.
Yeah, because it's like I'm trying everything, but like my dad's not making it any better for me because he's like, oh, you only have until the end of August to find a job, or you'll have to give up your place and all this shit. And I'm like, okay, well, are you going to take me in if I lose my place? Oh, I can't. I have your sister. I go to my grandparents. We can't. Our property management won't let us take you in. I go to my cousin. Oh, we have shit going on. So I'm literally, my back's against the wall. What more am I supposed to do? If I don't get a job by the end of August, I'm going to be homeless. And I don't want that. So I'm just going to say, fuck it at that point, take my chances and just fly out to California because I'm not going to be fucking homeless.
So this is what I'm going to tell to you. And I'm going to tell you, like I tell everybody in the United States of America, the job you want, you may not be qualified for right now. You may have to take a job in fast food. You may have to take a job as a janitor. You may have to take a job at the mall, but get any type of job that you can and work that shit. Because if you come to California, what you don't qualify for in Canada, you're not going to qualify for in America because you're an immigrant. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate that.
All right, let me go.
Quick.
Bye, y'all.
Appreciate it, baby. All right, Kulu, come on to the mic, G.
Yes, sir. What's up, Sal?
Nothing much. All right, so you said you're here to debate for illegals. Go ahead, give us your spiel.
So, like, real quick, I do believe that we do need to have a border and policies to fix legal and illegal immigration. But I do think that the illegals already here is definitely a benefit, and I'm definitely, I guess, a liberal or Democrat, even though in my house I live, I guess, conservatively. Like, if that makes sense. Like politically, I'm a liberal, but like the way I live is conservative.
Yeah, that's typically what happens. Yeah, most people are financially conservative, and they're financially conservative, but they can be personally liberal. But I appreciate you laying out your premise. But go ahead and give us your spiel about the illegals.
So I'm gonna give a couple, main points, and then I guess we can go deeper if you got any questions or rebuttals. So I think is one of the first things, I guess, is tax, them paying taxes is one point. Helping out, I guess, the workforce would be a second point. Third point for me would be, how to say it? I guess consumer cost, like being cheaper, if that makes sense for consumers. My next point would be, that'll probably be it. Just those 3 points.
Okay. All right. So anybody that want to jump in, chime in, y'all know I'm just the host. I'm not here to participate. I'm just moving the conversation along. So go ahead.
Yeah. So can I expand on those 3 points? So for the tax point, they are paying billions in taxes, which do help Social Security, which do help, other aspects of our federal government. For the second point, when it comes to labor and workforce, like, they are filling up jobs that we don't want to work or that we don't have the capacity to work, right? So they are doing things that if we didn't have today would cause a major problem in the way we live. And for my third point, like when it comes to like consumer costs, like basically when they start a business or when they provide a service, it's a lot cheaper than a lot of these big corporations that are providing the same services. So it's actually helpful and beneficial to, I guess, lower class and middle class families because they can get the service for cheaper rather than coming out of the bank big time for the same service.
Mhm. Y'all can chime in.
Well, I already said the position on the supply and demand of the labor.
I'm saying, but
so with the I'll just reiterate the point, and then you got it serious. So basic economics dictate that whatever isn't abundant is inherently more valuable. So if you don't have a bunch of people filling those positions, let's say all the illegals dropped off the face of the earth one day, all right, just dropped out of the workforce overnight, right? And then you couldn't get people to work in those positions like they did before. What's going to happen is that over time, the employer is going to have to make those jobs more attractive. The quickest way to make those jobs more attractive is to increase how much they're willing to pay for those jobs, right? And then, we also have to analyze on the back end too, because we can't just do it halfway. We got to analyze on the back end. Everybody goes to the strawberries, so I'll leave it at strawberries. The picking of strawberries, right? The increase of labor for picking strawberries in a person's business would also mandate that the cost of those strawberries to be delivered to grocery stores would increase as well. And that I understand that put certain people in a pickle, but this is the thing. You always have the option of growing your own, whether you live in an apartment, whether you live in a townhome, whether you live in a house. You always have the option of growing your own. And actually, back in the day, most people that own property had their own garden and grew their own fruit. Like my grandmother, she had okra down south. I don't know if that'd be feasible in places. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if that'd be feasible in places like New York and things of that nature. But actually, I do see some content creators from those areas that do have like their indoor gardens and they grow their own vegetables and pottery and things of that nature. But to say that people don't want to, I saw people don't want to work those jobs is a fallacy. They don't want to work those jobs for the pay that the illegals are settling for. That is the main, because I saw a social experiment. They did tons of social experiments before the advent of AI on social media, right? And one of them was they were asking, you used to see tons of memes. I know Cell saw this. I know anybody that had a Facebook account saw this. You would see tons of memes, like I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, that were asking specifically black people, if they paid $100 an hour to pick cotton, would you pick it? And niggas was wilding in the comment section talking about, oh yeah, I'm picking it all day. You can't get me off the plantation, boss.
Yes, master. Yes, master. I can pick cotton all day you want.
So
whatever you need, sir. I got you.
All right, so why? So you want to? I'm sorry, Cooley. You wanted to respond then? Why? So you got it.
Yeah. So to the work. Okay. So you are right. So if like illegals weren't to work those jobs or companies, weren't to do that, then those, companies, if they will have to raise the price. But that's my problem, right? Is if we stop picking oranges, fruits, is whatever they do in the fields, the price of those goods would then go up because then those companies would put that, would raise the price so that they can make back the cost of their workforce, right? So to me, cheaper fruits is better for every American because they're healthier, they're more accessible, and just cheaper food in general is good for Americans. Yes, they could grow it, but most people don't have the time, the patience, the know-how, the space to grow food, specifically in the city, right? So that would be one point. My second point is that is when it comes to American working those jobs, right? So if I'm a corporation that has like an orange picking farm or whatever it's called, right? Why would I pay an American however much more money? Then I got to worry about health insurance. Then I got to worry about, you know, the legality of them, you know, heat exhaustion and whatever injuries come with them picking fruits, rather than just dealing with an illegal, you know, like alien or immigrant that I don't have to worry about that, right? I mean, I could just pay a small wage under the table. I don't have to worry about health insurance. I don't have to worry about that. And that's more profit for the company, you know, and the fruits remain cheap.
That's
slavery.
And see, this is where we get into the slavery side of things, because you
Slavery
brought
with
it,
extra
you
steps.
you brought in heat exhaustion on the American side, but you
Yes.
said you didn't have to worry about it on the illegal side. So now we're
Yeah.
talking about human rights being
So-
violated, because
Yeah.
there's no there would be in your secondary argument, like in the second thing that you said was basically, yeah, they die of heat exhaustion. I have no liability. There's no workman comp, and I could just like stash the body somewhere. Is essentially how that model plays out. Like I don't.
They can't call OSHA. They can't call Department of Labor. You're basically asking for second-class citizenship. They have no political power. All they just hear is to just work. That is slavery with extra steps, sir. If you was a white man, I would have to say you're effing racist if you were white.
So with one response, slavery to me is working for free, right? So if they're being paid, let's say, a wage that they can live off of, to me, I wouldn't consider that slavery, right? So then to speak on the second point about the heat exhaustion, right? I mean, I would argue that most of those people that were working those jobs, or that did work those jobs, or are working those jobs, right? They're already used to the hot conditions. Like they're already used to being outside. Like they're already used to it's the lifestyle of that occupation, right? I would argue that the Americans that are going to do that job, if they do increase the pay because there aren't anybody picking fruits, they're not used to that, right? So you have a big influx of people who aren't used to being outside, who aren't used to, you know, bending over with, you know, and doing the hard work. They're gonna, you know, start falling out a lot more than the people already accustomed to doing that, right? So that's my argument for that. And my like final point, right, when it comes to like what you were saying about them, you know, them not being there and the increase in job demand, you know, if you increase the pay. I'm an electrician right now, right? And in this country, we need hundreds, if not thousands, of electricians and plumbers, and they pay almost, you know, is middle class, upper middle class wages, to where some electricians, if you work enough hours, can make over 120K a year in certain states, right? And we don't have any. So it's the pay's good, but Americans don't want to work those jobs. And that's for like electricians, plumbers, HVAC guys, you know, it's the blue collar work. So this idea that if they increase the pay of the fruit pickers, more Americans will want to do it. That's just not true, because we're seeing it take place with electricians, plumbers, HVAC guys, like a bunch of blue collar places.
I hear you, but those ones that you just listed off, the HVAC, the you know, electrician, and shout out to you being an electrician, because I agree, it's highly variable, highly valuable, right? The barrier to entry is vastly different. You could walk in and pick fruit your first day. You can't. You need some form of training and apprenticeship for those positions.
All right, y'all, hold on for a second. Why so you came back? I don't know what happened to you, but you came back. So you said that you wanted to respond to what Kula was saying.
I was just gonna ask: is he speaking on? Are you speaking on illegals, or are you speaking on immigrants as a whole?
Well, I think like immigration is good, but I'm speaking specifically on illegals when it comes to them being a benefit.
I mean, making money. I'm saying this is what I'm saying. They in this country making money, but if we get a draft tomorrow, are they gonna have to pay their tithes and go there too?
No, they wouldn't. But
Okay, then.
no.
That's a problem.
No, you're right that they wouldn't, but I think that they should, right? So I think laws should be passed to where if there is a draft, they should be the first men's drafted. You know what I mean? And things like that.
But then that
For
means
sure.
that they would have to get some form of citizenship because they have to have a selective service number.
And so you also believe in discrimination too.
Not really, but if you are here
Well, you're
illegally,
discriminating. Yeah, well, if you're illegally, if you're gonna draft the illegals first, and we're just gonna draft the illegal first, then we're just gonna wait until the illegals die off in war instead of not drafting the whites, the blacks, and the people who are here illegally. That's discrimination towards illegal immigrants. You will get the
wait,
federal
why?
government get the shit too.
Wait, so like to me, and my thinking about it, right? If they were to be drafted to go to war, right? Once they complete their however long tour or whatever, then they would have an easier access to becoming a legal citizen, right? And you wouldn't have to pay them like the same wages you would pay a normal U.S. citizen. I mean that's just like reality, right? I mean,
You crazy.
Hey,
no.
hey, no. Hey, to a point like that, I kind of agree with him because that's how my granddaddy got his citizenship. He joined the Navy. He went to tours, and then when he came back, he had his citizenship. Now I do believe if they go, but he still had to give up a lot. He had to sign his life over to Uncle Sam. Like people are coming over here illegally, not signing their life over to nothing, but still reaping the benefits of the.
So
I think it's
so
Mike.
somebody who comes over here illegally, right? They illegally come into the country. You basically want to reward them with citizenship through service. That is fucking crazy. That, have you ever been locked up? Have you ever been locked up before? You ever been broken the law? You got put in handcuffs, taken to jail?
Yeah, for like a day.
Okay, so why didn't the police reward you with ice cream and cake and take you home? That's basically what you're saying. Well, if they could break the fucking law, let's reward. You know what, man? Fuck that. We're just going to give them citizenship through military services. So people we don't really know who don't have no. Excuse me. I got something. My bad. Oh, skip me real quick. I got something in my throat.
But here's the thing: that's not going to work in the grand scheme of things or in the long term, because that idea of serve the military will give you citizenship. Is that specific for immigrants who speak Spanish or all immigrants?
Well, obviously they would have to go through classes and courses. Like they would have to take the same test that a normal person coming through the legal process would take, right? I mean, the legal people would have an option to join, to get a faster process. I mean, there's different ways that we could use, like the military, and they would still have to jump through more hoops to become an American citizen.
I ain't trying to cut you off, but if they gonna do all that, they might as well just become citizenship.
What exactly regarding that? But even with that plan, I still ask: is that specific for immigrants who speak Spanish only or primarily, or is that for all immigrants? The reason I'm asking is because we can't act like we don't have enemies across the board, abroad, and they can't use that, and that could lead to them crumbling a foundation, because you're literally inviting, what's the word I'm looking for? Not legal aliens or whatever, spies or some specific word. You're opening the door for them to come into the country, get in through the military, and essentially compromise us. So in the grand scheme of things, that's not going to work.
Well, that is. I mean, that is true to an extent, right? But there are ways to kind of prevent that through background checks and other ways to, root that stuff out. I mean, they've done this in the past before, to where, like for example, right, like when we went overseas to Afghanistan, right, we worked with people who were, I guess agents or terrorists of the Afghan state, and then once they worked for us, they became American citizens, right? Like way faster than what the legal process is over here. So we have a blueprint of how to do it. We just got to perfect it in a way to where it makes sense, right? So, but that wasn't my major argument point, right? Like, was the military like it was more so like picking farms and other occupations, not the military. But I just wanted to just give you an answer on that. I think it could work if we took it serious and actually thought about it on how to weed these people out, on how to actually make it easier for them. And I think all immigrants, whether it's legal or illegal or Spanish speaking or not, should be able to join that. Why waste American life when we could use, it like illegals first that then could earn their way into this country, and then after fighting for the country,
Hold on for a second. So wait, hold on for a second. So I need you to listen to the verbiage that you're utilizing, and you may not understand that you're using it, but just going by what you're saying, you said we should protect American lives and utilize the illegals first. That's why Three Man said discrimination early, because what you're calling for, if there was indeed a draft, then yeah, go get the illegals. They already work for cheap. With that, they're not on any type of record or anything like that. And any illegals that serve in the military, if they survive, if they come back, then they automatically have citizenship. But the problem is that that's discrimination by law, that you're specifically going to them first just because they're illegal. You understand what I'm saying?
Are y'all arguing from the point that we don't already have discrimination or haven't experienced discrimination throughout this country?
No, not necessarily. Well, I don't know, because I'm not a participator in a debate.
Well, can I tell you what I hear, bruh? And forgive my language. This is what I hear.
Yes, sir.
If I'm trying to access my inner slave master. Now, why should any of our good white folks have to fight this war? We could get our niggas to fight these war. We could get our niggas, the pickaninnies, they could fight the war, feed the horses. The niggas could pick the cotton, all this shit that we don't need to do. So let's do that. We gonna pass around and make sure these niggas gonna do what they gonna do. That's what the fuck you sound like in my head. You know how fucking racist you sound?
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, but that's not what I'm.
You sound absolutely fucking racist to me, bro. That is fucked up.
Hold on, that's what you interpret for what I'm saying. That's not my intentions or what I'm sounding like, right? So my thing is, if you ask an illegal that's detained and about to be deported back to their gang-filled country, would they rather serve in the military?
Kulu, do me a favor, back off your mic just a little bit, because you sound like this when you're talking. It's kind of hard to hear you a little bit.
Like that better now?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Okay, so if you were to ask an illegal that's about to be deported, as in one of those detention centers, you know, that's about to go back to their gang-filled country or whatever, would they rather join the military for 8 years and go through the process?
Turn your volume down. You're echoing.
I'm echoing?
No, he's not echoing. Bad Duck, go out and come back in. I think only you hearing the echo. I think that's only you, because ain't nobody else said nothing about it. Go ahead.
So you want illegals to come into the United States? Oh, my bad. My bad.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
So if you ask the illegals that are detained right now, would they rather go back to their gang-filled country, or would they rather serve 8 years or however it is, like the process in the military, and become like a U.S. citizen? They would choose the military route of themselves. Like, it's not about, you know, slavery or anything like that. I mean, you could correlate it like that, but to me, I'm looking like I moved on past that. You know, like now we're trying to find solutions on how we can either get these people in here that are already paying taxes, or get them out. You know what I mean? Like, that's the solution base that I'm on.
Well, yeah, that sounds. I'll be real with you, bro. Give them the right to serve in our military with no allegiance to the United States, but they have more allegiance to their own country that they came from. Yeah, that sounds. Hey, that's a big no for me. But I would like to answer what you were saying earlier about when it comes to basically agriculture and farming. So majority of, I would have to say about, I don't know, 80, maybe 70%.
Hey, Three Man, your microphone is borging real bad.
It's bugging?
Yes, it's because you're in between towers. Try going out and coming back in, Three Man. If you can hear me.
So, like, real quick, Sel, can I ask the panel, do you think illegals would accept to join the military and become a citizen, or would they rather go back to their gang-filled country? Like, what do y'all think?
I get what. So the short answer is obviously they're trying to escape, and if they're desperate, they don't care how they escape. They just want to leave. That includes joining the military. I understand that. What we're saying is your verbiage is if you listen to what you're saying, you have to ask yourself: did the slave masters all the way back in 1619? Did their verbiage regarding having people from the slave ship do the exact same work using the same verbiage you're using right now? Do you condone that?
I don't know. I don't condone that, but I don't think I don't think I sound like a slave master, or I don't think slave masters were using the same verbiage as me. We're talking about paying illegals a livable wage, you know, some form of health care through the military. You know, we're teaching them skills and things like that. You know, they're learning about America, like they're in the process. and
You're
things
forgetting
like
the part
that.
is you're saying we're doing this, but we're also giving them the shittiest jobs that are out there. We're also forcing them to join the military and put their lives at risk. So basically, we are saying you can become a citizen, but you have to do your slave time first.
Do you,
Right,
no,
That's
hold
what
on,
you're saying.
hold on 1 second. Omni, I muted you because we hear your clicking and your typing. So really quick, Kulu, I think what's being said is that when it who has an echo? Somebody
That
has
might
an
be
echo.
3 men or Bad Dog.
No, that was Kulu.
Is it me?
No,
Is it me?
it was Kulu. He has some feedback. So Kulu, what's being said is, and y'all can tell me if I'm wrong, and then Kulu, you can respond. So when it came down to slavery times, they would give some of the harshest jobs to the slaves first, and they would give the lesser harsh jobs to the indentured servants, right? Because it wasn't just black people that were slaves. You also had white people, you had Irish, you had all these different forms of people who were serving a form of time, which is indentured servitude. But when it came down to the grunt jobs, to the shitty jobs, they gave that to the slaves. You understand what I'm saying, Kulu?
Yeah, but I would argue that that's just human nature. Like that's been happening throughout all forms of civilization, right? The
Right.
leaders, the kings, the elites, the higher ups, the middle class, the upper class of every civilization would always leave the crappier jobs to the lower class people, to the slaves, to the indentured servants, you know,
Mhm.
whoever it was in what society. Like that's just human nature, I think.
Absolutely. But in context in 2026, what you're calling for is that people who are in this country illegally, they be given some form of reward by allowing them to work for any type of money, anything over 1 red cent. That's a problem because now what you're doing is you're monetizing their illegal status and you're allowing them to exist within this country with a pathway to citizenship by way through some form of service, which is in this particular situation, we're talking about serving in the American Army, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So do you understand why they're giving you pushback?
Yes, for sure. And I welcome the pushback. But my thing is like it's gonna cost more to pay ICE to go and find them, the detentions, the electricity, the food, right, the vehicle transportation, rather than just having them join the military for a livable wage. I mean, we'll get more benefit from them doing it my way than doing it y'all's way.
But you're
Like,
saying,
well,
you're saying we're going to save money than having ICE do it, and that's not true because now we're paying them military wages for one. The ones that actually show up
well,
and
not
are going to do the dirty
not
duty, which
US
means we
citizens.
still need ICE on hand to go chase after the ones that are not showing up to do that. And two,
True.
once they're done and out of the country, all that pays itself back. So,
But how? Okay, so but how does it pay itself back if you're losing billions and it's federal tax dollars and local state dollars that they pay already, right? By sending
but
them
you
back.
seem to have
If they
this big
became
thing that
military,
illegals are paying all this money, and illegals are not paying all this money.
I mean, yeah, I mean they are.
The
I mean, they're paying billions.
legals with the green cards and the work cards are paying in billions of dollars.
No.
The illegals are not.
Hey, Beto, so when illegal goes to Walmart, right? Does that tax money go to our economy and government?
Time
Sure,
out.
but
Hold on,
let me ask you
wait,
this:
hold
how
on,
much
time
of
out,
that,
hold on,
how much
wait,
of
time
that
out, time out.
paycheck is getting spent at Walmart versus how much is getting sent back to their country?
Hold on,
to their
wait, time
family?
out. It's something we got to tackle right quick. So, really quick, Kulu, I'm gonna formulate something. That you tell me if you agree or disagree. Okay. So, an illegal is working at a farm, right? And they're making, let's just say, $13 an hour. How much of that $13 is being paid into taxes when they get their paycheck?
It depends on their living situation. You know, are they paying
No.
for?
Just listen to my question. When it's time for them to get paid, let's say they get paid on Friday, how much tax is being taken out of their paycheck?
Oh, like okay, zero probably.
Right, because they have no representation because they don't have a social security number, right? So then they get paid that. Let's say this. I don't know. I'm not doing math right now. At $13 an hour at 40 hours a week, how much is that? Somebody do the math for me on that. What's that like?
That's
520.
I'm on the phone now.
That'd be like 720.
That's 520.
Okay, so let's just say 500. 520. All right. So they're getting paid 520 every week, right? So out of that $520, they're paying zero in taxes. And basically, in other words, the farm owner is literally just giving them money and there's no taxation on it, right? Cameron, I see you in the back. Can you come on camera and just wave in the back for me one time? I don't know who you are. You're a new person to the stream.
But in a lot of cases, that
the
the farmers aren't paying taxes or federal insurance either.
Hold on, let me vet this panelist right quick. Cameron, you there? Cameron?
Yeah, sorry, one sec.
Okay. I just need to make sure you're an actual real person. I gotta protect the stream.
Who did?
I know, right? New phone, who does? So I got the banner up. Can't nobody see you, but just come on camera real quick and just wave.
Hi.
Okay, I see you. You can go ahead and come off camera. All right, cool. So really quick, Cameron, before I add you to the conversation, let me finish this real quick. So what I'm saying to you, Kulu, is that if those farm owners are paying these farm hands, the illegal aliens, if they're paying them that $520 a week, they're paying zero in taxes, which means that they have no representation and that money is not going back into the government. Now, when they go to Walmart and they buy something at Walmart, of course, they're going to pay taxes on that product that they buy at Walmart, but they're not paying taxes initially from the onset, which is the federal tax. You understand what I'm saying?
Let's even build on that. Let me finish where you're going with that, because even though they're paying taxes, sales tax at the store, they're not paying taxes. That money is coming actually from Walmart paying into the government, right? And there's a whole lot of other people that'll buy that same item. So it's not like they're providing a whole mass amount of money into it.
Well,
through that route either.
Well, even more so as an American citizen, if you did that, that's what they would call tax evasion.
Yep.
So go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, so my point is you're right, Sel, that with like their paychecks wouldn't be taxed, right? But everything else that they buy with that money will be taxed. And mostly they're buying it from American businesses. So when they go to Walmart or when they go and pay their rent for their room that they live in or wherever they stay, right? They're paying they're paying tax essentially, right? Just not being what's up on the paycheck. And just I looked it up right now. In 2023, illegal immigrants or documented immigrants paid about $89.8 billion in federal taxes, right? So however that the money came through, it went through. And that money we use to then fund our military, fund other things that we're doing today, right? So they're paying taxes. So would we rather lose that $89.9 billion or would we rather keep that as an economy? I would rather keep it.
Also, 89.9 billion will buy a half of a jet. So that gives you about how much they're contributing. It'll buy one military jet, if that, probably half of one.
All right, really quick, let me get Cameron in because Cameron wanted to add. Cameron, go ahead.
I did want to say illegal immigrants can pay taxes via ITIN numbers. It's just how it works. It's how taxes are deducted from their paychecks.
Yeah,
it doesn't require a social security number or anything. It's set up so foreigners can literally pay American taxes.
We're talking about cash.
Huh?
We're talking about cash under the table. I don't think we're talking about.
I'm saying this is how they can pay federal and state taxes, and it's how they do.
Yeah, I didn't.
Now, are you talking about legal citizens, or are you talking about
undocumented? This is undocumented, illegal. It's weird. They can get it.
If they're undocumented, how do they get that ITIN number?
Well,
let me look it up real quick. But that's the reason I didn't bring it up, because I thought we were talking about cash under the table, farm scenario. But let me look it up to provide y'all information.
Well, again, you guys are combining a lot of work visa type scenarios with
that's
illegal
Cameron's correct.
aliens,
Cameron's correct.
which are not the same.
Cameron's correct. They do have ways of paying, but they have to volunteer to do so. That's the thing.
Right.
They're
not undocumented at that point.
Right. But they, I get what the point of contention is. They have to volunteer. The thing is that not everybody is going to volunteer, because most would be too afraid to do anything legally like that, because they would be scared of deportation. So the amount of people, the amount of people doing that would be few and far between, and they would
30
have
minimum.
to do it. They would have to do it out of, essentially feeling guilty that they're benefiting from a system that they're not paying into.
So really
or
quick,
they would have
like,
to do it in the state of California or New York, so on. You won't have to worry about being deported.
I like when people bring us information that we can look up and verify. So according to Cameron, Cameron, that's how you pronounce it, right?
Yes. Thank you
Okay.
for asking.
Not a problem. So according to Cameron, individual taxpayer identification number (ITIN) is a nine-digit tax processing number issued by the IRS for people who need a U.S. taxpayer's identification number but are not eligible for a Social Security number. Who needs an ITIN? Non-resident or resident aliens who must file a U.S. federal tax return, spouses or dependents of United States citizens or resident aliens, and dependents or spouses of foreign nationals on temporary visas. Y'all all agree?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I can go ahead and take this down. All right, y'all can continue the conversation.
So, you know what? I'm not going to go over it because I didn't hear anything about illegal undocumented immigrants who illegally came into the country. You know, I didn't hear anything about that, which all you just said, Sal. So did I miss the wording for illegals?
Yes.
Well, it says non-resident or resident aliens. So these would be green card holders or people who are in the United States for temporary visas.
Okay.
Wait, well,
And
hold
so
on.
where's
Cameron, did I say that correctly?
What? Sorry.
That these ITINs is for non-residents or for people who are in the country for temporary visas, like green card
Yes.
holders.
Yeah, green card holders, people who got workers permits, essential workers for agriculture on the border. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about illegal immigrants.
Well, how I'm reading it from the IRS, it says that it's designed so anyone, regardless of immigration status, can pay taxes in the U.S.
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
and the immigration status is a big part because if you're not immigrated here legally, then that would include that.
Gotcha. So here's and y'all. I'm gonna set the premise and then y'all can discuss it. Right. So now we get to is this a benefit or is this a deficit when it comes to the United States American economy? Is this good for the economy or is this bad for the economy? Go ahead.
I think it's good.
Oh, so now all y'all want to get quiet. Oh, okay.
So can you hear me? I mean, I think it's good.
Okay. So you think it's good. All right, cool. So let me ask this question. I asked this question. I was in wrong hands. So do you think that, and I'm just asking this for a reason, do you think that it's good, a good thing or a bad thing that these illegals are in our country and they're working either more or less than or equal to American citizens, or do you think it's bad?
I mean, I'd rather have illegals in this country working than not working.
But they're illegal.
Yes. I would rather have them working than not working.
So you'd rather have criminals in this country than
I'm
not
saying,
criminals in this country.
and that goes to ask the question: what are they working towards? Are they
say
working?
it's bad.
Are they working towards citizenship? Or are they working towards that's the thing? Like, I get what you're saying, but it's a lot. Like, cause if they gonna be here working, they gotta be able to they gotta be able to give up something to get there. They're not giving up anything.
Exactly, and this is the problem, right? Like, Sel, you had a great broadcast last night. Shout out to you, right? And we went over the ramifications. I mentioned me having several near misses with my wife in the car, and I knew for a fact that it was illegal immigrants because the plates were from 2022, and the tags were from 2022 on out-of-state plates. I knew that was an illegal immigrant. You can't tell me nothing.
So my thing is,
but hold on, three man. So this is the thing, right? This little charge popped up a few years ago on my insurance premiums. I had to ask the insurance agent what it was. It's called uninsured and underinsured motorists. Americans are now paying for people that are not properly insured. Now, some might say, okay, there are some Americans that are insured, but you know who's definitely not insured?
Illegals.
Illegal immigrants that can wreck a car. Matter of fact, some of them are notorious for wrecking cars. I think in the CDL world, the trucking world, we got illegals messing up big in California with semi trucks. 3-man, you could verify if that's wrong or right. They can do it with little or no recourse and no impact, because I tell you what,
CDL truck drivers through illegal immigrants.
Yeah, so my insurance premiums go up every time I have an accident, whether or not it's my fault, because I'm in a no-fault state. And then they go off of the insurance companies measure how many accidents are having in the area and whatnot. They don't just go off of your driving record, your personal driving record. They go off of what's the activity in your neighborhood and your driving route and things of that nature. And if you're in a city with a bunch of illegal immigrants, your rates are likely higher because the system has to account for people who are taking from the system but not actually contributing to it.
And the sad part is that is even past now being from your neighborhood. That's national wide. It's the same way with your home insurance. If they have a hurricane down in Florida, our insurance rates are going to go up here because they're just having to recoup their money, so to speak.
Absolutely. So let me ask a positional question right quick, because Cameron, I don't think I heard your position on this.
Yeah.
Do you think that illegal aliens working within the country are good or bad for our country?
I think they're overall a net good. I don't agree with Kulu's point on well, you know, it's that they're coming from a place that's worse. But I do believe it's a net benefit for the American economy right now as it stands.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right. So really quick, because I want to push the conversation along, right? When it comes to these violent illegals, the violent illegal aliens that's within the country, they're giving the documented, or rather the legal immigrant, a bad name, right? So when it comes down to deportation, are y'all in agreement with how they are deporting people, or how they're going about deporting people, or are y'all in disagreements with it?
Remind me how they're deporting them.
Like ICE?
Yes.
I'm not in support of ICE's tactics. Like, no.
Why not? So can you elaborate? Give us.
I mean, from at least, of course, where people don't like the mass deportation agendas, there's obviously more violence. There's more. I mean, you see them being rough regardless. Like if you just search up a video of ICE, they're gonna be whipping someone out of a car. You know, it's just like the American people have never actually voted for mass deportations until Trump. So it's like, I don't think we are used to the
and Obama
institutional
violence. Let him finish. Go ahead, Cam. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
I don't think the American people are necessarily used to the institutional violence it brings. So I think it increases unrest and it also costs so much more than mass amnesty or anything like Reagan did.
So can
So
hold on, wait. Kulu hold on. Kulu said, "Can you piggyback?" So let Kulu piggyback, and then y'all got it.
Yeah, because seems like we agree on some stuff. I think ICE is good. I think the tactics in which they're using the community, the community searching, I think is bad. I think the way that Obama did it is better and looks better via the optics and gets a better job. So I think we should definitely, if Trump did the Obama method when it comes to the tactics of ICE, I would be a lot more supportive of Trump. But I think
who cares about the optics, though? What's the optics matter?
Let him finish.
Because if you normalize this behavior by our federal law enforcement, then somebody even more crazier than Trump, whether it be a Democrat or Republican or whoever, can use that as a baseline and increase and slowly up the ante with with local law enforcement like throughout the years. So I think that if we normalize this behavior,
It creates even more reactionary forces. Is that what you're saying? It creates more reactionary.
Yeah, and I
Y'all
think
clearly don't remember ICE under Obama, because ICE under Obama was on fucking 10. I literally watched some of my fellow colleagues while I was in college get drugged out of fucking the middle of class during the Obama administration. So my thing is, if you don't like the tactics, I could understand that. But let's just be real here. If you get pulled over right now for fucking speeding, and the cop said get out the car, and you refuse to get out the car, is the cop going to be like, okay, well, we'll have go on by your merry day, or are they going to drag you out that fucking car?
Yeah, they're going to drag you out. Obviously,
they're going to drag you out that car. So my question is, why do the illegal immigrants get more due process than the American citizens do?
I wouldn't argue that they get more due process. I would argue that it's more so.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, because they're being dragged out way worse than I ever seen cops do Americans. You know what I mean? That are listening and obeying, right? So they're the videos that I've seen of ICE dragging people out, it's insane, right? And I definitely disagree, but they're doing their job. My point is, and you can fact check me on this, and please do, but I'm pretty sure underneath Obama's 8 years, we've had less American deaths via the hands of ICE than we've had in the 2 terms of Trump so far.
Yeah, because the Republicans never put a battery on their supporters' backs. Like what the Democrats been saying, ICE is fascist, they're the Gestapo, they're sending these people to the gulags. They actually accuse ICE of dumping foreign citizens out of an airplane shackled together. Yeah. So they haven't done this shit, but they didn't do this shit under Obama, but they damn sure doing it under Trump. And for saying that nobody didn't think, Trump was going to do mass deportation, he ran on it for 10 years.
I didn't say that. I said Americans have never historically voted for mass deportations. So I'm saying
that is a bullshit lie.
Know what it looked like. The American public.
Obama ran on mass deportations, bruh.
He didn't mass. He
was known as the deporter in chief.
Yes, he enforced the border. Mass deportations means going into your country and kicking out everyone. He kicked out everyone within 100 miles of the border.
The kids in cages, bruh.
Yeah,
he literally had motherfuckers in cages, bruh. About 50 of them in a large cage. And you're talking about the Trump administration when it comes to ICE is worse than Obama. You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
First off, those cages still exist, and again, I'm not defending Obama's border policy whatsoever. I'm just saying.
Can I ask you a question? Is Corey right? Well, quick question. When it comes to being a citizen of the United States, what benefit is it being a citizen that no foreigner illegal could say they could benefit from? Because it clearly seems to me that citizenship in the United States don't fucking matter.
And numerous public benefits you can get for being a citizen.
Illegals can get the same shit.
No, they can't.
Okay, like what?
Yeah.
Like what?
Name a public benefit. They can't get SNAP. Their kids, if they're citizens.
Are you fucking? Hold on. In California, you could get food stamps. You could get food stamps in California. You could get food stamps in New York. That is federal food stamps. You could get Medicare in California. Hell, you could get housing assistance in New York.
So real quick, I think we're moving away from the conversation, when we drag all the extra stuff in, right? So, for example, and I pulled it up, Obama in his 8 years recorded 67 deaths in 2 full terms. Trump is at 83 deaths. and he hasn't even finished his second term, right? So just based on policy alone,
Oh,
more days
darn.
are taking. Well, hold on a second, because y'all got on to me about human rights and slavery of the illegal immigrants, but now we're talking about deaths of illegals. Oh darn, you know what I mean? It's like that's hypocrisy.
Those deaths you're
It
talking
is,
about.
but-
Wait, hold on. Those deaths you talking about, were those American citizens or were those illegal aliens?
So as of right now, I'm looking up detainees, but let me look
Right.
up.
So how
like
many during Obama's tenure as the United States president, how many American citizens died in the course of a immigration incident where they was putting someone or they was taking someone into detainee status or they was deporting them? How many American citizens lost their lives?
So I just looked it up. It said 0 under Obama.
Right. So up under Trump, how many American citizens died in the act or the course of an action where they was dealing with an illegal alien?
I think it's 10 plus. My laptop just died, so let me put on the charger.
You're good. So here's the thing, right? And your information is sort of kind of accurate, right? And the reason it is because during Obama's tenure, the majority, and this is why Cameron's statement is actually incorrect, the majority of America did vote for mass deportations of illegal immigrants because that is what the entire Democratic Party specifically stood for, and that was in response to what Reagan did with the amnesty program. So when it came down to the Democrats, they was heavily against immigrants within the United States that was here illegally. But that all of that rhetoric changed once Trump became president. Then they start becoming more soft-handed, and they wanted to become more welcoming to the illegal aliens, right? So to Cameron's point, it would be false what he said. It did to your point, Kulu. It would also be false what you said, because going back to what Three Man said, that there was not no politicians putting battery in their constituents' backs, saying that that the Republican Party is racist, that ICE is racist, and what they're doing to these people is wrong. And you have then now people going around all around social media and in the political world saying that when it comes down to ICE, they are a Gestapo and that they're Nazis and all this, that, and the other. You didn't have that during Obama's tenure. So I didn't see, hold on one second. I didn't see mass amount of protests like the No Kings Day rallies and people standing outside of ICE detention centers where they was protesting. I didn't see Republicans out there protesting what the Democrats was doing, because in more ways than one, the Republicans were just like, okay, cool. Well, I mean, I don't want illegal people here either. But Three Man's point is true. When you go back and listen to the speeches that Obama gave during his tenure, he was definitely about, oh yeah, if you in this country illegally, you have to go, period. Now, if you've been in this country for quite some time, we're willing to work with you, but we're not going to be we're not going to be rewarding people for coming to the country illegally. But now that Trump is doing what Obama initially set out to do, now it's a problem. And you have politicians and you have influence, especially across social media, charging up people to go out there and interfere with what ICE is doing. Do you agree or disagree with what I'm saying?
I agree and disagree. So I agree when it comes to there's definitely more, I would say, protest. I wouldn't correlate the King's protest with ICE because there's been separate ICE protests, right? Like Minnesota, California, I mean, all over the place, right? But my argument is that it's Trump's tactics of going through Home Depots, the communities, rather than doing it the Obama way, which focused more on border security at the border, and the optics weren't like that. But I would argue that even during Obama's era, there was like protests. For example, there was a Not One More campaign protest, which was like a bunch of activists that were marching in the streets, like against like President Obama. Do we know if they were like Republican or Democrat? No, you know what I mean. So I can't give you that. But there was also people in the Chicago ICE Center during Obama that used buses or that used their vehicles to block out ICE buses from like deporting. So there was like public, like protests, not on the scale of Trump, because there's a lot of people that hate Trump because of who Trump is. You know what I mean? So I do give you all that. But Obama experienced some level of like pushback, the whole like child in cages, man. People made a bunch of that. It's correlations on the news, like trying to make Obama look bad when it comes to, oh man, he got child in cages, he's separating families at the border. I mean, like you have it there, but I'll argue the tactics, it's what's the problem. If Trump did the Obama tactics, I guarantee you a lot more liberals and Democrats would probably be okay with what he's doing, because the optics aren't looking like, like it's a Gestapo. Like it looks like
Obama's tactics was worse, bro.
It's the same tactics, dude.
No, they're different tactics.
No,
No, it
because
is
Trump,
different. It is different.
Trump's his tactics are is more restricted because Obama's
No, it
shit. They were grabbing illegals out of church. They were doing ICE investigations, and they were catching motherfuckers outside of church. They were dragging people outside of school. But when Donald Trump became president, well, we gotta do restrictions on you now. You can't do we can't accept ICE going into schools now. We can't accept ICE going into churches now. But when Obama did it, and we don't care. Go ahead, do what you got to do. Get the illegals out of here. But when Trump does it, oh man, it's the Gestapo. It's it's the fascists, guys. Look what the fascists doing. Shit, in Minnesota, you have regular civilians were doing checkpoints and looking at people's driver's license to make sure they wasn't ICE. They weren't doing that shit under Obama. They weren't following ICE under Obama term.
So can I respond real quick? So there is a difference in policies, right? So let me just go a little bit. So the enforcement priority. So Obama focused more on a hierarchical system, like focus on high priority targets, things like that. Trump, effectively did a national wide sweep of illegal immigrants, right? So his policy is any undocumented. Wait, hold on, just let me explain. Just any undocumented person.
But you're
let's pick
wrong.
them up. Hold on, but let me explain it because I'm reading it off.
Well,
of the actual,
you're sitting here saying, hold on, let me explain when you're wrong. So there's nothing to explain.
Let me finish and then you can explain. Right? So this is the internal versus border enforcement, right? So underneath Obama focused on near the border deportations, right? So anybody that was caught at the border, near the border, Obama was deporting them. Trump is basically an expanded at-large interior arrest. So he's focused on the interior of the country, which I understand because a lot of Republican governors flew out. Back when these illegals were coming under Biden, you had it's Governor Greg Abbott. You had Governor DeSantis and a bunch of governors in red states that were flying and busing illegals into these sanctuary cities. So I understand why Trump is using the internal because a lot of them are, in these cities. So let's look at.
So what are you implying? Are you trying to say that Abbott knows we're inviting illegals across the border so they could just bus them to New York? Is that what you're saying? That's not the case.
No, I think that Greg Abbott, DeSantis, a lot, when they were getting an influx under Biden, to me because of COVID, they didn't want them in their states, so they bust them to Chicago, they bust them to New York, they bust them to California,
as they should.
But then that gives Trump the okay to go into those communities, those blue states that they bust them to create this big thing that we're talking about today, right? So
Trump had the okay. It didn't give him an okay. He had an okay.
Yeah, but if Greg Abbott and DeSantis wouldn't have bust those people to the internal of America, if we wouldn't have those riots and protests in Minneapolis or New York or California, those deportations could have been handled in Texas.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Time out. So I agree with you. Had Greg Abbott and the rest of those red states had not done that, we wouldn't have this problem. But let me ask you this question: where did those illegals that came into Texas, that went into these other states and cities, where did they come from?
They came from the southern border for sure.
Right, and they came in by way of through which state, in your opinion?
Probably Texas, California, probably around that area, the border part of that area.
Would you say it was majority or minority California?
I don't know the numbers. I would probably argue majority because California, I think, is a bigger state than Texas. If I'm not mistaken, so probably majority.
Okay, so the majority of the illegals that came in through California, you understand that was pretty much a refuge state because that's where they started all of this social programming when it came to them allowing them to have access to healthcare benefits and all this, that, and the other things, right? So they came from California, they went to Texas, and then from Texas, they said, we're not dealing with this problem. For all of y'all states that want to deal with this problem, y'all can deal with this problem, right? So
Yeah.
if we're gonna say that Greg Abbott is a problem, we have to understand that Greg Abbott is dealing with a problem that he didn't ask for, which came from California, right?
For sure. And I'm not going to sit here and agree with Gavin Newsom's policies or the governor before that. I definitely don't agree with Gavin Newsom as a Democrat myself, right? So, but my thing is that Greg Abbott, when dealing with that problem, instead of paying millions of dollars to bus them to like Minnesota, New York, he could have just held them there themselves and deported them himself, or held them.
So,
Hold on,
Or
wait.
you
Let him finish.
my bad, bro.
Let him finish.
It's
Let him
on you,
finish.
bro.
Let him finish.
or use his governor powers to to band-aid the problem until Trump got in there, right? So we wouldn't have all these protests in Minnesota and all these different areas, and optics wouldn't look as bad if the governors wouldn't have bust them in. It's because of their, in my opinion, like political reasons.
Right, but it's because of Biden's policy where they cannot detain illegal aliens, right? You have to understand that when they was coming from California, then the state, wherever state they landed in, that state was responsible for them and they could not deport them. You go back and you look at Biden's policy. If anyone that was already in the detention status for getting deported, they had to let them go. This is a very big point of contention that they had on the House floor, where they was like, I used to be in charge of these detainees, and when Biden came into office, the policy came out that we have to let them go with no type of order other than just let them free. And then if everybody that was coming in by way of buses, we just had to pretty much just let them run rampant and run free. But we also had to house these people, because that was the big point of contention that they was having after COVID when Biden came in, is that now you have all of these people all over the city streets and you have all of these homeless illegal aliens and nobody can't do anything with them. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but my point is do you acknowledge that the reason why they're coming isn't because of Biden's policy rather than COVID? And
I would agree with you on that, right? Right.
And
I would agree with you on that. But here's the thing, though. They're coming into this country due to Biden's policy. Why? Why are they coming into this country?
Because like my belief and my research is that their economies in their own country were shit and they wanted a better life. So they came in mass flux.
Right. So they came up under temporary protector status. Would you agree?
I mean, I would say a lot of them use or abuse the asylum policy. Like
Absolutely.
I would say.
Absolutely. And that asylum policy had an expiration date on it. You do know what the expiration date was, right?
Was it? No, I don't. So educate me, please.
It was the end of last year.
Okay.
So that's why the government got shut down last year. For a lot of people that really wasn't paying attention to politics too much, that's why there was this big push to fight for illegals to get health care, because they was trying to keep them within the country because they knew that their expiration date was coming up. What they did was they intended for Trump to lose this election. You see what I'm saying? But Trump didn't lose the election.
Will y'all agree that Biden deported more than? Okay, so I wouldn't say Trump's second term right now because it's not finished. But would you agree that Biden deported more like illegal immigrants than Trump in his first term?
That
could y'all agree with that?
Deported?
Hell no.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the numbers now. Biden deported 1.1 million like illegal immigrants from 2021 to 2024, while Trump in his first term deported 932,000.
Yeah, let me tell you partly why that is. Real quick, and while you got there wasn't nearly as much pushback on Biden as there is Trump. We didn't have a bunch of white liberals in the street raising amok, interfering with ICE operations during Obama and during Biden's presidency. They do it for Trump because the liberal media machine, I gotta take my hat off to it. It is a beautiful monster. It is effective. It is cunning. It knows how to brand you as the villain. 8 ways to Sunday. I promise. If you ever want to start your villain arc, hire the liberal media, because they will make you the villain in everybody's eyes. And not to say that, saying that Trump's a perfect person, but he was a target. He was made a target. And as such, they branded him the villain. They casted him the villain, got everybody riled up, the political cannon fodder, or in the words of Malcolm X, the political chumps. and got them out there in the street, and that's why we had the Renee Good situation. That's how we got Alex Preddy.
1 second, y'all, before anybody say anything. Hold on 1 second. Artie Art 2 Smart, do me a favor, come on camera and wave in the back right quick so I can see you're a real person before I let you up. Don't nobody say nothing. Hold on for a second. Artie Art 2 Smart, hello, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing? Can you come on camera so we can see that you're a real person?
Oh, I'm definitely a real person. I just prefer to keep myself off camera.
Okay, but you're behind the banner, and I have to protect my channel. I have to ensure that you're a real person that's not trying to porn bomb the channel. So only I can see.
No, I'm not trying. I got my own channel, brother. You can go just look at my channel and see like that I got stuff posted from like 3 years ago. Like
Okay.
I'm a conservative. I'm not like even doing nothing like that.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you.
My channel, I actually support Trump. All that. You look at my content. I'm a conservative. 3 years. I mean, not 3 years. I mean, if you look back 3 years, I'm not. I don't even act like that, brother. I just prefer to keep myself off camera. I ain't coming in here to try to set your channel up. I just want to. I'm listening to the conversation. It sounds good. I want to participate in the conversation.
All right, I appreciate you.
He
All right,
does
y'all
have
go
a
ahead.
valid
Continue.
channel.
Yeah,
He
I'm
does have
looking
a
at
valid
his.
channel.
I'm looking at his
So-
channel right now. He good.
Okay,
So
but wait,
could
hold
we?
on.
Hold on,
Premier.
big man, because Raw was trying to say something. Go ahead, baby.
Biden is a racist. He's a confirmed, well-known racist. So I would not be surprised that he deported more immigrants because he don't like them. He don't even like black people. So that just makes sense. But I didn't even come up here for that. Y'all conversation is what it is. I came up here, babe, because I got a surprise for you.
What's the surprise you got for me? I love it. Make sure y'all support the show. Hell yeah. I love
Hey,
it.
that
Thank you,
was
baby.
dope. That was dope, bro. Yo, I see you, Raw. I see you now.
Thank you, baby. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I add that to the bingo book. Whenever y'all, whenever you want to shield for the channel until we get this monetization shit under control, we're gonna go ahead and include that video. Thank you, baby.
You're very welcome. So, and if you guys go check out the channel, we did some updates to the graphics. You know what I'm saying? My channel, his channel, we about to be back at it. We back on. But in the meantime, you know what I'm saying? We prepare for greatness around here. And if you want some of these digital deliverables, please be sure to hit up the poppatient.com/services. You know what I'm saying? I just make sure my baby look good. You know what I'm saying? I do my job. I gotta go. Bye.
Bye, baby. All right, before we continue, I do want to hear from RDR right quick. RDR, what you got really quick?
Hey, thank you for having me. Your name is Terminator Cell. I'm looking at you on my little phone or whatnot, so I'm having a hard time seeing. I'm already blind. Blind at the back. But no, I just want to thank you for letting me come on your show. Now I was sitting back listening to your conversation or whatnot. I tend to roll conservative or whatnot, I roll with Trump, and I'm trying to figure out what is the problem with ICE going into schools. What is the problem with ICE going into homes or whatnot? You see what I'm saying? My thing is this: if you illegal or whatnot, you committed a legal crime, wherever I need to go to get you, whether that's in a school or in your home, I should be able to do that. If I'm selling drugs or if I don't did a violent crime or I don't committed any type of crime and I go into my house, that don't protect me from the cops not coming into my house. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You being in the school don't protect you. And my thing is the logic behind it. Okay, we gonna go to the house or we gonna go to your parents' job. I take the home part out because we know they little loophole the immigrants use to where if they run in the house, the police can't come in behind them. They just got to leave them alone, which is not that's nonsense. That's not logical. It don't make no sense. Okay, so let's say that they pick their parents up while they at work or whatnot. ICE do. We talking about. Okay, they deport the parents. So you mean to tell me the kids is left at school where the teachers have to defend, or the teachers didn't have to call CPS, Child Protective Service, or maybe another illegal immigrant to come take care of their we think that that's a good idea. And what I'm saying is that if you're going to deport the parent, you need to go to the school and get the kid. We don't need to be bringing no more kids. I'm sorry, I'm a little long-winded. We don't need to be bringing no more kids over here into America. We already got enough felon kids in Maryland, Detroit, Michigan, Chicago, Memphis, Atlanta. These kids already can't even read up whites and blacks in these inner cities. You mean to tell me y'all care about some illegals? And what I'm saying is, no, y'all don't. Y'all running a big old, they run, not y'all that I'm talking to, y'all, the people on this channel, but the people I'm talking about, the liberals and the Democrats, they run this child sex trafficking ring. So they want to take you away from deport your parents and leave the kids for the liberals to try to raise, and would turn them into transgenders or whatnot. A whole bunch more liberals. Whole bunch of more liberals is doing mass shootings in these schools. These transgenders doing mass shootings in schools, trying to burn down churches, maybe turn them into Muslims. Is that what we're gonna do? And I'm just saying. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Do y'all agree with me on that?
Oh yeah, I agree with you on that.
I agree with you, player. Shit, I fucking agree with you, bro. It was a lot of things that was said earlier that I completely disagree. One, I'm glad to see the Democrats / liberals finally admit that we had a border problem. We had a border problem during, the Biden administration, because the Biden administration was lying, saying there wasn't a border crisis. The liberal media like CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS were saying there wasn't a border crisis. And we can't forget that Texas actually sued the Biden administration over the Texas border. Now, the person who said that majority of the illegals went into California, that is actually not true. Majority of the illegals came through that Texas border there, because that's where, if I remember correctly, that's where the harshest of the desert is at, not on the West Coast where, you got Naples, Nogales, so on and so on. So the reason why they had to ship out all these illegals it wasn't that it was the right thing to do. It was the fact that they were draining so many resources in the Texas government that they had to start deporting them into other states. And so Texas with Greg Abbott, and might I add you, that was probably one of the most gangstest moves I ever seen any governor ever do, because what it did was it brought, since you want the illegals so bad, it brought the illegals to them. Remember how, they shipped a bus of illegals to Martha's Vineyard, and it wasn't a problem when illegals weren't in their states, but when they shipped illegals to Martha Vineyards, oh my God, we got to do something. It wasn't like Biden start deporting people just because it was the law. No, Biden started deporting illegal immigrants was the fact that there was a losing argument and they were going to get smoked during the presidential debate on that shit.
Yeah. Hold on real quick, three man. Yeah, you correct about that. They did all that because they've been getting smoked for since 2016. They got smoked in 2020, but we ain't gonna get into that. But long story short, what you was just sitting there saying about Martha's Vineyard, what they did with they fake self, what the liberals always do, instead of being direct and meaning what they saying and saying what they mean and knowing the definitions of what they are saying, because the liberals, they always like to call stuff racist or are you misogynist or are you homophobic? They don't know no definition of nothing. So instead of them just being direct or whatnot, saying what they want and what they don't want, or what they do like and what they don't like, they let we'll take this is what the Martha's Vineyards did, where Obama was staying at when we don't need no border walls. Let's build them a tents, let's feed them or whatnot, acting like they was throwing parades for them, patting them on the back, dancing with them. Then they ain't make it 48 hours and they was shipping them immigrants right up out of there. But hey, they made sure they gave them some Frosted Flakes and a couple ham sandwiches and a couple little toys and some flip flops for they little. But go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Oh, but do you probably might.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't want to echo chamber because Kulu and I believe Cameron. I don't know if you positioning yourself to defend or argue for illegals. I'm still trying to gauge.
Well,
that.
I was rebuttaling what they were talking about earlier.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, after you do your rebuttal, I want to hear from either Cameron or Kulu.
And so it wasn't like they started deporting, because it was a losing effing argument, and they were getting smoked. They were literally getting smoked by the polls when they asked Democrats and Republicans, who do you trust more on the border security? It was literally 17% when it came to Democrats and 89% when it came to Republicans. So they had to start doing something. And mind I add you that majority of those deportations were rejections at the border. So if you're talking about Biden, he deport 1 million at the border. He deport 1 million people. How many people did they actually let into the fucking country? 10 million? 20 million?
It's reported around 15 to 20 million.
15, 20 million. So on top of the illegals we already had in here, so we're basically talking about what? 10% of the population might be illegal immigrants?
No, that's definitely too high.
Yeah, that's definitely too high.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that, or are you talking out your ass?
Of the U.S. population?
Man, it's way higher than that 3, man. It's way. I say it's probably about 25 to 23%. I think it's been about 60 million that don't came into here. I wouldn't have got if it would be more. Go ahead.
Well, I'm talking about illegal immigrants of all. Like,
were
we talking about 30 million?
No, I'll give you the 20 million range, like total.
So 20 million total, that includes the 15 million that came under the 4 years. Then prior towards the modern age, the beginning of the millennium, only extra 5 million from 2000 to current. You really think that number is right? I'd say about 30. 30 million is. I'm just being graceful.
If you're gonna ask them, you gotta let them answer.
So I don't believe that 15 million, and I haven't looked at the numbers. I'm looking at right now, have been confirmed to come under Biden. Last time I checked, it was 5 million to 6 million, but it seems like with Republicans, as the years go on, it's 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, 30 million, right? And I think that they do this so that they can keep, like blaming Democrats for what happened, and like instead of realizing that it's a policy issue, right? But I don't think that there's 60 million or 70 million illegal immigrants in this country. Like, to me, that's insane. Like, that blows my mind that you actually think that.
Well, then the Democrats literally lied for multiple years, saying that there wasn't a border crisis. Jean St. Pierre, the voice of the president, literally lied, said there's not a border crisis. Until Fox News start reporting the shit, then that's when they're just like, oh, this is a one occurrence.
So
come on, bruh.
I think there was an increase in border crossings and like illegals due to the pandemic, but I don't think it was like the major crisis invasion that the Republicans painted it out to be. I think that they painted it out that way so that they could use it as a tool, an optic tool, to win these elections. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
I was a progressive before.
Hold on, wait, time out. So make that statement again. You said that you think that the majority of the border crossings came during when, Kulu?
I would argue that the peak probably came during the Biden administration due to the pandemic. But since what he said 2000, I think it was just like a graduate like a casual flux of immigrants.
Yeah, but if you're making that argument, you would pretty much put the fallacy on the face of protecting America being a offshoot priority of the Biden administration, because if that was during the pandemic, bringing in more people from these countries where they had high numbers of COVID, that would actually kill us off even faster. So that would be that will furthermore prove the point that him bringing in those illegals or bringing in those refugees and those asylum seekers from those countries, which didn't have the medicine nor the vaccination nor the facilities to be able to treat people properly, bringing them into the country was another reason to call it a bad thing. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, but I think y'all are projecting intent on top of Democrats, right? Like, and just tell me if I'm wrong. Right?
I'm going by what you're saying. You said
No,
the peak. You said the peak. You said the peak of the influx was during the pandemic, right?
Yes, for sure.
Right. So if the peak of the influx was during the pandemic, these people was coming from countries that didn't have the medications, didn't have the vaccinations, didn't have the staff, didn't have the facilities to even assist those people who was already sick. Even furthermore, they had COVID. So they came into this country, possibly even already infected.
That's not true.
Well, hold on, wait, time out. Possibly even infected. And they came into this country and they was carrying the virus. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah. I mean, it's probably possible that happened. But my argument is that, like, the intention, like, wasn't of Biden to allow these illegals in to destroy the country, like most Republicans think, right? Or that they paint in the media. I'm thinking
that was the Democrat position.
No. I think our position is that, like, when you have 5 to 6 million people coming in a 4-year period, that overwhelms the system. You know what I mean? And then you got people that are abusing the asylum policies, that like they're abusing the policies that are already on the books. And it's just like when you overwhelm a system, it's the people just don't know what to do, you know, because there's so many people coming in, you know. So I think that's what, like I've been saying, that we have to address the actual policies, and that's why with the Biden border policy that he was trying to like address with Senator Langton, whatever his name is, I think that would have fixed a lot of the issues.
No, it wouldn't. It was offering amnesty to 10,000 immigrants per week in that border bill.
Omni was trying to get in right quick. I know. I know you be long-winded, bro.
All right, let me just be quick. Let me just be quick. 1 quick second. If anybody remember the Democratic presidential debates, they literally asked a question about illegal immigration and will they allow illegal immigrants into the country. Damn near every Democrat raised their hand. That's when the rise on the border happened. It started under Trump.
Thanks. All right, go ahead. Omni, you was trying to say something?
My bad, Omni.
Omni, you gotta come off mute, G. Okay, Omni didn't come off mute.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry.
You was trying to say something and I had stopped you because 3 Man was saying something. So go ahead, Omni. What was you trying to say?
No, I wasn't saying nothing.
Oh, okay.
That was me.
Yeah.
Okay, Bad Duck, my bad. Go ahead, Bad Duck.
Yeah. So if we take the conservative numbers here, we say right now there's 15 million illegal aliens in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Very conservative. And we take the U.S. population as of 2026. We're still talking 11% at that point that money is going to from the government that we're paying taxes on. That money is not coming in all cases through taxes. But we're not addressing things like, the 0.22% of homelessness in America. We can't address that because it's way more important for the liberals to address illegal aliens. So Kulu, from what I'm understanding, what you're saying is you're 100% okay with just filling this country up with illegal aliens as long as they do something.
You're halfway right. I don't think filling the country up, but yes, if some come in and they're not criminals or they're not violent criminals or they're not terrorists or whatever, then for sure, they can work their way into becoming a U.S. citizen and they're help paying, taxes. But my issue is, right? So y'all focus, you focus on like illegals and the money they're taking from the system, but this may, be, a little bit more to the conversation that we're going to talk about, but we spend so much unnecessary money on foreign wars, helping out other countries that can fix the percent homeless problem that we're talking about, right?
You're moving the goalposts.
Yeah, quit moving the goalposts because you're spewing out liberal talking points at this point. So
No.
let's
Like
not-
USAID.
The 8 trillion wasn't nothing. I'm sorry.
I moved it on purpose though to like show how if you talk about like illegals as pulling resources when they add 89.9 billion to this
Let me ask
like
you this.
economy,
Are you in a position in government?
No, I'm not. I'm an
Then how would
electrician.
you know that these wars are unnecessary?
Because I can just see with my own eyes. Like, there's no reason why we should be paying the small hats or be paying Argentina. What was Argentina? 40 billion. Like, there's no reason why we shouldn't be like doing this when we got people homeless. We
Do you
got
know what a
problems here.
currency swap
So
is?
so
Do
you
know
would
what-
rather take hold on 3-man. So you would rather take that 40 million plus and give that to illegal aliens than
No.
try to
Hold on.
use that to a country that can use it to better their situation and become more of an ally.
No, I would rather that money be used on Americans, free healthcare, fix potholes, fix bridges.
Okay, so then we can say let's not give any. Hold on, let's just say okay, fine. Then we're going to cut off all benefits that illegal aliens get, and we're going to now invest that money in potholes and infrastructure and U.S. citizens. Are you okay with that?
Yes, but here's the issue with your scenario, right?
There's no but. It's a yes or a no. It's a yes or no.
No, the answer is no.
Yeah,
but let me
hold on. But yes, but is, and I heard Hamp say this, and it took me a minute to understand why he said it. Saying yes, but is like fuck you, and I don't care what you just said, right? It's
Yeah,
disrespectful,
exactly.
right? So
Yeah,
that's
true,
you're not
true.
acknowledging what he's saying. You're more so just responding because you think that what you're about to say next is going to overthrow what he already said. So that's why yes, but is like a fuck you, right? So the thing is, acknowledge what he said. Is what he said true or not true?
True, but then here,
There's no but.
There's no but.
Yes, no, bad Doug. Yeah, okay, bad Doug. Yes, you're right. But let me explain this part right quick, okay?
And
So,
but
do you
again,
believe in separation? Okay, but do you believe in separation of state and federal government? Like state rights have the ability to like set laws, depending on their state and population.
I mean, that's kind of the way the Constitution was made. Said, yeah.
Right, so if California or New York or Chicago as a state decide to put state funds for illegal immigrants, that's what their state voted for.
then
Okay.
that state,
Then they need to stay in that state, and they need
Yes.
to not ask for any federal funds for it.
Yes.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, a majority of the funds that are coming to illegal immigrants and housing or whatever it may be is state funds. They're not federal funds.
No, that's not true.
No.
That's federal funds.
I'm pretty sure that's true. Hold on.
No,
Let me
that's
look at
not
it.
true.
No,
That's
it's not true.
As
It's
a
federal
taxpayer, if you live in Massachusetts, you paying taxes all over the country. You're not paying taxes for just Massachusetts. Those federal tax dollars is being used for government-ran national funded programs, which in this case, I'm using the argument that you're using, right? If you have an illegal population in Chicago, and Chicago is more than willing to accept those illegals, then Chicago should be responsible for those illegals. That case in point, they shouldn't have access for federal funded programs such as welfare. They shouldn't have access to food stamps. They shouldn't have access to health care. They shouldn't have access to Section 8. Those are federally funded programs, right?
I just
Go ahead, Kanye.
I just searched it and it said state and local taxes fund the majority of government expenditures directed toward undocumented immigrants. This comes from the House Budget Committee, which is the people who decide the budget for the entire country.
But the question is, federally funded taxes come from where?
They would come from the state.
Right. So if that state decides to take on a mass population of illegal immigrants, I don't know what state you live in, but I'm just using an example, right? Let's say you live in Florida. Should you be responsible for California's illegal aliens?
Wait,
Not
so
to say, but that's not how it works.
That's what I'm asking. So the state. Go ahead.
You pay different taxes to you. Like there are some taxes that will go to your state that the state pays to the federal, but there are some taxes that you will just pay to your state and the state will keep that money. and there are some taxes you'll pay just to your local government, your city local government. That'll just go to your city local government. And some of those taxes, some may go up, like go from city to state.
You still fill out a federal.
That's not how it.
Hold on, Cameron. Respectively, do you choose where your tax dollars go?
No.
Who chooses where your tax dollars go?
The budget committee, which said that the majority of undocumented immigrants funded by state and local taxes.
Okay, so when it comes down to it, I'm gonna ask you the simple question. When I don't know what state you live in, but let's just say you live in Florida. So when you pay your taxes, you don't know where they're going. You don't know if they're going to state. You don't know if they go in the federal government, right? But when you pay your taxes, let's just for hypothetical sake, let's say 50% go to the state and 50% go to the government. Are you following me so far?
Yeah.
All right. So that 50% that goes to the government, which would be the Fed, that 50% is taking care of illegals in California. You following what I'm saying, right?
That's not necessarily how it works. It's a very intricate thing. Taxation's a very intricate thing, especially in the U.S. That's why they can tax you abroad. But
let me ask you this, Cameron.
I understand what you're saying. Hold on.
Hang on 1 second. Let me just ask one question. The federal form. No, you won't. You love me. The federal form that you fill out.
The brothers floating in the air.
It was about to happen. I swear. Go ahead, man.
No.
Ask that question.
The federal form that you fill out and the federal taxes that you pay directly to the federal government. What do you think those are used for?
What are they used for? They're gonna be used for majority social services, war. Like not
And
war,
military.
military.
What do those social
defense.
services consist of?
That would be healthcare. That would be healthcare subsidies. That would be food stamps. That would be.
You mean all the money
SSI.
you mean the money that's going to the illegal aliens in any state?
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's exactly.
No.
Wait, stop. That's exactly how that works.
How do local property taxes work? Like the ones that fund your local.
We're not talking.
You pay,
we're not talking
you pay
about
your property
hold
tax,
on.
right?
Cameron,
and it
Cameron.
goes to the school. Like that's how it works.
Cameron, hold on. We're not talking
It
about
stays
local.
at the school. It doesn't.
Cameron.
It doesn't go up.
Cameron, we're not talking about local property tax. We're talking about federal tax that is being used to fund illegal aliens. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That doesn't happen for the most part. That's what I'm saying. The majority comes from state and local.
And those state and local that you pay, right?
Yes.
Right. And that state and local goes to the feds, right?
Not all of it.
That's not the question. Listen to the question. That state and local goes to the feds, right?
Then in every case, you're paying something to someone else. Like that doesn't matter.
Absolutely. So here's the thing. The portion from the state and the local that goes to the federal, which then goes into these social services programs that you're talking about, right? Hold on, let me let Kulu back up 1 second. All right, cool. So those state and local taxes, which is going into the federal side, that is going into these federally funded programs that are being utilized by illegal aliens. Would you agree or disagree?
That's a very general statement. So yes, I agree.
Okay, so these illegal aliens utilizing these federally funded programs are getting social services. Would you agree or disagree?
In very small part, in very select
Oh my God.
circumstances.
Oh Lord! You know the number that the federal government gives the states for social program stuff. You better look it up.
Yeah, and they have to include the kids that are citizens.
Hold on. Is that?
Yeah, I would.
That's good with the
Oh, that is Leonard. Leonard Roy, what's going on? All right, so really quick, lunatic libertarian, what's going on, man?
Well, state and federal taxes both fund the
Leonard,
welfare thing.
Hold on.
What's
Leonard.
the
I said-
majority, though?
Hold on,
State
y'all.
and
Hold
local.
on. Wait, time out.
Hold on.
This is still my show.
Hey, Leonard, what's good, bruh?
It's
been a minute, man.
I kick your ass off this podcast too. So, lunatic libertarian, what's going on, G? What's good with you, big dog?
How's everybody doing? Thank you for having me on. Yeah, I don't trust the government for as far as I can throw them. I think that I'm minarchist, they can say, or anarchist. I don't think the government has any good intentions. I
Time
believe
out.
all
Hold on,
centralized.
lunatic. Are you on Wi-Fi?
Yes.
As you're talking, there is a burp through your internet. Did y'all hear it too? As he was talking,
Literally sounds like a burp.
Yeah. So lunatic, that's because you're on Wi-Fi. Try getting off your Wi-Fi, and then we'll come back to you. Leonard, what's going on, man?
Oh, I was listening in, just ghost listening. And when it comes to the welfare thing, that's both state and federal taxes going to one pot. And what percentage of who goes where and all of this, I mean, that's like saying, well, how much doggone water is in gumbo, but then you put frozen seafood in there and the seafood is frozen. So when it thaws out, the water comes from the crab legs and the crayfish. So that adds to the actual amount. I'm like, come on, stop cutting hairs. It is what it is. State and federal taxes, regardless of where you pay them at, it funds all of that. And, you get that for the doggone, for the illegals. Anybody notice they don't get Social Security benefits?
Absolutely. That's because they can't. All right, really quick, let me go back to lunatic. Lunatic, let's try it again.
Can you hear me okay? Is there any more burp?
Yeah, it's still a little bit of a burp, but it's okay though. We can deal with it. Go ahead. What you got?
I might have to adjust my microphone settings. I don't know in StreamYard, but my thing is that I'm not about a
Still doing it.
government. All right, let me come back. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Go ahead and come back in. Artie, did you? Is that you that came off mic? Artie, are too smart.
Yeah, no, I've been sitting muted or whatnot. I did want to say one thing, add to what y'all was saying, is if you illegal, how are you working, or how are you getting W-2s if you illegal or whatnot? So that means that you getting paid under the table, which I thought, if I'm not correct, ain't that a federal crime?
So California came up with this policy that specifically allowed for illegals to have access to healthcare. These other states adopted California's policy, and they allowed for illegals to get on this program as well. So that's how they was able to do this. Now, Democrats,
Medi-Cal.
Yeah, Medi-Cal. There it is. Thank you. So what they did was they tried to sweep it under the rug. Says, oh, illegals can't have access to welfare. They can't have access to benefits. When in truth, do. This is why in the big beautiful bill it specifically targeted Medi-Cal, because that's where the access point starts at. And that happened up on the Biden. So that's how.
And before that, you had Obama with the DACA program. And the doggone plot behind that was they'll work and they'll pay all the taxes, including Social Security taxes, but they're ineligible to draw Social Security. So those illegals that are supposed to be getting their citizenship, that are paying Social Security taxes, was basically searing up they're always talking about how Social Security is running out.
Absolutely.
So it was a huge move. But hey, people argue with me because, I don't have any letters behind my name.
Nah, we can't argue with you, Leonard. You were here.
No,
when
I ain't
most
talking
of
about you. I'm talking about other folk.
No, I'm just saying I don't think
my
anybody
name.
is qualified to argue with you because you were there with most of the
You
laws
have the
were written.
bullshit that
I mean, you
illegals
ain't
take
shit.
more than what they pay in.
All right, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me give a shout out to one of the biggest, hugest supporters and sponsors of the show. OG Burnell is in the motherfucking chat, and I already know he want the yam. So give me 1 sec, y'all. Let me go ahead and celebrate the OG Burnell.
Here's Charlie Wilson.
Can I get to the
Now, as always, OG Burnell like it when we knock motherfuckers through the air, so this one's for him as well.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Last but not least, make sure y'all support the show by supporting the show. All right, cool. Greatly appreciate everybody for being in the building. Lunatic just came back in, so hopefully his mic is working really good this time. But other than that, make sure y'all support the show by hitting the Cash App, the Venmo, or the PayPal. If you need the direct links, they are right there in the chat. If you need the names, I'm gonna keep this on the screen just in case y'all need it. You got Cash App, which is $SELLYOULIGHT. That's Cellulite. You got PayPal, which is Butterfly Progressive, and you got Venmo, which is Mind Chaos Brew. Appreciate each and every last one of y'all. All right, y'all continue the discussion. Go ahead.
So, is I going to answer this question? So, y'all think that illegals use more money from the government than they pay in? Like, are y'all of that mindset?
Yes.
Yes.
What stats or numbers do y'all got to confirm that? Because when I look at it, it's supposed to be
you asked.
Okay,
You asked, hold on, wait. You asked the panel a question. We only got 2 so far. So let's ask Bad Duck, Lunatic, Omni, and then RDR2 Smart and Camera. Lunatic, do you think that illegals? Oh, what was your question again, Kulu?
Do they use more federal money than they pay in?
Okay, cool. All right, Bad Duck, do you think they use more than they pay in? You muted. Bad Duck, you muted. Okay, yes. Okay, Lunatic, do they use more than they pay in?
Microphone check. Can you hear me without any?
It's still a burp there, but we're gonna work with it. Okay, so do you think illegals use more than they pay in?
No.
Okay. Omni, do they use more than they pay in?
Yes, because we support Somalia's entire GDP. What are you talking about?
RDR2 Smart. RDR2 Smart. Do you think we use more? I mean, do they use more than what they pay in?
Listen, just like he said, we was funding Somalian terrorists in their own country. We basically rebuilding Somalia with scam money from American taxpayers. Second thing is, all these immigrants, they don't even make up the top jobs in America to where they making and grossing that much money to pay into the system or whatnot. You see what I'm saying? So definitely, if you notice in all the fraud and all the little schemes and scams, oh yeah, they definitely taking way more than they give.
All right, cool. And
in all fairness, I mean, Somalia's GDP is what, like $73.50 a year or something. So
pretty much. All right, really,
back up. That's only what we know. We just using Somalia. I'm pretty sure we know.
Well, I have numbers.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I got 2 more people to ask. So, Cameron, do you think that that illegals are using more federal funding than they are paying into federal funding?
Say that again. Sorry,
do you think that illegals are using more federal funding than they are paying into federal funding?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, and then last 3-man, are illegals? Are 3-man, are illegals using more funding than they are paying into funding?
Oh, they're absolutely using more funding. When it comes to emergency costs under Medicare, they spend about $16.7 billion average per year. When it comes to education for undocumented immigrants, they spend about $78.7 billion on average a year.
Appreciate that.
So
really quick, hold on, let me shout out the money right quick. Shout out to Hector. Appreciate you for the cash app, big homie. Thank you very much for supporting the show. Greatly appreciate you. Anybody else that want to support the show, just let us know and we can drop the links for you. All right, y'all, go ahead. It's open discussion time.
So on average, that is just healthcare and education. That doesn't include any other social networks they're going to be they're going to be using. So currently, right now, what is that? What 90? I'm not a mathematician here. What is that, like around $96 billion? So we're talking about currently we're talking about $8 billion in the hole when it comes to illegal immigrants. Because you said earlier it was 88.1 billion
Yeah,
dollars, right? Of tax dollars they bring in. So right there, it shows they're a net negative.
Hold on, y'all. Lunatics. I gotta adjust lunatics mic.
As much money at any project or any problem that you want. It's still an arbitrary argument because how much actual influx of labor is being implemented into those problems, right? And to any kind of system that implements money to the problem, and you can have monetary value added to an individual or a group of individuals, you're not going to solve the problem. Just as long as it keeps getting funded and you created another system that says we're going to take advantage, right? So I don't think anybody really takes advantage because they got the mindset that the control system already has them. The entertainment system is what's more valuable in the United States than anything else. We pay streamers. What is it? I think the largest streamer in the world is Trainwrecks. He gets paid almost $50 million a month to entertain the youth and take their time away from building skill sets or assets that are beneficial to their ability to be a productive human being. Whether they participate in a society or they're an individual out there doing it for themselves as a hermit, it doesn't matter. I think we have this mindset in this country that money's going to solve problems or it's going to be the greatest thing ever. Money that was created from the Federal Reserve System is a big issue for me because centralized banks are part of the biggest issue of why we have this corporatist mindset. Now, socialist ideology, if you're talking about FDR, that all comes after the centralization of our money. When it wasn't centralized, it was the quote unquote wild, wild west. And it just depends on what history lesson that you're going to believe as far as the real history of this country. So
I appreciate everything that you said, but you moved like 13 different goalposts. So
I'm sorry, but it's a big issue and it's hard to isolate in the beginning to the end.
Yeah. So, but we dealing with the illegal immigration issue, right? So I didn't get your thoughts on that. What's your thoughts on the illegal immigration game? Do you think that illegal immigrants are a benefit or a deficit to the American economy? That's the lunatic.
I think that illegal immigration is very beneficial to the American economy because it's being exploited. Now, other portions of illegal immigration are manipulating what they can use as far as our systems and then
Somebody has music playing. All right, go ahead. Continue.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can see. Go ahead.
And then you have other illegal immigrants that are canceling them out because they are manipulating or exploiting the systems. So, yet again, it's a very difficult argument when you talk about people that are compliant with the country's rules and regulations of society and those that want to integrate themselves to benefit off of a manipulation system that can be exploited.
All right, y'all go ahead. We got his position now. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. All right, y'all go ahead.
So what I'm hearing libertarians say in one breath is, oh, they think that they can just take federal tax dollars and that can fix all their problems and this and this and that. That's what libertarians think. That's what liberals think. That's what we already know. You see what I'm saying? But when you sit here saying that you think that bringing illegal aliens into America to replace the citizens or whatnot, well, how are you going to take here and pay for them? You're going to have to use federal tax dollars. So you speaking out of both sides of your neck.
Already, libertarians are not liberals, just so we're clear on that.
Okay, they ain't.
No.
They're like, I think like basically anarcho-capitalists.
They're constitutionalists. And they don't want the government involved in anything that they're not supposed to be involved in per the Constitution. That's a libertarian.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Yeah.
I learned something new today.
That's the 70 billion. So he is right about the 70 billion, but I looked deeper into it, and that covers U.S. born citizens with parents of illegal immigrants, which is about 8% or 80% of the 70 billion, right? So that 70 billion is being majority used for U.S. citizens. But like, if you believe that children of like illegals that come in aren't citizens, then I can see your point, right? But 80% of that 70 billion is being used on U.S. citizens.
Well, I guess that was direct towards me. Yeah, I don't believe children of illegals are citizens, bruh. Because I know that the birthright citizenship law that was meant for my ancestors. So do I consider bastard children of the parents who took the easy way in? Fuck no. Never be American citizen in my eyes. I will rather stick up for a child of a racist white man who has history of white supremacists in his bloodline. I will rather stick up for that for somebody who's going to, you know what, we're just going to take the easy way out. And to all my legal immigrants who decided they want to come to the United States legally, hearing some of these Democrats and liberals on here, you're a fucking sucker if you do this shit the right way, is basically what I hear. You're a fucking sucker.
Let me respond real quick, right? So it is U.S. state law that any child born in America is a U.S. citizen, right? So until they change that, then, you know, I'm not going to agree with you, right? But if they change the law, then
I won't respect
I can agree with you.
I don't respect it.
I mean,
because the fact that
sure.
Quick question. Are you a brother of color? Or you're a white man?
I'm mixed, native and black.
You're mixed with native and black. The fact that you could say that shit is fucking ridiculous, bruh.
Why?
Can't believe that dog. The fact that you can say that is ridiculous because of the fact that your ancestors, if you're Native American and black, so you actually have skin. Your ancestors actually have skin in the game. When it comes, like, Native Americans didn't become citizens of the United States who were like, what, 40 years after the children of black slaves became. So the fact that you will take the opposite position of that, no offense, bro, you're a fucking disgrace to your ancestors. Your ancestors died for no fucking reason. They got slaughtered for no reason at all. Knowing that this is what they fucking produce after generations of struggle. Absolutely fucking insane.
Well, okay, let me respond. So my ancestors, they let the white man in here willingly. Like without a passport, without any peppers, like the original Mayflower people, those were the original undocumented immigrants, right? So they let them in here, right?
No.
So if we're gonna be honest, right? Like if we're gonna deport people, we should start deporting the descendants of the people from the Mayflower and anything afterwards, right? That's what we should be deporting. Like if we're gonna start deporting any everybody, right? But I don't think I'm a disgrace because I think that immigration is a good thing. I mean, we benefited tremendously. Like the reason why we're number one in the world today is because of immigration.
The reason why you're number one today is because of the sacrifice that white Americans made, black Americans made, and and Native Americans that were made. The blood that was spilled on this land is the reason why. Not when it comes to immigration. Okay, when it comes to immigration, name me 3 major inventions that immigrants who immigrated to the United States created. Go.
The new.
Hold on, wait, hold on for a second. Hold on, Lunatic. If you had got a phone call, okay, you got to go out and come back in. Yeah. All right, that's why you couldn't hear. All right, go ahead, y'all.
Hey,
Manhattan Project.
Can I make a quick point real quick?
Sure.
For a person to say that the people on the Mayflower, slave ships or white and blacks that came over on slave ship, on any ship at that time, that we should be the ones that be deported because we immigrants. You can't call us immigrants. We fought for this land over here. We beat the Mexicans up. We beat the Canadians up. We beat the Germans up. If the French want it, whoever wants it in on this world, America, we got the smoke on. So you can't, somebody coming, a Mexican coming over here, or somebody coming over here that ain't a Native American that came off them slaves. You can't tell me nothing. We've been getting it in blood since the start of America. So I don't want to hear from nobody that runs from smoke. I want to hear from people that want all the smoke.
Kulu, wait till he's done, Kulu.
Hold on. So if illegals came over here and started beating up everybody and took over the country, does that make them Americans? No, it doesn't, right? It doesn't.
You won't be able to do that. You talking about a scenario because we are the power. We are the power.
I'm using your same scenario. Native Americans were the power at one point when people from the Mayflower shit came, and just like you use your scenario that they started beating people up and became Americans, right? So the same could be said for them, but you wouldn't consider them Americans, right? So that points your.
You can't make that argument, Kulu. You can't make that argument because Native Americans didn't have a centralized government called the United States at that time. It was free land that multiple tribes kept to themselves or fought with each other on.
But it was still their country, though, right?
No, it wasn't their country.
It wasn't a country.
Bad
Everybody's talking at once, so let me get some control. Hold on, everybody's talking at once, so let me get some control. So first Kulu, and then Lunatic, and then RDR Too Smart. Go ahead, Kulu.
Yeah, so real quick, the three inventions, which to me are major from Life for Immigrants, and thank you, are the telephone was invented by an immigrant, AC current, which is electricity, which was invented by Nikola Tesla, who was an immigrant, and then blue jeans. But I can go into other medical things and stuff like that. So those are important inventions that made America great, right? So to the second point, this country was already a country by Native Americans, whether they had a military guarding the border, whether they had tribes, it doesn't matter. It was their country and people came and took it, which is how the world works. And they formed their own country. I'm not arguing that. But to say that if illegals came in and beat everybody up, now they're American, we would all say that's bullshit. They're terrorists, right? They're invading our country. But you can't use the same argument for colonizers from the Mayflower. That blows my mind.
Go ahead.
Now, my bad.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead. I'm trying to get some order back, so give me a second. Go ahead, Lunatic, and then it's RDR, and then y'all got it. Go ahead, Lunatic.
Okay, so there's this thing about the colonizers, right? Well, the very first colonizers to North America were the Vikings back in 900 AD. And then you had the Spaniard conquistadors that invaded the Caribbean islands first. Then they went to South America and worked their way up through Central America all the way into Mexico. I mean, it just depends on what story you want to believe, but disease destroyed most indigenous tribes. And that's a fact. I mean, and it didn't matter where it came from. It was still a foreign body that came to the indigenous. And it's not a thing that is an irrelevant factor when we talk about these arguments. I think that we get all caught up into our identity politics to say whether I'm this or I'm that, I'm this label, I'm this title, I'm this category. Most of my platform eliminates that conversation if there's a debate because you have to speak about human beings, right? I can say that I'm a veteran, I'm a person of color. Some people want to debate whether I'm a person of color, depending on whether your father is the person that actually descends that melanation on you, or it's your mother. So, yet again, it just depends on what argument you really want to have. And when it comes to the control factors of this government, I would implore everybody to read the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers. It is free. It is about how the indoctrination of this union came to be. Now, people hate the Confederacy. The Confederacy gave us our Bill of Rights. People hate the Constitutionalists. Well, the Constitutionalists wanted centralized control. It just depends on what story you want to believe and what history you want to believe.
But we're getting way off topic.
No, but I'm just saying, when we talk about the origins of our problems, when we talk about the origins, you got to get back to the origin of the issue. You can't just go back, oh, well, we're going to go 5-10 years back in history. You have to follow the events that led us down this road. And identity politics has conflated everything. So, yet again, that's why I implore everybody to start from the beginning so that their understanding of why our systems are the way they are has a baseline. That is the only thing that I bring.
Really quick, Lunatic, I have a question for you. The 14th was it 14th or 15th Amendment, if I'm not mistaken. That was where we get birthright citizenship from, right? Okay, so when it comes to these anchor babies, that's why I'm trying to understand what Kulu is bringing, right? So you're a person who reads the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about birthright citizenship?
Okay, so birthright citizenship, if you are a productive person in this country, right? And this is before all illegal immigration, because illegal immigration depends on whether you bring papers and you have documentation to recognize the person that you were before, right? But if you look at Ellis Island, there is no real documentation that follow those people. There are people that change their names depending on, when they came into this country. So it's a real kind of sketchy slope when we look at the patterns of history. Mm-hmm. And I am all about productive human beings in society. I don't want decay in society. Mm-hmm. So I am for the argument, get rid of the decay, keep the productives. Because the land of the free was offered to everybody, according to the story I was told in public education.
Got you. All right, RDR, you got it, and then it's back to open discussion from there.
Thank you. Your freedom is offered to you as the individual. The freedoms of America ain't offered to everybody else. The freedoms of America come from my ancestors, Native American black ancestors and Native American white ancestors, getting out here and fighting for everything and working for everything that America is right now. These other countries, they're not doing that. They had the free will to be able to fight and make their own country better, but they're not able to do that. The second thing is Kalulu is misconstruing, talking about somebody took something from the Native American Indians, and he's disrespecting them. Because the Native American Indians fought a good battle. They fought to try to keep the land from the white man, and they lost. That ain't no took. That ain't took. That you got into the game. You got your butt spanked, and you took it like a man, and you walked off. You misconstruing two different things, Kalulu, and that's the difference. The problem that I have with immigrants is that we letting a whole bunch of beggars into America. You letting a whole bunch of weak men and weak individuals in America, and that ain't how America was started and founded. So you ain't doing nothing but watering America down and making us soft.
So can I just follow real quick? So I'm not denying that Native Americans lost the battle, right? They obviously lost, which is why we are here today, right? But if Native Americans would have took the same path that we see the so-called our government taking today, then Bad Duck wouldn't be here. Like a bunch of people in America would not be here, right? They'd be back in their native European country. It's okay. I'm not arguing that. But my whole point and my whole premise is that illegal immigration is not bad. It's actually helped benefit the country in small ways, but that are impactful. That's my whole point. But the only reason I brought up the Native American argument is because I'm saying that, like, we're going to deport people. Why not, like, go back further in time and start deporting the descendants of those people that were originally here? Because it's open Pandora's box. It's open. You know what I mean? Like, it's open.
It's because the Native Americans lost. Now, illegal immigrants, bro, like, as a truck driver, I'm a truck driver. We got some blue collar workers up here, probably. I know somebody said they're an electrician, right? Was that you, Cooley?
Yeah, that was Kulu. He said he's an electrician.
Okay. So, as a truck driver, I know when the illegals were here, they were literally bringing down the rates when it comes to brothers like me. So if they're taking 40 a year, I make 100. I make 100 plus a year. Who do you think the brokers are gonna go to? The guy who's making 40 or the guy who's making 100? But knowing
Yeah,
that
the
what
guys
that
making 40
illegals,
because
you said what? I didn't hear you, Cooley.
yes, they're gonna take the guy that's 40K because they can maximize the profit.
Okay, so it's about maximizing profit. And so when it comes to, you say you're a Democrat, right? So you believe in a increase in minimum wage, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so how can you increase minimum wage when you have somebody below you shorting the bitch?
So
wouldn't it be more of a harm to the American citizens? Because, well, we're going to increase the minimum wage, let's say about $2, right? Increase it by $2. Well, the people who are illegal, they're like, well, fuck it, I take $2 less. You say you maximize profit, right? So, who are you gonna go with? You're gonna go with the guy that's $2 less, right? Right?
Yes, for sure. But that's the thing, though, right? So the minimum wage jobs that I'm talking about, right? Like they're paying a paycheck. They're most likely not paying cash under the table. Had to have an ID.
And what jobs
or like
are you talking about?
Work to get those type of jobs, right? So,
hey y'all, I'm stepping away for a second, so y'all behave like adults and carry on the conversation.
Like
what jobs are you talking about?
Man, somebody gotta say something. It's dead air. I said I'm stepping away.
Oh shit! I think the stream froze or something.
Somebody gotta say something. It's dead air. I said I'm stepping away.
Shit!
No, I can't hear because the host left.
Yeah, I couldn't hear because.
Okay, so you want to talk about the trucking field, right? Well, I'm a master diesel technician, all right, and I'm CWI trained, and I'm trained in also HVAC systems. And when I talk about skill sets, it's about, do you intimately know the knowledge in which you're talking about? And most people don't. And most people only go off the predication that they just have enough to get by. And when does that have ever been acceptable to people that are actually relying on themselves to actually get through the systems, right? Whether it be the system of the earth or the system of what's going on with your crops, your animals that actually sustain your life. And I think that's where people get things conflated. I think that people are more wanting to be entertained than to be a productive human being in society. They take their time and use money as an exchange to reduce the fact that they need responsibility on themselves as far as their brain power and the power behind the muscle of what you're physically capable of. And that's something that's lost because we centralized our education systems to government. That's lost because we centralized our healthcare to government. That's lost because we centralized our nutrition to government. And it's all been corrupted by lobbying systems. And that's all I got to say on that.
Yeah, I think it's a different conversation than what we're having here. So I was seeing Cash App, but here's my problem, and I want to see if we can build a bridge here between Republicans and Democrats. Right? I think the issue of like illegal immigrant, is a byproduct of what we're seeing when it comes to capitalism, right? Or the consumer.
Like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
One second, y'all. Shit. All right, my bad, y'all. My bad. 1 second, y'all. Appreciate you for the Cash App. Thank you very much. Lunatic, you got 10 minutes in the back, big dog. I'll bring you back up in 10 minutes. Somebody paid to get you down.
So I want to see if we can build a bridge and see if y'all agree, right? I think the problem is if we increase, right, the wage on, let's say, the farm picking jobs, right, then the fruits automatically become more expensive because the company's trying to make back the money that they're paying for the labor force. If we can figure out a way to pay Americans, you know, a decent wage at doing those jobs while keeping the cost down, then I think that kind of fixes the problem. But
that's called capitalism.
Thank you. Kalulu, I'm sorry, bad. No, that's called capitalism. But Kalulu, you seem to think that you can piss up a mountain. You can't piss up a mountain, sir. It ain't going. It's not. I mean, if you trying to build a bridge that ain't gonna build. So you basically saying, jump out here in this water. I don't know how to swim or whatnot. Or come save me. Hold up, you gonna drown me. You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna work. Somebody gonna have to drown, and I'm just gonna have to swim back to shore. It ain't gonna be able. It's not gonna work. What you saying is basically, if we do what you saying basically, it's gonna drown America and it's gonna drown you. It ain't gonna work.
No, but that's the argument that the Republicans are making, is that Americans can do those jobs, you know, if we pay them a decent wage. But if we pay them that decent wage at doing those low tier jobs, that means the price of that product is gonna go up. Which means
that just means that that's not necessarily true, but two, we're just following what the Democrats put in place. So why are you complaining?
We see it, right?
So cool. So let me explain it to you how it works, right? So let's just say I got you used strawberry earlier, right? I got a strawberry farm, right? And strawberries right now, I might be a little off, but strawberries currently right now per bundle is about $4.58 at Walmart, right? So what would happen is the farm workers, they're working there. Let's say they're working there for $10 an hour. They're working there for $10 an hour. And the illegals, you know, we kick them off and we start going to the cities like, hey, we got farm work for $15 an hour. What you will see is you will see a small increase in the price of strawberries. What will eventually happen is the market will decide if they're going to pay for that price and increase in strawberries. So the owner, the chairman, the shareholders of the company, they have a decision to make. Either lose mass product and lose a shitload of money, or start losing profit. Most people are going to be like, well, if you're a sane person, we're just going to lose a little bit of profit.
Yeah, but that's not what
that's what you will call. That's what you Democrats will call eating the rich.
Yes. Okay. So
because that's what's going to happen, though. That's what exactly will happen. Because the market will decide that we're not paying $6 for strawberries.
For sure, yes. But here's the problem with like this scenario is that that CEO that makes that decision, and let's say they don't maximize their profit, they're going to be replaced by another CEO that's going to maximize their profit. So whether that means it's cutting the labor force to make up for that extra profit, whether that means lowering the wage, and whatever it may be, that's what they're going to do. It's all about maximizing profits. So if we can find a way to not incentivize or not care about profits, then I would agree with y'all. You're right. Then
you would never figure out a way to not care about profits.
And that's the problem right there, right?
That is not a problem. That is not a problem.
Yes, because that's why the big corporations don't want to pay the right wages or livable wages, because it increases the product and it minimizes their profits.
You know, at least 50% or more of those companies are owned by Democrats, not Republicans. Just so we're clear.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not arguing that, but these people, at the end of the day, like, they care about their profits and they're willing to make their bonus checks and their profits rather than, you know, help out the average American. So increasing the wages will increase the product, which will cause more money coming out of Americans' pockets that we less have to save, less have to get the things we need. That's the problem.
Wait. Aren't we talking about giving everybody the chance to have the American dream and build a company and become rich and make massive profits? Isn't that what immigration's all about? Now you're saying you don't want that to happen?
No, so no, like y'all are missing my point here, right? It's the problem that we're having is the maximizing profits, which is why we see the influx of illegals that are coming to this country, and these corporations, they're probably donating to people that are allowing these people to come through because they're just going to come into their company and work for cheaper ways so they can maximize their profits, right? So
why are you shaking your head? That's exactly. Corporations love illegal immigration. They love it.
And that's my problem.
Corporations are not participating in
Right? Is that if we can somehow
there are people
not care about profits.
That's so silly. So you got a massive corporation that you're saying is going to participate in illegal activity, which causes them to avoid taxes, which causes tax fraud.
Yeah.
Be realistic. Them big corporations are not part of that.
Yeah, and so what? Like you're actually talking about the farmers who are responsible for that. And so, but like I said earlier, most companies are not gonna. They're not gonna see a whole entire harvest go to waste. You know what will fucking happen? They will go out of fucking business, bro.
Yep.
According to ICE itself, many businesses knowingly hire unauthorized workers or accept fraudulent identification documents. And then here's one from the Center from Migration Reports. Many corporations use undocumented labor, either directly or indirectly, to increase profits and lower how much it costs for regulation work, for all that. Like, it's so much cheaper.
Yes, you're absolutely right. And it's called is fraud on the illegal immigrant side, because of, like,
that's the corporation. Corporations knowingly hiring illegal immigrants because it's cheaper is exactly why.
Do you realize these illegals use multiple ITIN numbers, multiple social security numbers, stolen social security numbers, stolen work permit numbers? You realize that, right? So a corporation is not going to knowingly hire somebody who is illegal. What they will do is they will look the other way until something is brought, until something like, I don't know, employment e-verification shit. Then once that e-verification, like it is happening in Florida, I think it happened, I'm not sure if it's happening in Texas, but I know it's damn sure happening in Florida. You start seeing the illegals lose their jobs. And who's going to replace them? It's going to be A, robots, and B, American citizens.
What do you think is the main way they stop these companies from hiring illegal immigrants? I'll tell you, it's fines. These companies will oftentimes benefit more than from hiring these illegal immigrants and then just pay the fines when they get taken, like they do with everything else. Fucking what is it called? Like the ecosystem.
Mm-hmm.
They pay fines when they want to just dump it in water. Like what?
So, and this is the problem with the Republican frame of thinking, right? They support capitalism 100%, but capitalism creates illegal immigrants. So now they're mad at the illegal, like not mad at the illegal immigrants, but not mad at the corporations for incentivizing them to come and hiring them. How come Trump hasn't passed the law?
Democrats incentivize
them. Stop. Hold on. You said capitalism creates illegal immigrants?
For sure, yes.
No, I didn't hear that.
Hold on. Wait, Kulu, is that what you said?
Yes, sir, Sal.
You know that's a crock of shit, right?
That is
no, sir.
How in the hell? Wait, hold on. Time out. Cameron, you agree with that?
I 100% agree with that. Go look around the world at all our banana republics we did just for corporate interest. Get out of here. And then guess what? Many of them were in the global south. Many of them in Latin America. Guess where most of our illegal immigration comes from? Latin America and South America. Crazy. Like
so just to make sure that everybody understand what y'all are saying, right? All right, 10 minutes is up. All right, cool. Let me bring Lunatic back up. 1 second. My bad,
You
y'all.
realize
Hold on. I'm operating from my phone, so let me. I gotta take it step by
I
step. So y'all
got
be
you.
patient with me. So really
So,
quick,
oh my
Lunatic, you
bad.
back on stage. So I want to understand your full scope of thinking. You're saying that capitalism, as the whole entire ideology and the system of capitalism, is what creates illegal immigration.
Specifically to maximize the profits. Yes.
To maximize profits.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the one goal of
Explain.
capitalism.
Wait. Hold on. Explain socialist and communist countries.
What about them?
What are you going to explain about them?
Explain socialist and communist countries.
Like
How is it that these countries, which are socialist and communistic, how is it that they are generating mass profits if they're not participating in capitalism?
Because they still exist in a global capitalist system. To fully transfer to communism, you would need a worldwide thing of socialist states. A worldwide it's like globalism kind of.
Yeah, see, Cameron, this is where you liberals piss me off, right? And with respect to your arguments,
liberals hate socialists.
Bullshit. This is where y'all liberalists piss me off, right? So you're trying to equate economy based on access to a border or the lack thereof. That's bullshit. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna go back on mute and y'all got it. But there's no way you can correlate the lack of a border being the reason that capitalism is a problem. Because if you look at these communist and these socialist countries, you look at where they don't participate in any type of capitalistic system other than just financials. You can't go to these countries and be an illegal alien and you stay and reside within that country and generate money. That's not how that works. So you can't blame illegal immigration on capitalism. That's bullshit.
That proves
a
point,
lot of
right?
these illegals from Latin America, they went through multiple countries legally just to illegally come in the United States.
Yeah. So
I think that's fucking hilarious.
Let me respond to Sal's point, right? So let me correlate it for y'all. The fact that corporations, right? So we're talking about maximizing profits. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the whole scale of capitalism, just maximizing profits, right? The maximizing of profits incentivizes corporations to hire illegal immigrants for less the cost of Americans, so they can make maximize profits. If that didn't exist, then they wouldn't be hiring illegal immigrants. They would be hiring American workers because they don't care about maximizing the profits. Now, my second point is that you don't see a migration or illegal immigrant problem in these socialist and communist countries. You just don't see that because of these corporations incentivizing illegal immigrants because of maximizing profits. They want a cheaper labor force because that's the cost of a business is labor force. So if they can get a cheap labor force under the table with no medical insurance, no liabilities and all that, they're going to take that route rather than go the other way, like the alternative route. That's how it correlates.
Actually, a person who went into who has actually been to a socialist country, they actually have strict border laws. Their border laws are so fucking strict, you might fucking die if you try to illegally come into their country.
And
they don't have a problem. Go ahead, Omni.
I was just saying that's what a lot of people don't understand. Compared to other countries, it is so easy to come into the U.S. and operate. It is ridiculously easy. And if you have a problem with the standard that in order to become a citizen in the U.S., you need to look at the standard to become a citizen in some of these other countries. Some countries, if you don't gross or net $100,000 a year annually, you're not allowed to be a citizen because they need that money. They need you to be a contributing member of their society. You're not just going to come in and then get a bunch of welfare programs from those countries. They need you to contribute, and they have strict laws governing such.
Well, you have things like
it really baffles me. Is like, yeah, we should just let everybody in and grandfather all the ones that come in, and who cares if they get to vote illegally, and who cares if they get food stamps, and who cares if they get free housing and everything that hardworking Americans have to actually work their fingers to the bone for. Who cares? Just let them have it for free.
My homie, he works. He's been working in Thailand ever since we graduated high school. He pays taxes in Thailand, and he also pays taxes in America. He has a wife. He has a child. You want to hear something funny? He is about to be almost 20 years. He's still not a fucking citizen of Thailand yet.
Well, you
And
take
he's
countries like Portugal, and they're the same way. In order to even get citizenship in Portugal, you've got to invest $250,000 in land or in a business, and then you've got to spend 3 years there before they'll even talk about citizenship. And then people here get mad because Trump comes out and says, for $5 million, not 300 or 250,000, for $5 million, we'll give you a gold card.
Well, they're equating financial participation, right, versus your participation as far as skill sets, right? What's your productivity as far as the prosperity of your society? And that is actually antiquated to your value. So if that's what I don't understand right now in the current demographic of politics. Where is the productive participation in society that allows you to say that I am allowed this kind of grandiose kind of position, right? And I'm not talking about like a caste system or a hierarchy. I'm just trying to understand where, Democratic Socialist says the value of the labor is this, when we understand that general labor is very easy to acquire because it doesn't require much knowledge or skill set. But yet again, I'm a master diesel technician. If 3-man podcast is a truck driver, I'm the guy going out there and plugging in $14,000 worth of scan tool equipment into his truck in a 2026 vehicle if he's driving one. And then I got to use almost 25 years of experience to make sure that that 2-hour diagnostic time is accounted for so that it's billable. But yet again, we can antiquate that, the negotiation between the trucking company, because they spend so many millions of dollars with the company that is actually providing their services. That dude's labor is going to be reduced to make sure that that bank account, which is their PO system, is satisfying their economics.
So here's the problem with the whole conversation, and I'll be very quick. Is we're focusing on the effect instead of the cause, right? And this is why, to me, I have a problem with us not discussing the cause and how to prevent it, right? So, for example, if Trump were to put out laws or an executive order, right? If anybody caught hiring illegal immigrants, they're going to be persecuted, arrested, and put in jail. That would stop a lot of these companies from hiring them. And then that will disincentivize these illegal immigrants from staying here because now there's no job, there's no money to keep coming into the pockets to live. So now they have to go somewhere else. So we're focusing on, for example, right? If we're leaving trash, fruits everywhere, and then we see all these fruit flies, now we're complaining about the fruit flies. The fruit flies this, the fruit flies that. Let's talk about the person leaving the fruit around, right? That's creating.
No, but they're doing that also.
Hold on. Who lied and said their friend was in Thailand paying American taxes? Let's start there first. They working in Thailand.
That was me because he has a business out there in Thailand.
But I'm saying, why is he paying American taxes?
Because he's a United States citizen and he has to pay taxes.
That's not how taxes work.
No, it is for Americans. It is for Americans. He's right.
No, you are not American if you think we pay taxes because we're American citizens. You only pay taxes on work that's done in America.
He has a business out there in Thailand. He has to pay taxes. He has to pay taxes in Thailand, and he also has to pay taxes in the United States.
Why is he paying taxes in America if his business
because he
is in
has
Thailand?
to. That's the law.
That is not the law.
But the question,
Okay.
the question with the taxes that he paid to the United States, since he's not making the money in the United States, is that money refunded to him?
He still has to pay
taxes in America.
He still has to pay taxes because that's the law.
It's not. It's no law that says I'm an American. I must pay
Do you okay? Have you ever had a business overseas?
Yes, that's how I know
Okay.
you're lying.
You telling me you didn't pay tax? You telling me you didn't have to? You did not have to pay taxes
to America
from your overseas? Oh my fucking God! You got to be fucking kidding me, E-Man. Man, get the fuck out of here. You're full of shit. You're full of shit, nigga.
If you could
You are
turn
full
me-
of shit. Fuck
If you could give me
nigga.
all your personal information and business information so I could turn you into the IRS, that would be great. Thanks.
Y'all are fucking retards. I went to school for accounting. If I do business in another country, I do not have to pay taxes in America unless the business is done in America. You don't have to pay taxes because you're an American. That's crazy. If it's not being done in America, you don't pay taxes. What the hell are you talking about?
Anyway, this moves us off our goalposts, right? Like the conversation is illegal immigrants, and I want to ask Bad Duck on the panel this: if there wasn't job opportunities in America,
Working is not the problem, Kulu. The problem is that they're getting listen. We should hire as many illegal immigrants as possible. The problem is that they're getting government funding for housing, Medicaid, and food stamps. I have no problem. Listen, Bad Duck, he make a lot of bad points. That's why he calls himself Bad Duck. Listen, we have no problem with illegal immigrants out there picking apples
So
or
you'd
picking
rather
cherries.
there be programs out there to hire illegal aliens than there are programs out there to get the homeless off the street and put them in that job.
Well, see, that's the idiotic that we can't have both. I don't know why he just said we should have one program for the work with illegal immigrants. It goes against
Because
the
we don't
program
have those
for the homeless.
programs.
You are lying. We spent $5 billion on the homeless. People are stealing in the government. What are you talking about? We don't have
Then why they
programs to get the homeless off the street.
And when it comes,
crazy.
if I could, when it comes to the homeless, you got a lot of people, they don't want to follow the rules of living in shelters or any other structured environment. They don't want to live under somebody's rule. So they're just living out there
like
doing whatever.
illegal aliens don't want to live under anybody's
No,
rules?
I'm not. I said the homeless. I'm talking about Americans. I'm not talking about illegal aliens. I'm not.
But I know, but that's the problem.
If I can finish. Now, if you all know anyone that worked in the psychiatric ward at the VA, they will tell you the 15th of every month you get an influx of veterans that are getting a nice veteran check between the 15th and the 20th because they want 3 hots in a cot until the first of the month comes up. Then they're going to leave and they're going to shoot their veins to Palookaville until their money run out again. And they do it every month because they just junkies. But then people want to say, well, look at the disabled vets out here and they're not getting help. Really? I beg to very differ because I've seen
what's
it.
a disabled veteran, right? What's a disabled veteran? If you read the actual integration from the first Bush administration when we went in after 9/11, if you read the integration policies from Bush, you'll understand why the psyche of the veterans all screwed up. Now, I'm a vet. You can look at my tattoos. You can Google my government name. I lost my PTSD counselor in Fort Hood in 2009 when he got shot up by Hassan, and that's Major Hassan, at a fucking, oh, I'm sorry, I swore, but it's at a mass shooting on a military installation that everybody forgot about. So when we talk about all this rhetoric, right, and all this thought process that people actually go through to live their lives throughout society, what is the production that you're bringing?
But there's no reason we should have homeless veterans. That's what I'm saying. Is most people just talking. Listen. The VA have literally a program that you should not be homeless as a veteran.
Let him fish.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the
General Shinseki said there
How
wouldn't be
could
any
his
more
hands
homeless
do
veterans
this?
in
Someone get him out
2010 or 2010. And it's funny when we look at the failed policies of this individual. It's really ridiculous. It's really
Hey,
ridiculous.
hold on for a second. Hey, Leonard Roy, you got 20 minutes in the back. Appreciate you for the cash app. Thank you very much. We got 60 more to go to reach the show goal. But right now, Leonard, you in the back for 20 minutes. So you come back at 7:57. Go ahead,
If
y'all.
you
Y'all got
are
it.
if you are a homeless vet,
So when you
you
look at
have
the failed
chosen to
policies of
be
General
no, you're
Shinseki
full of
under the
crap, bro.
Obama
No,
administration
listen,
that
if you
went
are a
forward
homeless
all the
veteran
way
in
through. So yet again, you
2026,
have to
you just
follow
talking, bro.
policy. It's
No,
not rhetoric. Go look
it
at the
have nothing.
documents that
It have nothing
actually
to do with
hold
administration.
You gotta
I
let the
can
laws.
tell
man
you.
finish.
I can tell you 100% if you are a homeless veteran in 2026, it's because it's your choice. The VA have put, listen, first of all, we know that America spends $10 billion annually on homeless people in general. This idea, I'm telling you, most of y'all haven't dealt with homeless people, so y'all just talking and y'all have no idea what you're talking about. I'm telling you, majority of the people who wants to be homeless is a choice, without a doubt, in America. And we keep painting this picture that we haven't solved this problem. People don't
But
want
we're off topic.
housing. You
80 man, and I agree with y'all, but we're off topic, right? So, like, I want to answer from everybody on this panel. If there wasn't jobs that these corporations are willing to pay these illegals, if there wasn't government funding of these illegals, would they come to this country? Yes or no?
Yes,
From
they
everybody.
still come. Yes,
Okay,
for
you may say
safety.
yes.
They gonna come.
Yes.
They gonna literally come for safety. This is. I'm telling you, we have never been a country that we did not hire illegal immigrants. The problem is not that we hire illegal immigrants. The problem is that illegal immigrants have found the loophole to be able to get government assistance. If illegal immigrants was doing their job, they couldn't get Medicaid, they couldn't get housing, they couldn't get food stamps. Guess what? All these people, other than Bad Duck complain about
Never
everything.
scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga. Tiger.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
All right, Edie Man, they got you for 50, big homie. You know I love you, but they got you for 50. So Edie Man, you could be back in 50 minutes. Conversation.
Oh, too
So-
bad, man. You know, it's all Bad Duck just fucking complaining, but you don't stop running your freaking mouth and disrupt every panel you come on. So shut the fuck up for an hour and sitting back.
Hey, Libertarian, could you finish what you were saying, bro? Because Edelman did cut you off, bro. It's so that's why I was like, you gotta let him finish. So, yeah, Libertarian.
Yeah, I'm here, and I couldn't hear everybody, so I'm switching between my phone to hear the podcast because I know there's issue with StreamYards technically when you're on an Apple device or on a mobile device. So I'm switching, trying to keep up. So yeah, it's.
Do you have the StreamYard app on Apple? Because don't the Apple products?
I'm not downloading that. That it's a violation of your rights if you read the terms of the agreement. So I pay them over $100 a month to stream in 1080p for a panel of 10 people. So yeah, I could download it, but yet again, I should still be able to run it through my Safari. But yet again, it's, you know, are you going to comply with systems just to make sure that they're optimized for you or them, right?
Gotcha.
So can I get a straight answer?
When I was talking about what skill sets are being presented by the American populace, right? Everybody's talking about they're not making money or they're not doing this or that. Well, I don't really believe in money. I believe in human cooperation, and that's a lunatic idea in itself. But yet again, we cooperate as long as there is a means of exchange. But yet again, I have to agree that that means of exchange is still equitable to what I believe my labor is worth. Now, if we look at markets, and libertarians love to talk about markets, well, a truly free market doesn't have competition going to the government saying that I can't operate. Give me every technology that has been presented to humanity of energy. And then let's have a conversation about what energy systems are most efficient to make sure that humanity is prosperous. Give me every option to every kind of motor vehicle. Give me every option. But yet again, we want to operate by this idea that these centralized systems are providing the best options for us. And then we're supposed to sit and have these arguments about what they tell us. I'm sorry, as an anarchist and as a person that goes out into the world, and I'm a master
Hold up,
diesel
y'all, 1
technician.
second.
I've been trained
Hold up, y'all,
as
1
a
second.
CWI welder. I can program ABB robots on an 8-axis systems. I can program ECUs
Man,
to
we don't care
multiple
about
different
your
trucks. I can
resume,
program
bro.
logic
Hold
controls.
on. Wait.
But we're talking about
Hold on.
when we
Hold
talk
on.
about systems that operate society,
Lunatic, hold
is
on.
everybody really
He can't hear because
able
he's
to
Hold on.
understand what makes stuff operate?
Can y'all hear me?
Libertarian, hold on 1 second. Libertarian, hold on
All
1
right,
second.
hold on. Wait. Hold on. Jay, shout out to JW. I'm not saying your whole entire name. But some of y'all need to change your cash apps, man. Shout out to JW. He paid for Edie Man to come back up. So Edie Man is back on the panel. Go ahead, y'all.
And like I was saying before, Rich Ducks, aka Bad Duck, decided he wanted to drop me. I'm telling you this right
Right into
here.
running his mouth again. He can't shut up for 30 seconds and let
Spend
somebody
another
else talk.
$50, nigga.
See?
Spend another $50, nigga. So
I'm
like
spend
I said,
1,000. What's your point?
the whole point
You scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga. Tiger.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Shout out to the shout outs. Hey, Lunatic, you got 20 more in the back, big dog. I'll let you in 20 minutes. Let's go, y'all.
we gonna keep dropping him until he bring back the
Yo, can we
StreamYard
have a
app.
serious,
Since he think they scamming him, we don't want him to get scammed
no,
and
can
them
we
to
have a
take his
serious
rights.
conversation? Like,
Yeah, sure, Kulu. What you want to talk about, Kulu?
hey man, can we have a serious conversation? Like,
I am being
so
serious.
is I want an answer to the question, right? If there wasn't, yeah, so if there wasn't a job like jobs hiring illegal immigrants, if it was against the law and imprisonment for hiring illegal immigrants, and there was no funding, will illegal immigrants still come into still come to this country? And I want to answer for everybody in the panel.
Well, unbeknownst to you, evidently you don't understand that it is illegal to. It is illegal to hire in illegal immigrants. You actually, as an employer, you face fines up to
And you go to jail.
$28,000 per violation. That's one form of fine, and for the paperwork alone, it's $2,800 per form, per sheet of paper, and you risk criminal persecution and incarceration. And imprisonment just from hiring an illegal immigrant. So yes, they do penalize it.
So you advocating for the law to be what it is currently?
But is it being? No. It obviously it's not being enforced because there's hundreds of thousands of companies still hiring illegal immigrants all over this country, right?
And there's hundreds of
So my
thousands
point
of
is,
getting fined on a daily basis.
if there wasn't any jobs available, yes, and they're willing to pay those fines, but the enforcement of being in prison, a felony or whatever it may be, 10, 20 years in prison for doing this, if those things were enacted and enforced, you would see the immigration numbers or the illegal immigration numbers die down heavily.
No, you wouldn't. You would just see. Hold on.
I got
That's
this.
not
Hold on.
true. You just see a whole bunch
Kulu.
of
How many hold on, Kulu. How many remote working jobs are there for undocumented workers?
a lot, a whole bunch of them.
No,
Probably thousands, hundreds of thousands.
None. So it's none. Because if someone is remote working, they can people can remote work for companies outside of the country. It was a misnomer. There are none. In order to be an undocumented worker, you have to cross the border, which is why the government opts to cut you to the quick by stopping you from coming across the border or sending your ass back over the border. That way, it cuts down on all of the rest of the bullshit that we're bringing up: the free housing, the free food, the free daycare, free childcare, the free health care, as well as undocumented employment.
But you're not saying he didn't. But you're not answering what he said. Omni, can you answer if they couldn't work, but the system is still the same, where they can get all these benefits? What would happen? They still coming.
Couldn't work, and that's not what I'm saying. No, man, you misrepresented what I'm saying. I'm saying if they couldn't get benefits, if they couldn't work, and the companies that are thinking about hiring them remotely or in person, or in prison because of hiring like illegal immigrants, would they come to this country? No, they wouldn't. They would. The numbers would drastically die down. If not, they would leave on their own because there's no opportunity here for them. That's why majority of them are coming, is to work, is to make a life for themselves. And if we stop that, that's how we fix the problem right now.
That's what Trump is trying
to do. That's what we're trying to say to you, is Trump is trying to stop that opportunity and trying to enforce those laws that Biden and Obama didn't necessarily enforce. So, and if you don't think it's happening, we had a local chicken company, packaging company. They pretty much went out of business because they took 200 of their employees that were illegal.
But, and correct me if I'm wrong, did Trump not say, like last year, that he's only focused on violent and he'll allow like the farm workers and stuff to stay? Didn't he say that a few months ago or last year?
No, yeah, he did say that, and he got a big backlash with the Republicans on that shit.
Yeah, there was a second part
like
to that
the
statement,
people who
too.
supported him, and the people who are in who are in politics. He got a big pushback on that shit.
The crazy part about it, we can really analyze what's going on. And if you still thinking that we don't need illegal workers a year into this campaign, I really think you boo-boo the fool, right? But that's neither here or there. We know that we need them. Hold on. First of all, we know that we need them if we don't want to import a whole bunch of foods from other places. We need people at lower wages.
We're already doing that.
But you
we're already doing that.
No,
It'll never. It's not going to happen either, man, until we get rid of the illegals that are taking those jobs. Then
we want them to have that job.
We'll take into it that will move
bad
into those
you're
lower
not
paying
going out there and
jobs.
pick no. You're not going out there.
I don't
and pick
need
no
to.
apples.
I've got a
How about
friggin'
this?
degree.
Hey, Edelman, how about this, Edelman? How about we get these motherfuckers off for welfare and give them the job? Go ahead. You go ahead and pick the strawberry.
They're not going to
You go ahead and
work.
pick the
Hold on.
cotton.
No,
Okay,
see,
either you work or you fucking die. That's where I'm at now. Work or die.
But no, that's not 3 men. Let me tell you what happens. Either you give them benefits or they steal it. I'm telling you what really happened. It's not
we
that
should
you
get
die.
rid of them then.
Hold on. The people that's on benefits, if you take away all their benefits, you know what they're gonna do? They're just gonna go and steal it.
So we should deport them then, right?
Deport somebody that's from here?
Lock
I'm not talking about illegals.
Lock them up.
I'm not talking about illegals. He said take the people that's currently on food stamps, that's Americans, and force them into the fields. Remember, 3 Men is advocating for slavery, by the way. Force them into the fields.
You're the one that's advocating for slavery.
No, I am not.
Illegals.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you. Oh my God. You're basically talking about slavery with extra steps. I'm basically talking about, hey, if you want to keep your governmental assistance,
man, come on,
here's some jobs.
No games.
Here's some jobs that you can keep. Like, here's some jobs you can work. Do this, keep your benefits, and you're going to make money also. But we will eventually, one day in the future, decrease your benefits because you are going to be making money.
But that's the problem with your argument. You're trying to force someone to do it, and that's not how the world works. Check this out.
If we're going to talk about the world,
I'll let you
if
make
we're
your
going to
whole
talk about the
statement without
world,
interruption. Now you got to interrupt me because you know I'm about to cook you.
Man, you came up interrupting this bitch. You came up interrupting.
Get it all out so I can respond to your point. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, get it all out.
If you want to talk about the world, man, In most places around the world, man, if you cannot feed yourself, there ain't no governmental assistance. It's either you work or die.
And what's the crime
Either
rate in those
man.
places?
And that's the way it used to be here before the
No,
government got involved.
no. Let
Something
him
that they
fight
weren't
his
supposed
own
to.
battle. 3 man, tell me the crown.
Yeah.
I mean the crime rate in those places.
He already knows he lost.
You know the crime rate is going to be high.
So
Just like the
that's
United States.
that's not how people do. People
just like
just
the
don't
United
turn over.
States.
No, it's not. It's not. You have never. I know you ain't been to a third world country. Listen, I'm telling you
What the
this
fuck
right
you
here.
talking about? I live in
If
the
you
Dominican
don't take
Republic.
over, listen. Well, the point. If you don't take care of the, if you don't take care of the less of them, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna shut that Walmart down. It's not a jail big enough to hold them all. I'm telling you, if you don't feed the people on food stamps, what's gonna happen is they just gonna take it. So either you can give it to them or they're gonna take it. What choice you want, 3 man?
I got an idea.
So
Let's send them all to
in the
California.
Dominican
They'll support 'em.
Republic, for about 3 years of Joe Biden administration, we had a historic level of low crime. So like the United States have high crime up here. So like
Hold on.
remember
Just I wanna
some of
make
the
you try,
most
hold on. You
dangerous.
trying to say hello? I just want to make sure I hear you right. You trying to say if I look up the crime rate in Dominican Republic, it's low. That's your argument.
Now it's different. It went back up because it went back up. Crime
You
rate
full of crap,
fluctuates.
3 man. I'm telling you.
Crime
in
rate
all
fluctuates. I
hello.
literally said, dog, come on, bro, Eder
No,
man.
brother,
You can't, come on,
I'm
Eder
trying to
man.
tell you,
Come
if
on,
you don't
Eder
take
man.
this is a proven fact. This is why the EBT system was created. If we do not take care of them, if we do not really distract this class of people, what they're going to do is they're going to take it anyways. And then people say, well, let's just lock them up. This is bad idea. Let's just lock them up. Guess what? It's not enough jails. It's not enough jails to lock them all up. And then
there are.
hold
There
on.
are.
And then if you lock them up, hold on, listen. And if you lock them up, the government is still taking care of them.
Now, if we ship them over to another country in their jail,
Bad Doug, you know how crazy. Now you're deporting American citizens.
So you're basically saying
it's
is
something we're looking
I
at.
have a choice of these lazy motherfuckers. They're either not going to work, they still get their governmental assistance, or we put them in the jail and they still get government. That's a lose-lose situation.
Exactly. So the government have already processed. I'm going to have to take care of them either if they're in jail or they're not in jail. And I promise you, it costs more to take care of them in jail than giving them $300-400 worth of food stamps. So we know we got to take care of them.
Lock them up. Lock them up.
It is an obligation to take care of them. We already know that.
Hey, Eder man, lock their asses up, Eder man. Lock them up. Fuck it, Eder man. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, bro.
In the next 20 years, y'all are gonna hate the world, like y'all are gonna hate America in the next 20 years because when automation comes and puts millions out of all these different industries, and now they're all living off universal basic income or EBT, man, y'all gonna hate it then, for sure.
What the fuck you talking about? We already there.
Program those machines.
Listen, I am for EBT, Kulu. I'm for Medicaid. I'm for all of these programs that some of their mamas was on. Let's be clear, Kulu. They wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be here doing what they doing if the government ain't step in to help some of these people.
Eder
Right?
man, you ain't shit, Eder man.
I'm just telling you the truth. Your mama needed, now you want to take it away from everybody.
Be shit. You damn right. You ain't shit. You never gonna be shit.
I'm just telling you, you wouldn't be here if EBT went here, and now you want to take care of it because now you got you a little job.
Yeah, exactly.
I got me a career, nigga.
Now you got a career. You wouldn't have. I tell people, y'all wouldn't have no career.
So I think you mischaracterization the argument really quick, Eder man. And I'm just a host, so don't attack what I'm saying. I'm just leveling.
I love you, Eder man. Got love for you, brother.
I love you too, brother.
So here's where you mischaracterizing the argument. It's not that we don't have a problem with welfare and EBT or Section 8 housing for American citizens. It should not be made available to those that's here illegally. I think that's
No, sir. We agree about that. No, this was his argument. He said kick American. This is 3-man argument. Kick American citizens off EBT and force them in the fields and work. That's what he said.
Hold on.
You goddamn right. Let the South rise again.
Well, hold on, wait, because there's a
You
caveat.
could.
There's a caveat to that, right? Because you have a lot of American citizens who was taking advantage of the system, especially during the Biden administration, that was falsifying their medical records or that was falsifying their capability to be able to work, and they was getting a lot of people was just getting onto welfare just because they had someone verify that they was fucked up. People with all these imaginary mental health debilitations, and they was able to get a check. So you understand where that premise comes from, right, you man?
No, I get what you're saying, that it was an influx of people on there, but that's not what he said. And Sale, you're not dealing with what he said. What he said.
I'm trying to get there.
No, I get it. Listen, I do think Donald Trump had ability to kick a lot of people who've been taking advantage of the system off. I'm not even saying that I'm against that. Our original argument was who was going to work these fields. And 3-man said, let's take the people that's on EBT, let's kick them off EBT and push them into the fields and make them work. And tell me how that's...
Absolutely.
It doesn't work because most of them, it's not going to do it. You can't take somebody who have not
If
been
they're
working.
not willing to take
Everybody
the
hold on
opportunity,
for a
then
second.
that is on them.
Everybody, hold on for a second. Mama 687, you there? Mama 687, you there?
Yes.
Okay, how you doing? Just making sure you're an actual real person.
I just want to say something real quick because you're talking about the government assistance. But you got to understand there's certain circumstances where it is needed.
Hold on
How
for a
about
second. Mama, we can barely understand what you're saying. You sound like you're talking like this. Are you close to the microphone?
can you hear me better now?
That's better now. All right, go ahead.
I was just explaining, like, here's my case. I worked my whole life, and then I had twins that were premature that had disabilities. So I couldn't work anymore because I had to stay home with them. And so I got them to a certain age and could work part-time. So it ain't always that you don't want to work. Well, you need a little bit of help.
Got you, but you're the exception to the rule, right? So we're not talking about, and I don't want you to take this personally. We're not talking about people in your position, right? But we're talking about people who in a position where, oh well, I can't work because I get dizzy in the sun time, or I can't stand for more than 30 minutes because I have carpal tunnel and due to the fact that I can't sit too long or something like that. But you can do an 8 to 9 hour live stream, but you can't sit in an office job and you can't take phone calls, or I can't do any physical labor. But then you can go out and you can do all of these extraneous things. You can go to clubs, you can dance and all this, that, and you can party, right? So we're not talking about those who actually need assistance. That's
No,
not
we are talking about them. No, you miscounted. He said that she could have worked from home. Listen, 3-man. Hold on, no, 3-man.
No, wait, hold on. She said that she has. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mama. You said that you gave birth to two children that has disabilities, correct?
Yes, they're twins.
Right, and she was only able to work part-time, right?
Right.
Right. So I'm not. My argument is not for someone like in her position.
No,
You see
but
what I'm
that's
saying?
not. I'm not talking about your argument. I'm talking about 3-man argument. She need to go out to the fields. That's not the government problem that her kids are disabled. She need to go out there into the fields, and she need to work, or she need to starve.
Listen here, Edie, man.
That's what he said.
I think you're taking them a little literal.
Oh, we not being literal.
Listen here, hey, listen here, Edie, man. The reason why I got a CDL is because I can't do labor, brother. So because I can't do labor, that's fuck y'all. That was a funny joke.
Think of all these jobs that are going to be
driving. I think if you want a government assistance and there's job opportunities, and even if you don't like them, I think you should have to work them. I do agree with that. And that's taken for somebody like me who needs it right now.
Edie, man, you have a response?
No, yeah. So you okay, ma'am, with me saying I need you to put them kids on your back. You need to go out there and pick this cotton. You need to pick these cherries.
I work part-time.
There ain't no people picking
No
cherries anymore, dude.
No. I want to make sure I got it correctly. For me to say, hey, I think that you can work with them kids. It ain't gonna hurt them kids to get out there in them fields with you and walk. They can walk. I'm
They look
asking the
kind of strong to
question.
me.
I
Don't
I
you
think there's
trust them?
circumstances where there's always going to be a circumstance where certain things can be true but not true at the same time. Now there's I like if I can work when my children are in school for 6 hours, I think you should be able to work.
Oh,
I couldn't work with this couple of years because they wasn't in school.
oh,
Edie Man, your response?
I feel like we want to make exceptions for people because she could have got to
What?
stay at home. Listen,
oh.
no, either we gonna have the rule for everybody or we not. It's stay at home jobs. She could have put them kids in one room and work from home. She could have. We
Yeah.
don't need. If either we need government assistance or we don't. I just want y'all to stand on the point
I'm
y'all
already
saying.
thinking of Negro spirituals, Edie Man. I'm already
Oh
thinking of
Lord,
somebody.
pick up
This is the
Ellicott.
point that I'm
Oh
saying
Don't
is
you
Lord.
trust
I
in
want to be
new
clear.
niggas over
I
there?
want to be
Hold
clear
on,
now.
y'all. Hold on,
I
y'all.
think
Hold
we
on.
need government assistance.
Don't you
Listen,
trust
but if y'all can't
in
tell
new
me that
niggas
we gonna start
over
choosing who get it and who don't get it, cause somebody give me a sob story. Either we gonna give it to
there?
somebody or we ain't gonna give it to
Wait a minute, hold
somebody.
on. So
So
wait, I don't
Now I
think I
can
don't
say this.
hold on
we're
real
all
quick.
getting cut
Guys.
off by
Hold
Ron
on.
now.
Right. Everybody hold on for 1 second. My wife about to say something, and also y'all gotta recognize that mama's mic is a little bit low. So y'all gotta like stop yelling so much, right? So go ahead, baby. You
Edie
got it.
Man.
Right, Edie Man.
Peter
I
Man.
would say this, Edie Man telling the truth though. I got a child with special needs and I can't go outside and work a traditional job, but I damn sure work the F out of some stay-at-home jobs. Oh, all right. And I be in this house and they be in their space and I be getting to that coin. But also please remember to support the show.
Can
I'm
I
over here
say
dancing. Yeah, go ahead, mama.
my job is in my home too, but I had to get certified first, so I had to take the necessary steps to do that because I tried to get other jobs from home and I didn't get hired, so I had to take classes to get certified to get my job that I do from home now because I
But
am still at my house.
But
Let
you
me
not
ask
being
you.
certified. Hold on. Based on what they saying, you not being
Hold
certified
on.
is not the government problem. That's your problem. So we shouldn't have to pay for it. Ma'am, you either gotta choose a side. Either we should have government assistance or we should not. But you can't justify why you should get it, then tell me why my people
I
Right.
can't
don't.
get it.
I'm not getting it really no more. I don't get that like food stamps no more. I got it when I needed it, and so I was able to get where I'm at now. I needed it, and I got off of it.
Which is the
Yeah,
way it should
Kelvin,
be.
hold on a second. Kelvin, I do have a man. You wanna know who my man is? Let me show you who my man is.
What up, motherfuckers?
He's your king to be the king of your
Okay.
desire.
Yes, but now back to it. I mean, what Mama saying is cool. Them first couple little weeks, like how President Trump has written the law that when your children are under school age, you could get assistance. But when your kids go to work, I mean, when your kids go to school, you gotta take your ass to work. That applies to everybody. Now, when you at home and your kids can't do nothing, then you understand what I'm saying. Do what you know, make it enough. When you can get to work, yes, there's gonna be downtime where
Nope.
they're not gonna pay you.
We
Make it
not gonna
enough.
pass over that. This is what Rob G said. She said it's not the government responsibility. Go get you a man. That's what she said. Y'all gonna just pass over like she didn't say it.
That's
She
not what
said
she
it's
said.
not. That's what I heard her say. She said she
Well,
got a
you hear a
man.
lot of
So
things.
I know, but let me finish hearing what I'm hearing. So don't call daddy government. That's what I'm saying. If we gonna be degenerates and talk about everybody shouldn't get it and they should go out to the food, I don't want no exceptions.
So wait a
Peter,
minute.
man,
So hold
the
on. So wait a
job,
minute.
it's not the government's
Damn, that's what I'm talking
responsibility.
about, Edie Man.
So wait,
Never
Edie Man,
was.
you running off the assumption that Mama doesn't have a man or that she's a single mother. That's
She is a single mother.
Mama, are you a single mother? Mama 687,
No,
you gotta come on. Are you a single
no,
mother?
no.
So you wasn't a single
See?
mother
I'm
when
not
you was
here.
getting government assistance.
No,
so
I
he
have
was
more than
assuming.
2 children. I have
I'm
more
No,
than 2
married
children.
now.
Speaking of.
no, no. I'm trying to understand. When you was on government assistance, did you have a man?
Did I have a man? Yes.
Now I know Cell on my side now. Listen. If she had a man and that man couldn't provide for that family, and you try to tell me that the government responsibility to fill in for her man, you full of crap, Cell, and you know it.
Either man, take your black Air Forces
I'm,
off, bro. You in
now
the house, bro. Put
I'm
your
going,
flip
man. Let me
flops
get off
on.
here.
I didn't.
Put
Let
your
me
flip
rephrase that. I
flops
didn't
on.
have.
Talking about I'm
She
supposed
trying
to
to
pay
hold on.
for her
Wait,
government
she trying to
assistance, and she got a
respond. She
man.
trying to respond to you, Edie man. Hold on. Go ahead, Mama.
I didn't have a. Let me rephrase it. They have fathers. I don't. He don't. We are not together. But they see their dad. That's how I should put it.
She's a baby mama. Now listen,
Boy,
I'm undefeated, Sal. Listen, Sal,
Oh,
you
yeah,
can't.
man, come on.
No, because that's what I'm saying is y'all want to act like y'all want to stand on that side and not talk about what it really looks
It's
like. We
one
need to
guy
have
though.
food stamps
It's
for
one
people.
guy.
She says it's only one guy though, Edie man.
And so it's one baby daddy. So the point that I'm trying to
Yes.
help y'all understand, because this is not about her. I'm telling you, in America, it does not
I
make
can
sense.
explain it better.
Hold on. You don't have to
So
explain it, man.
real
Because
quick, I gotta.
I'm
I
really
gotta
not
hang
trying
up
to
real
make it
quick because
about
it's
you.
not fair.
I'm not really trying to make it about you.
Either man, did you say you're so vain? You probably think this song is about you. Ooh, either man, stop being petty.
Edie man being
This not.
bad.
This is not about her. I want to be clear. This
But
is about the
she's a prime
delusion.
example. No,
I
she's a
know, but
prime
hold on.
example that go against your premise though.
No, I'm saying this is the delusion. Think that we can just get rid of things and people just gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna go to the fields. I'm gonna listen to daddy government, and I'm gonna start working and doing what daddy government want me to do. It'll create dysfunction in this country. This is being the richest country in the world. We have an obligation to take care of the ones that's less than us. It comes with the power.
Eaterman, that comes with
Only bad duck
the
don't
church
believe
side
that.
of it. No, that comes with the church side of it and the personal responsibility of individuals to help with that. That it was never part of the government's idea, was for us to support social programs. And if you believe that, then your basis is way wrong on everything.
And then we have people like Bad Duck make real bad arguments like the government haven't changed, that we got to follow the rules from the beginning, that we can't add laws to it.
So wait, you think it's the
Well, when we
government's
turn for the
responsibility?
bad, then I think it'd be wise to look at that and go back to
It is the
the way that
government
it was working
responsibility.
great.
Hold on, wait.
It's not.
Hold on, wait. Hold
It's
on.
not the
Wait. Hold on,
government.
wait. You think it's the government's
Idiot.
responsibility to take care of you?
I think it's
Yes.
the government responsibility to take care of the lesser of us in this country. Absolutely.
Okay,
It's
so
their
you agree.
responsibility
You agree
to.
with Kulu?
Yeah, I've been agreeing with Kulu. I
Okay,
just
so
want to show
wait,
y'all
hold on, wait,
how
hold on, wait,
delusional y'all sound on y'all side.
wait, because now I can take it a step further. Don't go nowhere, either, man. So it's the government's responsibility to take care of the lesser individuals of this country. Would y'all agree? Kulu and Edaman only. Kulu and Edaman. Would y'all agree?
Yes.
Does that include
Yes.
illegal? Does that include illegal aliens?
That's
No.
what we separate. Because I say
Okay.
no.
Does that include the homeless? Does that include the veterans? Does that include like all of them people?
$10 billion look like they putting a whole bunch of money towards it.
Okay, so now watch this, and I'm just setting the premise really quick. There's a entire group of people who agrees with what you and Kulu is saying, and they have fraudulently included themselves into the system so that they can exploit those benefits, and they really don't need them. This is why I said Mama's example is perfect, because she needed it for a temporary thing, not a long-term thing. Do you understand what I'm saying, Edaman and Kulu?
No, because I believe she did not need it. Based off that thing, she needed her man to do the right thing, not the government. If we gonna go there, she didn't need no government. Either she.
Yeah, we
Go ahead, Kulu.
She obviously
I
needed that.
rephrased it. I rephrased that. I said we was not together, but they do have dads. All my children have the same dad.
So
I left when I
there's
was
nothing
pregnant
wrong.
with my twins.
And how many kids you got?
What, Edaman?
How many kids you got? I'm sorry. I'm trying to eat
I
all
got
day.
4.
All right,
I
so
got 4.
listen.
You cannot tell me it's a government responsibility for you making 4 of the same decisions with the same man.
Now hold a freaking minute. So you're going to tell this lady that it's her man's responsibility to take care of, but meanwhile there are illegal immigrants with whole families, and the government should take care of them because they're illegal
So
immigrants.
now you on my side. See, you see,
No,
now the
you're
truth,
not.
you are on my side because my side is the government should take care of her. That's my argument.
But it's like
But
she
you,
needs the
we
most.
agree to a certain spot, but I don't think you should get taken care of for the rest of your life if you're able to work.
Exactly.
Yes, it should be.
And so how the
That's my
system
whole
is currently
point.
designed, hold on. How the system is currently designed, you cannot be on food stamps for the rest of your life if you're able to work. Now, do I
That's
think
not
people
true. That's
hold
not
on?
true.
That's
I'm
not
about
true.
let me
And you
let
have to
me
work.
let me finish my statement. Now, I do think that people are doing illegal things. They're getting illegal doctor notes. They're getting illegal things that they're doing to prove that they have a disability and all those things. But what I'm telling you is this, right? Because people always gonna buck the system. I don't care if you're rich or you're poor. We know rich people who evade paying taxes all the time. We know that bad people do bad things. But what I'm trying to help y'all understand is we need these benefits, and we can't, and it's a responsibility of the US government to
No.
take care of the less of us. And mama,
And
you
when
agree with me because you saying that they should have took care of you.
when it makes sense to like help people
To
like Mama to
exist,
have
to
those
help.
resources. So by making the loopholes, because illegal immigrants can't keep on committing fraud over and over again, continuing to take the resources from people like Mama. So as much as you putting it on the government to take care of people like Mama, you're also making the government take care and take advantage of people like illegal that
No,
will
we
become
not.
back.
Me and Cool
Yes, you
both.
do.
Hold on, ma'am, because we both agreed that we don't believe that the government should be taking care of illegal immigrants. Now,
And you just said that the illegal, like if the illegal immigrants don't have a job, they're going to riot. And it's the government's job to like take care of that, so it won't start like
I
crime.
did not. This conversation was not about
Yes, you did.
illegal immigrants. Hold on. I'm talking about when it comes down to when I made the statement that they was going to go and steal and riot. I was talking about American citizens. I was not talking about illegal immigrants.
And
Sounds like
Three.
they need deported too.
Yeah, we know you. We believe you believe that everybody should get deported. I hope
Well,
they
I mean, if
deport you.
they're so you think society benefits from keeping criminals around?
Nope, but they kept you around.
That
Well,
bad
I'm
duck
not
a
a criminal.
criminal?
Yeah, he a criminal.
There's a
I can see.
defamation lawsuit right there.
Hey, Bad Duck.
Thanks,
I
Cedar
think
Man.
he's saying that, Bad Duck, because you're white.
I know.
I can see it in his
Because
beard. He done did something illegal before. He just didn't get caught. I
maybe
hear
in
it in
the
his
80s.
voice.
Maybe in the 80s.
That's what I'm saying. So you was a
Not in the
criminal.
80s.
Kind of like you're a criminal right now by not necessarily paying taxes as you should be.
Ooh, y'all think y'all ass
You
All right,
know,
really quick,
not
everybody.
paying
Hold
them
on one
foreign
second.
taxes.
Really quick, everybody. It is 10 people on the panel, so if you're trying to come up, you're gonna have to boot somebody off the panel to get them off. But I want to
I'm
further
gonna
this.
go.
Okay, I appreciate you, Mama. Thank you for stopping by. So I want to further this conversation for Eda Man
Thanks,
and
Mama.
for Kulu because I think they're both full of shit, even though I respect and I love both of them, right? When it comes down to it, the arguments that y'all are making is not going to be benefiting America when it comes to dealing with this illegal immigration situation. So I want to go a little bit further deep into that. And I know Kulu was trying to say something for a minute before Eda Man came in and just turned the show up. So I appreciate you, Eda Man, for doing that. But Kulu, you was trying to say something. Cool, you gotta come up.
So I was trying to say, there's nothing wrong with the government giving American citizens benefits that they need to live. Because if not, then we know poverty creates crime, right? So if the government, to an extent, has a obligation to take care of its citizens, so the citizens don't revolt and take over the government, right? Because if there's no food, if there's no work, I mean, who are we gonna go at? Each other, and then eventually the government, right? So, but I agree with y'all. Illegal immigrants should not be getting any federal funding or any federal money. If the states choose to vote and give the money, that's the state's choice. I believe in that. But I do think illegal immigration is good for America due to the pros that of them being here.
illegal immigrants or legal
Okay,
immigrants?
I could agree with that. How about this? If the states want to do that with their money, if the states ever need a bailout, they cannot get a bailout from the federal government. Will that work for you?
Yeah, for sure. But my problem is like California, right? They give back more money than they take, right? So if they choose to do it, then fine, like let them do it because they give back. But a state like, let's say, Texas, let's say, because they take more than they give. Let's say if they switch, right? Then I agree with you. Then they shouldn't be able to get federal funding if they're doing that. Yes.
Where do you think a good amount of California's oil come from?
Hold up. Can you pause real quick? He said something. I just want to just knock this out the park real quick. He said that immigrants help California or whatnot. They're an asset to California. Well, that might be what it's saying when we know the Democrats is pencil whipping the paperwork. You see what I'm saying? And making it look good. But only thing you got to do is let's take a casebook look at Minnesota or whatnot, and if we can imagine if it's like that in Minnesota, you can imagine what they doing in California. So I would go ahead and knock Kalulu's assessment out that they're an asset or whatnot. We know they're clearly not. There's a lot of more things.
No, but you gotta understand, California's taking so much taxes. They take so much taxes in that is ridiculous. So they have an influx of income because they actually robbing the working class. Like I think like if you like a millionaire
coming from the individuals, like Eaterman is saying, it's not California is not paying that money back to the federal government and giving them more money than they're receiving. The individual taxpayers are.
Yeah, but they're giving back what, 80 billion back a year? Like, what I'm mistaken?
No, that's way too high.
Let me look it up. I might be wrong, but let me look it up to fact check. But I know a lot of these sanctuary cities like New York, like they're giving more money back than they're taking from the federal government. So if they choose to, do that with their tax dollars, then they can. If the population of California votes another governor in there and people in there to stop it, then I'm okay with that too. You know what I mean? But I have no problem with the legal immigration.
So let's be perfectly clear that it's not California paying that money back to the federal government. It's the individual taxpayers that are paying that money in.
I want y'all to Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Bad Dad.
Through federal taxes. No, go ahead, Eaterman.
So let's be clear. I think California budget is $350 billion. I don't think people really understand what's going on in California, right? It's $350 billion. Every time the NFL players play in their cities, it almost costs them money. Imagine somebody who's making millions of dollars and it costs them to play sports, right? They're robbing the people. California is I think it should be a crime of what California is doing. I'm anti-California.
Oh, it is. Everything that they're doing is unprecedented and unscrupulous and downright illegal. I mean, where's the train at?
I don't know about no train.
You look at the number of homeless and unemployed.
It was like $100 billion to go to a bullet train to go from, I think, San Francisco to LA.
Yeah. Still sitting on the original piece of track.
And how many? I think they built like 10 miles worth of track, and it cost $100 billion or some shit like that.
Not even that. They built one terminal and a little bit of track.
Did they build them high rise? Did y'all see them high rise for homeless? I know. They built like actual high-rise apartments for the homeless, right? It's crazy that they still got a homeless problem and they got empty apartment buildings, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Eat a man.
That's because of the overregulation of building in California.
Right.
So let me fact check myself. So in I think 2025, 2026, it's $29 to $83 billion that they gave back to the federal government. In 2022, 101 billion.
Back.
I haven't looked into that, but most likely you're probably right, Bad Doug. But still, though, but they're giving
states never give money back. Just to let y'all know.
Yeah,
exactly. The people of that state give the money back, but the state is always asking for money. That's why they try to make these like, oh, we got these big homeless. The reason we'll never see the homeless problem ever fixed in America is because it's the biggest part of their budget. If they fix the homeless problem, they'll give up billions of dollars a year. So what they do is they keep putting this band-aid on the homeless problem because they realize that if I fixed it, it's going to cost me too much to fix it versus me just cycling money in. So we never will fix it.
No, it ain't. You missing the point, and you using these words. So it's gonna cost. No, it ain't gonna cost them nothing. It's gonna shut down that they exploiting and scamming the taxpayer out of their money by paying for a whole bunch of programs and stuff that ain't helping nothing but enriching Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi.
NGOs.
But if they choose to do that, brother, if they choose to live there and do that, then that's on them. They have every right to move.
Will they choose to live?
Exactly, which is what we're saying about putting people back to work. If they choose not to do it, that's on them.
But if you force people to work, they're not gonna do the job correctly. They're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna half-ass it. Like there's gonna be a bunch of problems when you're forcing people to work rather than them choosing to work, right?
I don't think it's forcing. I think it's saying we're not gonna give you free money anymore, and if you want to survive, then get a job.
But that brings up my point, right? If the government just takes away government assistance, right, and then you have millions of people not working, what are they gonna do? They're gonna go to crime. It's to try to make that money back.
Yes, a percentage will. A percentage will also go to work.
Well, the some will, but a lot will go to crime.
I mean, it's not
easier
something
than
you can snap your fingers and solve overnight. It's going to take time.
Let me ask. I want to understand. So overnight, let's just say we get rid of the EBT program. What do you think tomorrow look like in America?
Well, I think some people will be going out looking for a job, and I think some people will be going out and robbing stores.
Give me a percentage of these people who've been generations on food stamps.
50-50.
I think it's 90-10. And 90 of them gonna be stealing.
It could be. You could be right.
So, Edaman, you said, can you repeat your question again?
But if they're doing that, why do we not want to either lock them up or get them out of the country? Because they're not contributing anything to the growth of the country.
First of all, we don't have the capacity, and regardless of what you think about this class, they also father the next generation. Like a lot of people on these panels talking crazy. Hello, I want to be clear. A lot of people on these panels talking crazy. They mama had food stamps. They grandma had food stamps, and now that they are a doctor. Now they a lawyer. Now they a truck driver, and now the government. I mean, America's now
call me out, Edaman.
Hold on, listen. I just want to be clear. Now that the government is, the government is now getting a return on their investment because now they push a group of family from poverty up into the middle class, and that's when they start making their money back. The government really think long term. That's why they put them through school.
But they've been doing the opposite for the last 8 years or whatever. During Biden and Obama, they were doing the opposite. They were getting rid of the middle class through all the other crap like over regulations of stuff, closing down our own energy producing places. So
how are you getting a return on your investment? And that's what I was going to get ready to get into saying too. You already got a lot of these liberals mad that they don't went to college and now they got $200,000 worth of debt. They can't even go out here and get the jobs that they want to get because more than likely 9 out of 10 of the people they hiring is illegal.
So your question is, how's the government getting a return on their investment?
Well, no, that's what E-Man said. He said they are getting a return, and I'm saying
they do.
And Bad Duck is saying they're not getting no return on their investment.
I'm telling you.
It's impossible when you inflating the economy and you inflating the population unnaturally by introducing people into the economy that ain't supposed to be in the economy. No, they're not getting a return on their investment.
They definitely get it. Listen, I wish some of y'all would tell the truth. Half of y'all mama was on food stamps, and now y'all in the middle class paying taxes. Most people look at this.
I told you that I got government peanut butter and cheese.
I just want to see food stamps.
Listen. The government might not get a return from your mother, but she got a return from their kids. Like the government is not caught in time like us.
But E-Man, you think that it's the government?
You know what? There's a big difference between a mother getting some food stamps or getting government peanut butter and cheese than welfare and freaking insurance and blah 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 blah. All the
Like
shit
that.
that is being taken
I just
advantage
want to
of.
see what happens, bro. Just
No, like
take away
Rich
this
Duck
food
said, he make a
stamps.
whole bunch. Hold on, Rich Duck said he's rich. If he didn't get that government cheese, listen. If his mama ain't get that government cheese, that boxed milk, he wouldn't have made it, and he wouldn't
Probably
be
because
able to
I
pay
was
tax.
I mean, I was
You
such
would
a
not.
picky eater back then that I needed that cheese and peanut butter. That's about all I eat.
The
Either
point,
man,
this what I'm telling you. In the government, they won. They took care of little bad duck when he was little. Now he gonna pay taxes for the rest of his
Okay, man,
life
check your
by
text
paying them
message.
back.
so either
In all
man, I
reality, my
just want to
parents were
see
probably
the.
taking advantage of
I
it.
just want to see SNAP welfare be taken away. I just want to see what happens. Let's just see what happens. We take
They
away.
gonna take your truck.
Here's the compromise. So here's the
Yeah,
compromise to both of what you guys are saying. So let's change the system. Let's say once you go on welfare, you're not on welfare forever. You're not getting all these government benefits forever. But the government will step up and say, we're going to pay for a 2-year trade program for you to go to school, reinvent yourself, and get a new skill that you can go back out, because we are short on everything. Plumbers, electricians,
Shit,
AC
truck
people,
drivers, welders.
truck
No,
drivers, all of this, right? So let's say they will pay for you to do that while giving you the welfare, while giving you the medical and all that stuff that's around now for 2 years.
Or
And
I
then
got a
once you
better
do it,
idea.
and then once you graduate, you got 6 months to a year to find a job.
I don't like
Actually,
that. Hold on, I don't like that.
actually,
Hold on, let me
hold on,
let me
bad
tell
duck.
you.
Hold on, I got a
That's a
better
good
idea, bad
idea.
duck.
Yeah, that's a
I got a
bad
better
idea.
idea. So it could be like how with trucking companies do. You basically the government they will pay for your schooling, for your trade, and all that. And on top of that, they will also be able to have
That's
a
not gonna work
job
either.
that you
It's not
could.
gonna work.
Well, it's something actually do in the trucking industry, and it actually
But
works. It
it's
actually
not gonna
works in
work
the trucking
for this
industry.
industry. So this is what I do.
Well, hold on. Let me just finish. Let me just finish
Well, it's
one
not.
second.
Of course, it's not going to work for every industry, but we know
It ain't gonna work for
that.
every industry, but it's gonna work for
But it,
a majority of the blue collar work. It will work.
It's
So
not.
if the government, what they do is they will send you to technical school for 2 years, and once you finish, you graduate, get your certifications and all that shit. That 1 year of employment with that company that you get with will pay back for everything.
No, that doesn't work. I don't think that works. This is what I would do, Bad Duck, because I
They
actually
do
think
that
we
in
can.
plumbing and trucking
No,
and electrician.
this is what I would do. I would put together a incentivized program for the people. The people, first of all, evaluating people for food stamp, and I'll also give them a second role of getting people off food stamps. That's going to be their job. So first, your job as an employee for the government is to evaluate if they even need food stamps, and then your second part of your job is, or you can have another person. My job is to get them off food stamps, and when I get people off food stamps as my job, I'm going to incentivize them as a sales rep. Every person you able to get off the system, you're gonna get paid for this action. Because I'd rather pay him one time than to pay them for the rest of their life. That's what I would do.
I don't think you need to do that, because I think if you went far enough to pay for an education, I mean, you pay a freaking electrician, they can go out and be a journeyman or whatever, an intern and making $30 to $40 an hour.
But I'm
right,
telling
right
you,
out of
we
school,
need,
man.
No. It's not that the system is broke. We got people sitting in position that supposed to be evaluating these cases, because food stamps get evaluated every 6 months.
Well, that shit has to all be rethought out. I mean,
I know,
yeah.
but I'm telling you the mindset of that new person that we need to be there. That person we do not need that person just on salary. They're gonna get paid regardless if that person stay on food stamp or not.
Oh, you're talking about okay, I see what you're saying now. I thought you were talking about the general people that were on welfare and then incentivizing them. Okay, now I see where you're
I'm talking about
man,
the
it
people.
sounds like you want to expand the government a little bit
That's
more.
what that's
No, I
exactly
do
what
not.
it is.
What
That's
I
exactly
want.
what it is. That's
No, I
that's
do not.
socialist communist talk.
No,
That's
it's
you try to
already.
expand the
Listen,
government.
It's already people that does this job. It's people every 6 months. Their responsibility is to literally evaluate
This
if you
ain't
still.
rainbow land, you
You know,
communist.
the sad part, you man, is it was never
Y'all
supposed to
saying
be
that I'm
his job.
spending something that's already there
Yeah,
is
that's what they
crazy.
doing in California. You see all the
It
homeless
was
they got out there and all the money that they can't find where it's at right now. You
No,
talking about the same thing they already
It
doing.
was never supposed to be a
No, they're
government
not
job.
doing this. Hello, we all know they're not doing what I'm saying, right?
Yes, they are in California. We see
No,
it.
they're not. Hello, did you hear what I said? Any?
You pitch giving money off to these little companies to fix the homeless problem.
I did
And
not
the
say
companies
that.
and hold up, stop. And the companies is taking the money instead of getting the homeless people off the street. That's what you saying when you sit here
That's not
saying,
what I said.
hold up, stop. I'm about to tell you what you just said. I'm trying to tell you what you just said. We gonna give people money to go out here and talk people off of food stamps. Like
No,
that
I
don't
did
sound
not say
crazy
that.
enough in itself. Instead of
That's what I'm
listening
saying.
to
I did not say that in real time. You're
instead of
literally.
listening to what Bad Duck says and what the Bible says about
He
fish,
did say that.
instead of teaching the man how to fish
Bad
and do
Duck.
it
You
the
said I
right way,
said
you
when he
trying to give
said
somebody something free.
if
No, I said
somebody.
you didn't. I said
I
you
didn't say
didn't.
nothing. I ain't say nothing close to that. I said it's already a group of people that works for the U.S. government. That job is to analyze if a person need food stamps or they don't. That's already their job.
But you,
But
you,
the
you
problem
said
is,
incentivizing before
I
that,
know
though.
because right now they are salary. That means if they do their job or they don't do their job, you know what happens? They gonna get paid the same thing. This is why so many people can scam the government. If I was to change that person, say, hey, you're not salary, you're incentivized to do your job. So if you go out and you get 10,000 people off it, you're gonna get paid X amount of dollars. They might have a lower base pay. Now that person is going to be incentivized to do their job instead of just get a salary and they just sit in the desk and twirl their thumbs.
Yeah, I think
That's
Edom
a
makes a
small
good.
portion of the bigger picture that you're talking about. A very tiny
Yeah,
portion,
dude,
and,
I don't
and
think
you're not
the-
wrong. There needs to be some sort of governance over that.
But Bad Doug, I don't think we're looking at it from like Edom Man's right. If the government when they invest in
But if you're gonna say
EBT or
Edom Man is right, you got to substantiate it.
Yeah,
Why
you
that
could get
is.
kicked off
Yeah.
the panel just for saying Eaterman's right.
So Edom Man's right long term, right? So the return investment is beneficial for America to give EBT because if they give EBT to let's say a single mother, right, and she survives, let's say for 18 years, and those kids now go to college, they now become doctors, lawyers, or whatever, and now they're paying back more than the mom took out, or the more than the government gave the mother, right? So now they're paying back more 20 years later than what the mom borrowed from the government long term, right? So
The problem is the mom's still
yeah,
on
Edom
it.
Man's right on that.
The problem is the mom's still on it.
Well,
and it just keeps going and going and going, and that's
Maybe.
a direct debt to the government to her. I understand what you're saying 100%. I get it.
So like,
the math
Bad
don't
Doug,
math
let's-
like you think. Yeah.
Bad Duck. Let's give them 50-year mortgages.
right? So
yeah.
Okay, so let's say the mom's on it for 20 years, right, or 18 years. If you do the math, $1,000 a month from the government and whatever benefits that is, that's $12,000 a year. That's for 18 years. I think I did the math, $216,000. Those children that she used that money for, let's say they become doctors, electricians, lawyers, they're gonna pay back tenfold that 200 grand that she borrowed over 18 years than they would if she wouldn't have had it, right? Because most likely, if she would have had that money, those kids probably would have been in a gang, probably would have, ended up as a statistic, and it cost the government more money than they would is giving her the money.
Hey,
Kalulu.
I understand what you're saying, but that's like saying me not being on food stamps, my kids are going to produce more back to the government over time.
You don't know the future. Exactly.
It's still a true statement with the same argument that you're making. But so it's kind of a. I understand what you're trying to say, but the math don't math.
Get in there.
Real quick, and I'm gonna stop. Okay, so Kalulu, you sell me a car for $2,000. Do you think that it's all right for me to pay that car off in 20 years? Is that what you? Hold up? Do that sound like a good? Do that sound like a good investment?
No, people are not cars.
No,
No.
I'm not. No,
But
hold up. No, stop. You don't tell me how I'm questioning the person who I'm talking to. I'm asking him a question.
Nigga,
You
who
can't
you
answer for
talking
him.
to?
but
Nigga,
it's
you
I,
gotta
you
check
can't
your
answer for
tone.
Don't
Check
no.
your
All I'm
tone,
saying.
nigga. I don't know who you think
Hold
you're
up.
talking to.
No, I'm saying don't answer for him. I'm asking him a direct question. I'm just lining him up. That's all I'm saying. I ain't trying to talk to you crazy or nothing. I'm just asking him a direct question. Do that make sense if you selling me a $2,000 car and it takes 20 years for me to pay that back? Is that a good investment?
No, it's not a good investment. But here's the issue.
No, it's not. That's all we need to show. Okay, that goes to my point. What you saying ain't no good investment. It's taking too long for me to recoup what I'm putting out.
As a government,
Hold on, but Kulu, 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
as
How
a
long do
government,
you hold on? I got you, Kulu. Because Kulu, it's a lot that's being said that we need to address. How long do you think the average person stay on food stamps?
Who is any?
You mean
What's his name?
Artie?
Artie. I'm sorry, Artie.
Well, I mean,
Artie.
well, I don't know the exact numbers, but from my suggestions and this being logical and knowing family members, most of them stay on it for a pretty substantial amount of time, and then they kids get on it.
Well, if I told you, hold on, I want to be clear.
Factual.
Hold on, no, listen, sir. If I told you that I could show you statistical data that the majority of people that's on food stamps get off food stamps in 3 years, would you change your stance?
I mean, if you can show me some good evidence of that, I mean, I'm willing to take into whatever you're saying if it's factually true and it makes sense.
So if we go to the DHS website, it says the majority of the people that gets on food stamps stay on food stamps. They said 1/3 of them get off within a year. The rest of the majority, and we got the outliers, which is the 5%. 5% is big in America. But we have the outliers, but the majority of people only being on food stamps for 3 years. So if this mother that we're talking about is on food stamps, we had an example up here today. She said she had disabled kids, she got on food stamps, and she got off food stamps. That is actually the norm. That is really the norm. It's based on the statistics. And then her kids go out and be successful. Is it a good investment?
Well, you see,
yes,
my thing is this. No, it's not a good investment because just because she raised her kids or whatnot, whatever she did, doesn't mean out of all 3 of the kids, don't mean all 3 of the kids gonna be doctors. One of them was gonna be a doctor. One of them go to it. Don't mean that all the 3 kids gonna have a good outlook. They're gonna be productive people in American society. Right. It's not for sure just because they on food stamps that they kids ain't gonna be on food stamps, or they are gonna be on food stamps, or they are gonna be productive and put back into society. You basically saying, "Oh, we gonna give you this, and we know you gonna produce and give us something back." When we know that factually ain't what it is, for the simple fact that we can just look at Black and Native American people and see that ain't what it is.
No, I'm saying it's an investment. Listen, I've been investing in my life. I understand that some investments are good and some investment is not bad. But let me tell you, if I look at all of my portfolio and I say, well, IBM was a bad investment, all this, but I bought Microsoft. If I bought Tesla, my investment portfolio still gonna look like I did really good. So if you look at it from an investment point of view, no, we're not saying everybody, but the enough of the doctors that come out, enough of the business owners that come out of this system. Because remember, majority of the people are first-time millionaires and billionaires. A lot of people coming from these things. So I am just trying to prove that point to you that it is worth the investment. And it's
well, I mean, all I hear you talk about and all I hear from your side, respectfully, is that you talk about invest in this and invest in that. But what type of quality are you getting? Are you basically sacrificing quality over quantity or quantity over quality? Are you basically saying, "Oh, I'm gonna save $1 and I don't care if this craftsman's tool, when it goes to turn that screw, if it breaks or it works or not, just because you're trying to save $1 and you're trying to misplace American citizens"?
No, what I'm trying to say is, so we have discrimination laws in America, right? The government can't say, Hey, I'm only going to invest in the people I think is a good investment. If it's a rule, they got to apply that rule for everybody. Let's at least agree about that, right?
No,
Well,
hold up. You
for
keep
the
saying,
government.
hold up. You keep saying what's a good investment or whatnot. Oh, we send them to school and we do this. We invest. They get on EBT or whatnot. Maybe there'd be good constructions. Well, yeah, that good construction workers. Well, that might be a good thing. But who's to say the people that they learn construction work from are even teaching them the right way? All just because you want it. All just because you think it's good to throw money at people. Oh, and thinking just because I'm saving a buck that this is a good investment.
Well, let me ask this question, Artie. Are you okay with the government saying, I want to invest in this poor family and not this poor family? Would you be okay with that?
I'm cool with if you qualify to be on the program. If you qualify to be on if you fit the criteria to be on the program, I'm cool with it. If you American citizen, your people's paid into it, I don't got no problem with you being on government as long as you ain't robbing me of my taxpayer money.
All right, hello. So first of all, majority of these benefits don't come from taxpayer monies, right? You know that, right?
I don't know that. Never heard. I never. Never heard.
No. This is proven that most of these benefits is actually paid off the interest, not the taxpayer money. This is a fact. We can look it up.
And where did that initial investment come from? Taxpayer money.
No. Okay. All right.
Edelman, what do you want me to look up?
No, that's a whole rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole.
Where does the government get money to invest in things? Taxpayer money.
No.
Where does the government get money to do anything?
What does the government produce?
Hold on, wait.
Everybody got
Edelman, what did you want me to look up?
So we can look up where do the money come from to pay for these assistants. And what I did in my research, as Cell looks it up, is typically interest from things that the government does. It's not really.
Are you talking about like Social Security, like social services? What are you talking about?
We're talking about like right now EBT. We talking about let's say we would say Medicaid, EBT. Where did that money come from? EBT. Let's start there.
Okay, so money for welfare, EBT, and Medicaid comes from the federal and state tax dollars, collected from individuals and businesses. These funds are pooled into general government revenues rather than separate dedicated payrolls. I'm not sharing my screen. My bad, y'all. Hold on, let me share the screen because I want y'all to be able to see what I'm.
This AI
having a case of the Bidens over there.
I just went straight to Google because I'm trying to do something else behind the scenes. So
he said that he was doing the Biden thing, huh?
No, right? So really quick. So money for welfare, EBT, and Medicaid comes from federal and state tax dollars collected from individuals and businesses. These funds are pooled into general government revenues rather than separate dedicated payroll accounts. Federal funding, income and corporate taxes. Most federal support comes from general income taxes, corporate taxes, and other federal revenues. EBT SNAP, funded entirely by the federal government's general tax revenues for the food benefit costs, while administrative costs are split with the states. State and local funding, state general revenues. States use personal income taxes, sales tax, and state fees to pay for their required portion of public assistance. Provider taxes. States collect specific taxes or assessments from healthcare providers like hospitals and nursing homes to help finance their share of Medicaid costs. And then lastly, Medicaid matching, which is called FMAP. Medicaid is jointly funded. The federal government covers a large percentage, ranging from 50% to over 80%, depending on the state's per capita income. And every time we get into a per capita argument, y'all always lose y'all damn minds. And the state pays the remaining non-federal share. So if y'all need me, just shout my name because I got to go back in the back.
That's because math is racist. That's why.
Yeah.
You said I thought he said that taxes didn't cover that. So it sounded like taxes cover it to me.
I didn't hear interest anywhere, one word in there.
Well, no. So what he pulled up was a general thing of what happened.
Okay,
so
let me
calculate.
Man, you're right. But let me finish it for you. What you're looking up is saying this is how the federal government gets their money, or not gets their money, but how they fund this particular piece. It's from the interest that we have on whatever, a bank account. Okay, we'll just do something stupid. It's from the interest that we have on a bank account. Okay, that makes enough interest that it provides the money to pay for that. But that investment that has to be in that bank account to do that comes from general taxes. So you're not wrong, but you're making an argument that's not 100% truth either.
I got you. So what I'm saying is that I'm not so we know that the majority of the taxes that's taken is from corporate taxes, not really the individual. This idea that corporations don't pay taxes is just a BS argument.
It's bullshit.
That sounds good, right? It just sounds good, right?
Yeah. Right.
Typically, the average American is getting a return back, and they're not actually paying as much taxes as they think they are when it comes down to the taxes, right? So
sometimes, yeah.
Neither here nor there, right? The point that I'm pro. I tell people I'm pro EBT. I just think that we need to do it better. I'm not saying we need to get rid of stuff. That's not my argument. My argument is, how about we find a way to make it better? That's always been
I agree, and I think the long-term approach that we should take is, can we get rid of it? I mean, there's a lot that has to happen in our society, in our government, to make something like that actually occur. Where I come at it from is that, you know, it's not really the responsibility of the government to do that. It was the government was not, but it was never intended for that.
Let's have that conversation. Let's ask the whole panel: should we get rid of EBT or should we keep EBT? I want to see what people believe on that.
I think long term we should get rid of it.
All right, so you say we should get rid of it. 3-man group.
Get rid of it. I just want to see what happens.
Okay.
He's an anarchist.
Anybody else want to come in? Anybody still up here?
I just want to be like previously on The Walking Dead.
I want to get rid of, but I still like Bad Ducks, the Bad Ducks way of thinking or whatnot, where he was saying that give people, if you gonna have it or whatnot, man, you got the men and the females, they gotta be like either going to a trade type of school to where they have an entryway to a job that they should have. It's gonna be a secure job. So when we put you off food stamps, you're gonna have a for sure career job to where you can take care of yourself and not have to come back to get on food stamps. I mean, that's I like that idea or whatnot, but I'm definitely not with you where you think that the government the government's responsibility to take care of anybody's kids, because it wasn't the government's job to tell Shaniqua to stop shaking her tail at the club or whatnot. It ain't the government's job to tell Tyrone to strap up and put a condom on. So if they wasn't in there when I was busting them cheeks, then I don't need them to be there to be telling me how and when and where how to raise my kids or be involved in anything. Involved with anything involved
everywhere. Hello. So government should not be involved with what you can and cannot do with your kids.
The government should not have anything to do with anything with family courts, marriage, any of that. When you let the government in, that's when you cause a whole bunch of chaos. The government is profiting and off of the failure of marriages and breaking up families, and this is a statistical fact.
But bro, you going all over the place. So, are you for getting rid of EBT or not keeping it? You gotta choose one side.
I said we gonna keep it, but you gonna have to work to get off of it. It's not you can't stay on it.
You want to keep it? Okay, hold on. We just trying to get a baseline.
You can't stay on it. We gonna keep it, but you can't stay on it.
I'm just trying to get a baseline because that rabbit hole that the government should let you do whatever with your kids is crazy. We'll get there. I can have that conversation with you, but you for keeping it. You just want more regulation. Kulu.
See, I like, for me on that one, when it comes to the whole kids, I'm like, yes, the government should stay. Oh, okay, my bad.
We gonna talk about it, but I'm just trying to get a baseline of the panel who want to keep EBT and who want to get rid of it.
He wants to know who his allies are, is what he's looking for.
Kulu, I think Kulu said he'd keep it. Cool Cat, are you there? Oh, go ahead, Kulu.
Let me keep it.
All right, I'm here.
So, Cool
Okay,
Cat, are you for keeping it or getting rid of it?
keeping it, but also for getting rid of it. But
Oh, you gotta choose a side. You can't be lukewarm. You gotta choose one of the. I'll let you explain it. I just need to know what side you on. Are you on Bad Duck side or my side? Are you keeping it or you getting rid of it?
Hey, pick
You
a
on Bad
side,
Duck,
cuz.
Three Mans, and any art side is what he meant.
you know what? If I can just say what I have to say, I like
You
easy
got you gotta say you gotta choose one of them though first. Then you
Hey,
can say
you gonna
whatever you
choose
want.
a side, cuz. We'll see what
You
happens,
can't tell her
Buster.
what she can or can't say. Let her talk.
Go ahead, let her say what she gonna
What do you
say.
think? You're the government now?
Okay, baby,
Yeah,
come on.
let her talk.
Okay,
Go,
okay, I
Cooley.
like easy tea because I get food,
Hey,
but
Cooley,
also
it's hard to hear you, Cooley. I'm just let you
Yeah,
know it's
it is
kind
a
of
little hard to hear.
you're
okay,
kind of
hold on.
low. It sounds like something
Look,
is
you gotta maybe
covering your
get a little
mic.
closer to your mic.
Okay, how about now?
A
No?
little bit better.
Yeah.
Sound like she on a government phone, but keep going.
The Joe
Hey,
Biden
Lisa, how you doing?
phones, not the Obama phones. The Joe Bidens.
All right, so until Cooley Cat get her, because I like the little experiment that y'all running. So until Cooley Cat get her her audio back correct, let's keep moving forward. I'll answer your question. Your question was, should we keep or should we get rid of?
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
Oh,
we can hear you.
we hear you now. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, Cooley. Should we keep or should we get rid of EBT?
Now she
Cooley, can
can't
you hear
hear
me?
us.
Y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
Oh,
can hear you.
beautiful.
Yeah.
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 Good.
Should
My
we
phone is
keep?
stupidly low, but I can hear y'all enough. Okay, so we should keep it, but it should only be for people that are disabled, and if people need help, they should be on it for a certain amount of time, so they won't be, using it and try to make fraud with it, especially with their children. Which I think there should be some leniency to it, flexibility to it. But if you out here trying to get generational wealth from the government that barely giving you enough, or even try to get a lot from the government, all because you don't want to work, then that to me should be stopped and should be pushed by the government to make people like that to do better. But as for people that are neurodivergent, disabled, Vernon, well, yeah, Vernon, but also disabled, they should be at least have the ability to get help from the government due to the fact that they're the most vulnerable, and because of that, that will help, strengthen
I know, but it's hard to make
those
a
to at
biased
least help
government.
themselves.
Everybody keeps saying the government should be biased. It's really hard. But Sale, where you at? Are you on the keep the EBT or get rid of?
Get rid of it.
Get rid of Rob. Where you at? Keep or get rid of?
I'm gonna
She
come
might
back.
step.
I'm sorry.
Hello, she must have stepped away. Who's that? Wood is word up
Oh, I'm
podcast. Are
sorry.
you
I
What's
was
happening? What's
muted.
happening?
I say get rid of EBT.
get rid of it? Okay, this is interesting. Word up podcast. Are you for keeping EBT or get rid of EBT?
Get rid of it, and the reason why I say is
Oh,
because then it.
wait. We gonna go into it. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to talk about it.
I hate
So
when y'all
The
do
nays
this,
have
man.
it.
no, I'm trying to make sure. So it sounds like outside of me and Kulu, oh no, I think three. So it's like 3 against 5, right? But the majority of people saying get rid of it and let people figure it out. Can we agree that that's how y'all feel?
No, I don't think
No.
that's what the majority says. I think the majority says is work it out, find a way to get it out of the system, not just say screw
No,
everybody. If
no,
people are
that was
saying,
my
no, we
question
need to
though.
find
Yeah, but
a
your
plan to
question.
get off that.
Hold on, Edelman. Your question was based in the black and white synopsis. You didn't provide the option of a third option, right? So if you're going to ask, should we keep it or get rid of it? You can't introduce caveats behind that. Now, if you said, do you think we should keep it, get rid of it, or what's your implementation and what you think should happen?
No,
Because I
because
think, but
y'all
hold on.
all advocating about keeping it now. Y'all just want
No,
regulations to it.
No, we're not advocating for keeping it. The thing is, it should only be Kessler Edelman, let me ask you, should food stamps be a temporary thing? Yes or no?
Yes, and
So
it
then
is.
you would be advocating for keeping it for just a short amount of time, right?
Yeah, that's how it
But
currently is.
gotcha. But hold on, wait. But would you concede to this fact that there's a multitude of people, a percentage of people, just for hypothetical sake, let's just say 20%. There's 20% of people, the United States population, that has been on food stamps for longer than 10 years.
Yeah, 5%. You're
Okay,
right.
so
It
all right,
is
so
normal people do it. Yes.
so for that 5% of people that has been on food stamps for a prolonged amount of time, of course they're on it because they need it, right?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so then now you're advocating for getting rid of food stamps. You see how
No,
you see how it goes together?
I'm advocating for them to get off food stamps, but I
And
don't want the
that's what
system to change.
that's what we're arguing, right? No
Okay,
one is
so yeah,
well,
so
hold on, wait. No one is wait, hold on, Edie, man. I'm trying to level set with you. No one, first of all, somebody got their kids
Who
is
baby
going,
saying mama?
somebody's baby is ready to uppercut somebody. No one is saying that tomorrow you starve, right? But what we're saying is you don't, if you have a time, there's an expiration date on your food stamps, right? So you have, let's just for hypothetical sake, let's say 5 years. Would you agree to that, Edie man?
I think that's currently the trend now.
All
Less
right,
than
cool.
5. Yeah.
So you got 5 years to get your shit together. But for those that actually need food stamps, we're not gonna worry about them. But for the rest of them, we need to reevaluate why they are on food stamps. And if you are 100% capable of being able to go back to work, then you should go to work. There's no argument on that.
That's currently how it is. Every 6 months. Oh, you talking 5 years. Every 6 months, you have to be evaluated if you still qualify for food stamps. And these
Right.
people come with fake doctor notes. They come with
Yes.
fake. So I'm telling you, the system is currently exactly what y'all wanted. We need to change the people who's evaluating.
No, hold on, wait, Edie, man. Falsivity in your argument. The system was that way prior to the implementation of the big beautiful bill, which the system is the way it is now, because now they're actually being more stricter on who's qualifying for food stamps, right? So
No, I'm telling you, like, okay, just hear me out, Sal. This have always been the standard. They just didn't implement it. That's the difference.
yeah, that's because they were lax on. I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to be a panelist. I'm
You
supposed to
look
be
like a
just a-
panelist to me. I'm just saying, but keep going.
Nope, I'm gonna back off. I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm sorry.
No, I like to hear what you have to say.
All right, so
The people want to hear you.
Finish him.
the way it was supposed to be. I agree with you 1,000%. But because of political influence, those policies and those standards and qualifications changed. And what was happening was you had a lot of people who was participating in fraud because they could get away with it and it was working. But the times have changed now. So now to be able to get food stamps, you have to put in X amount of hours of either actively seeking a job with proof, or you have to get the hell off of food stamps. And it's other things that goes in those qualifications as well. So I'm in agreement with you. The system has been the system for quite some time, but they just became lazy on who it is that they're actually allowing to not or to be on it. But I'm with you. But now this is why I said the black.
Hold on. I just want to understand. So, do we make exceptions for people that's on drugs or no?
Currently, right now?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you. So, if a person's on drugs, do
From
we
my
tell
personal
them
from my personal perspective?
Yeah, personal perspective. Do we tell them they got the 3 year, they got to beat this drug in 3 years? If they don't beat this drug in 3 years, they no longer can get food stamps.
If you're on recreational drugs, you have to go to rehab. I'm not you don't get food stamps until you go to rehab. You have to go to rehab. If you don't go to rehab, you don't get food assistance.
Oh, this is perfect. I'm glad you said that. So
Mm-hmm.
you're saying that we
Hold on a
should
second.
drug test. Hold on, go ahead. Okay, Rob.
Hold on, Stella. I need you to come in real quick. Excuse us.
I would say they should be drug tested. I'll make that argument.
All right, okay,
Yes, drug
cool.
testing.
All right. So now we're going to start drug testing the people that's on food stamps, Section 8, and if they got marijuana in their system, to the extreme drugs into their system. People who does drugs, recreation, regardless if it's legal or illegal, do not qualify for government assistance.
Correct.
Is that where we're going?
Unless you have a prescription.
No, hold on. So you don't think that violates people's rights?
You think what? Say again.
You don't
you
think-
want-
Food stamps is not a right. It's a privilege.
No,
to have.
no. if discriminating because you do drugs, because it'll be a discrimination, you don't think that violates a person's rights?
You
No,
don't have the right
because
to do
if
drugs. What?
because
What
under law they're illegal.
are you talking about? Right?
Hold on.
Okay.
Rights.
Okay. Listen. Hold on.
Hold on. Marijuana is not illegal in my state, and it
I
is a
said
drug.
federal law.
It's
Either man, we in Georgia, marijuana is
Hold
still
on. Hold
legal.
on. Everybody, chill.
I don't live in Georgia.
Let Omni
Hold
speak.
on. Hold on. What? Who
Kulu,
is
hold
that?
on.
Who is that with the background
Kulu.
noise?
That's Kulu, but we can't hear him.
Chill out. Okay. Listen.
Yeah,
Kulu,
hold on
mute-
just a second, Kulu.
mute
Whenever
up.
somebody else is talking, if you try to talk, we can't hear you.
So
It's all
Hold on,
muffled.
Kulu, but it sounds like you underwater too.
It
We
does.
can't
That's
hear.
what I'm saying. Like
We can't hear
your mic.
exactly what you're saying, Kulu.
We
You might
can't
gotta
even
get
hear
out and
you.
come back in.
All right, either man, go
It
ahead and
sound
say
like
what you gotta say,
background
either
noise.
man.
But no. Like this is
Here's
what I'm
Omni.
saying. We're talking like doing drugs is a God given right. It is a privilege to do. Like certain things are right, certain things are privileges, and we need to know the difference. You know what I'm saying? The freedom of speech, the freedom of religion, the freedom of expression. Those are rights.
No, hold on. No, it is your legal right to
Doing
be
drug
able.
no. See,
I'm
you
talking
No,
talking
about
not
about
your.
legal.
everywhere.
Hold
When
on,
we
no.
talk about
It's
hold on, when we talk about legal rights, and this is where people get the Constitution messed up. The rights are given by God. They're granted by
I know, but
God.
we talking about in America.
They are protected by the Constitution. That's the
So
difference.
hold on. So God told you couldn't do drugs.
Yeah,
And
actually, yeah. God tells you that you can't do
Actually,
drugs.
God does tell you that.
What did he say?
God
What
does
did he
tell
say
you
to
Read the
that?
that.
Bible; it's right there.
Man
No,
must be
what
of a
did he
sober
say?
mind.
Hold on,
Must be of a
because
sober mind.
no. This is the crazy part. He tells what people who subscribe to the Bible to do. He never talks to people who's not
Oh,
subscribed to the Bible.
oh my
what?
God.
He's
What?
not
This,
giving out human right. This is
Oh Lord,
Wait.
yes, he is. He's
Jesus.
speaking to
Here we
all
go.
individuals
he
that
is
he
not
has
talking to
created.
everybody in the Bible.
Oh,
What do
my
you
God.
mean?
you don't understand the Bible, obviously.
So
What
you
do you
think the
mean?
Bible's talking to everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on. John 3:16. Is that not about everybody? Saved and unsaved?
Here we
Read.
go.
No, it's not. Read it out loud. Read the
Everybody,
scripture.
Well, I need my Bible,
he's
so hold on.
smoking
Oh,
crack
you need your Bible.
like he said
Let
he
me find it.
would.
It's crazy that y'all think the
No,
rules
it's
and
crazy that
laws.
you don't understand the Bible at all.
No,
Okay,
you think. Go ahead,
no,
Rob.
you hold on. Let me speak it. Okay, John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And after that, it also says, for God did not send his son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. So the Bible pretty much, whether
You
you don't
just
believe in
know.
him
You
or not,
prove my point. You
what do you
So
mean
the
literally.
your
Bible
point?
says,
No. You just. Let me tell you how you prove myself. It said whoever should believe. He
In
didn't
him.
say. No. Listen. If a person don't believe, that scripture does not apply to them.
I mean, it does. They're human.
Well,
Whether
it
they
does
No,
believe
it
in
apply
does
him
to
or
them,
not.
yeah.
No,
not,
Oh
listen.
yes,
wow.
it does.
No, it
So according
applies to them
to
either, man.
wait, eat a man. So according to that logic, nobody has to believe in God in order to seek salvation.
No, listen to what
That's
she
not what he's
read.
saying. What he's saying is the scripture in and of itself is valuable to Christians. But if you are a Muslim, that scripture doesn't mean anything to you because you're a Muslim. But Christianity influenced the world for the better, like medicine and
I
agriculture
get that,
and
but
and
you
basic
just
human
said that
life.
scripture.
So,
No, listen, you
but
said
did
that
it?
scripture applies to everyone. And in the scripture, it says, whosoever believe.
Let me ask you
Okay.
this: what is the word of God?
No, hold on, y'all are missing.
No.
Like,
Don't speak.
So
What is the word of God?
Cause Edelman, did the scripture not also say so God so loved the world, or did he say a select few people?
he
in the
loves
world?
us, but that scripture doesn't apply to the world. See, that's what I'm saying. People, y'all say I don't read my Bible. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold
either
on.
man, it applies to the world,
Hold on.
but
No,
the
hold on.
other
No.
religions.
We don't
some
have to jump
religions which
around.
are man-based. You're
We
trying
don't
to
have
make an
to jump
argument
around the
between
Bible.
man-based. You're talking about man-based religions versus God's word. Two different things.
So let's be clear.
different things.
She pulled this scripture out. She said this scripture proves her point.
That's
And then
God's
he
word.
said, God said that he loved the world, regardless if you believe him or not. But that scripture applies to who shall believe.
But God
It's
also
in
is the
black
same
and
God.
white, and y'all arguing with me.
Edie,
No,
man,
I'm
you
not
sound like
being
a real
black and white.
Scientologist to me, Edie, man.
Oh, you better
Oh
stop it.
wow, wow!
Hold on,
I
can
wouldn't
I
have
at
went that
least
far on.
speaking?
I wouldn't.
I don't know where it is, but I know that it's in the Bible. It says
Now,
that
who don't know the Bible? If you heard, no, I'm gonna say it
because
back
I
up. Is
still
willing to stand on what? Listen, I want to see if he's willing to stand on it. And you think she know the Bible more than me?
Obviously.
I do.
Lord
I still can remember
God,
parts of it.
so
That's
Like for
crazy.
instance,
the
it
world.
says that
He's
God rained
smoking
down
crack.
water on the earth for both good and evil. It's even the 10 Commandments. Love your neighbor as yourself.
Who was the
Thou
10
shalt not commit.
Commandments for?
Everyone.
That is
Everyone. It was in
hello.
the schools
I'm about to
before
go.
these children
Hey,
out.
hello, Rob G. I'm
He's
about to go.
smoking
Hello,
crack.
Rob
Y'all,
G.
y'all using
Like
Am I
he
wrong?
said
Hello,
he
Rob G. Hello, one
y'all
second.
should have picked out a Revelations real
Hello,
quick.
Rob
This
G. Because
is
I know she gotta tell the truth when she talk about this book. Was the 10 Commandments for everybody?
No.
Have a good
It was
night.
for the Jews.
He's
I
smoking
talk to
crack.
y'all that people just be
Like
talking.
he said
And then
he
bad up just be co-signing
would.
BS. This is crazy. Y'all have a good night. Appreciate you for having me.
Hey,
Sam,
hey,
Oh, wait. Don't leave.
Eat it.
Leave.
Don't
Damn, you
Edie,
sound
man.
crazy. You talk about
Everything's
the
It's not
Bible.
gonna
You
crazy.
have
be
You just keep on talking.
alright.
you just
don't
said you lied. You said
No,
it was
I
now
didn't.
for
I
the
did not
Jews.
lie. Bro, calm down. Yes, it was for the Jews, but it can also help the Jews treat their neighbors right. Like, that doesn't, like,
Ma'am, you're
stick
making
with the
it
Jews
worse.
because, no, I'm not. You
Nah,
wanted to make it
hold up.
worse
She
because
right.
you want your
No,
point
she's not
proven.
right.
Hold up, E-Man, hold
Hold
up.
on.
Just let her go
Hello.
real quick.
I just Rob G. Can you please tell this woman she's wrong?
Man, look, no, you right. You right.
Hello.
Hold up, you right.
No, because
You keep on
Hold
I
up,
speaking
either
hold
man.
Rob G accountable to her words. I
sorry.
know y'all can say whatever y'all want to
You're all
say.
talking at once.
Rob G, tell this woman
Yes.
she's wrong.
What? The way you
Not
sound,
wrong.
like,
Hold on,
like,
wait.
I'm
Let
sorry.
Rob G
Actually,
speak.
Kind of weak of you, Edie, man. You need a woman's help?
Oh,
Sure,
don't do that,
whatever. I
please.
just Rob G.
everybody
Why are
hold
we doing
on and
this?
let
Why are we
Raji
doing
speak. Everyone else
this?
shut up.
Okay, so here's the rub, right? The scripture really is for Christians. It is. It is not for people that are not Christian. It's not. It doesn't apply. And that's the reality of it. And I know people may have feelings about that. And that's okay for you to have feelings. But for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth upon him should not perish, but should have everlasting life, is specifically for Christians. It is.
Okay, real quick. I just want to say this real quick. I agree with you 100%. But when he passed the commandments down, that was for his people. It was for his people, but it was for the whole rest of the world. That's why you seen it at Rome. Then you seen the Irish. That's where the Irish thing come from. That's where the rainbow flag really come from. A lot of people started converting to Christianity because they seen that was the. So that means that if only thing you gotta do is if you ain't a Christian or you ain't the house of Israel, just follow the commandments and you're gonna get into the kingdom of heaven. That's all you gotta do.
No,
Follow
that's not actually.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait, we have somebody in the back. New phone. Who is this?
This is Baked Biscuit. Y'all call me Don.
Okay, babe. What you got?
I came in late. It was, I just came in late. I was just checking into the show. I was trying to get in here earlier, but I had to tend to my grandkids, so I just came in late.
Okay, that's fine. Can you do me 1 minute though? I want to wait until my husband comes back to let you on the panel because this is his channel. If you could come back when he comes back, I'll keep a space
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. Thank
Yes,
you. I
ma'am.
appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I mean, I think
Okay,
that I have
so-
difference
Hello,
with what
back-
you're saying, Ra. That at the time of the 10 Commandments versus the time of Jesus, really the only people at that point were Israelites.
Hold on, so,
Right. So no,
hold on, hold on,
'cause-
wait, hold on, wait. Bad. Do you think Satanists the Bible is for Satanists, people who follow Satan?
What? Say that again.
Do you believe the Bible? Because you said the Bible is for everybody. Is the
Right.
Bible for people who follow Satan or the devil?
Yes.
Or the serpent?
Yes.
No, it's not.
Okay.
So okay.
Now they've chosen not to follow his word, but that doesn't mean it wasn't written for everybody.
Everyone
Again, you're
that wants
talking
to
about
believe in it,
two different things here. You're talking about a man-made religion, Satanist, Jewish, Christianity, Catholicism, you name it, Muslims. These are man-made religions that have all taken something from the Bible
So
and
now me
and
and my
distorted it to their religion.
okay, so
But
here's the thing, because me and Lola was talking about this the other day. I need y'all to understand something. Christianity did not exist when Moses parted the Red Sea. Christianity did not exist while Jesus was alive. Christianity in and of itself is the land of make believe. Number one.
No,
It's a
Number
man-made
two.
religion.
Right. Number two, when we
No,
are
I don't
talking
believe that.
about what?
I don't.
You
Wasn't
don't
Christian.
what?
Oh, because like, okay, it sounds like it sounds like people that want to make it as if Christianity was made by man. No, it was like it had a name for mankind to understand the gospel. So it's like, what do you mean that it was man made? Because
The
how can it
religion
be
is
man made?
man-made, but his word
So
was he
here's the
was
thing.
one with the word in the beginning.
I got this.
Okay,
I got
gotcha.
this.
All
I
right.
got this, gentlemen.
Why are we doing this?
In the Bible, right?
Jesus loves you all.
It was the Jews and the Gentiles. There was no name for Christianity because during biblical times, those letters did not even exist.
Understand.
Jesus, in fact, the name Jesus could not exist because in the original Hebrew, J does not exist. That is why the name of God, the name of Jesus is Yeshua and Yahshua. So when we rip off that context, then we know for a fact Christianity did not exist, especially when in the same Bible, Jesus says, "Do not worship me, I am your fellow servant." And how Christianity is structured to this day violates the 10 Commandments because in the 10 Commandments, the Bible says, "Do not bow before graven images." And having a replication of Jesus dying on the cross is a graven image. So now, when we take it back to when the 10 Commandments were written, the 10 Commandments were written for the children of the Gentiles in opposition of the Jewish people of the time, which is why during when Moses went to free the Gentiles from Pharaoh's grasp, in the Bible, the firstborn of Egypt were slain. So it was not for everybody.
As you said.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's crazy when we get into these conversations about religion because a lot of people don't have a personal relationship with God. They go to church on Sunday. They don't know the history of the Bible that they worship or they serve. And if we really get into it with Christianity and the trajectory of the Bible, the original works were manipulated through King James, right? When the Turkish were trying to take over Constantinople to gain access to the whole free world. But maybe y'all are not familiar with the Spanish Inquisition, under which people were forced, under fear of losing their life, to follow Christianity. If they didn't follow Christianity, they were called heretics. And then they were stretched out on the rack and they had their lives taken from them.
Yes, I hear.
But regarding would it be Christianity, Catholic, whatever whatever Abrahamic religion is all going to circumvent around one thing about you having a relationship with God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So, correct, bro?
Yes.
And I think that's where people tend to get lost. I understand because I identify as a Christian amongst other things, God the Father, Son, Holy Spirit believer, et cetera, et cetera. But I think you articulated people don't have a relationship with God. And that's where people are just playing church and going through protocol, not really focusing on what matters most.
Exactly. And like when Jesus was passing away on the cross from the Bible, he told his disciples to go forth and preach the gospel, right? That's what he said. But he didn't say the gospel's name was Christianity. And this is a problem that a lot of people that claim to follow Christianity have. They want to browbeat Christianity into other people. They want to make other people believe something. You cannot make someone believe something just because you say it. You have to actually live that life.
Right.
Well, yes, you have to believe in the Trinity, and like I said, have your own relationship with God.
Exactly. And so what's your face in the chat? Tail Grisham, you said that you hope we love the lake of fire because it's real. Yeah, the lake of fire is real, and so is Akafa. Because in the Bible it talks about people whose hearts are hardened to the true word of God. Be mindful of who you're talking to. Some of us have been immersed in the word since the womb. My grandmother was a minister, and unlike the vast lot of you that just be talking, not only have I grown up learning the Bible, read the whole Bible several times over, I've also sat down with rabbis. I've also sat down with people in the Muslim community as I took part in that. And I'm trying to tell you right now, when you put the historical context in, then you understand what it is. And if y'all don't know that the Bible was used to take over Constantinople, then you're absent of historical context as well. You don't even know your history. That's a problem.
I gotta be honest. When it comes to the Bible, God is always with me, even when I don't read it. So if I know for a fact, as much as I am connected spiritually, because like God be talking, God be like wanting me to do things and all that stuff, it's a lot of what you said, I agree, and a lot of what you said, I don't agree, but it also make me more intimidated to know that I need to dive into the Bible, even when I'm gonna be honest, when I don't feel like reading it. So as much as I, being stubborn in a lot of my ways, I do appreciate that you do give like a honest and strict, accurate understanding of the Bible. But when it comes to America as a whole, if we separate the church, separation of church and state is it exists. So the pilgrims that came from Europe. Am I right, Miss Bill?
Say that again, love.
The separation of church and state exists due to the fact that the pilgrims traveled away from Europe to avoid the religious religious strictness from the Catholic Church, I believe, right? So they can worship however they want, right?
Right. Correct.
So like with that, it's like as much as we try to separate Christianity from how it influenced America, if we like continue to pretty much like separate that without true understanding of it, it's like sooner or later America will pretty much I mean, if we can, see America as a Christian nation, it seems like the more we are further away from him, the more we support debaucherous ideas such as the Big Brother agenda, more dependence on the the state and etc. to the point where, like this guy is talking about drugs being a human right. Okay, then it can be a right, but if the government has to tolerate you doing drugs, and there are going to be people that will have an issue with their drugs, it's gonna open doors to a lot of issues that the government already try to deal with and at the same time support. So with that, it's like, if you're going to understand the Bible, understand that it's like going through, not through stages, but it's a movement to where it influenced the world in a lot of ways. And I just don't like the fact that you make it seem like the Bible's not for everyone. And it is for those that want to believe, and even those that don't want to believe, because how Christianity influenced the world to the point where in the Middle East, if you're gay, they'll throw you off the cliff. And women are treated as property, whereas Christianity opened doors for women to not be married, to have their own property, and for even gays to not be thrown off the cliff. So, yeah, I close.
But I think you said it right there. That's only for those who choose to accept it. For those who don't choose to accept it, that's where the commentary, the Bible is not for everybody, comes into play, because somebody just don't want to partake in it or anything that comes
It's
with
okay.
it. Okay.
But like,
I mean, God gave us free will.
Yeah,
Correct.
that one too.
Facts.
And some people don't have free will. Like in Islam, if you are born in Islam, you don't have the free will to choose, unless I'm wrong.
Right.
I'm not too
Unless I'm
familiar
wrong.
with that, so I can't speak on that. All thing I
So
can
I
speak
am.
is speak on this, and yes, God does give everybody free will.
I mean, God lays
so
it out that He gives everybody to make the choice. Everybody has the right to choose. But if you choose wrong, you won't enjoy eternal life.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
So that's pretty much
Oh,
the bottom line.
E-Man
So
in the back. Hey, Rob,
Hey,
E-Man in the
Pink,
back.
I don't see either man in the
do
back.
do we all
well, you made a
believe
comment.
that
Well,
the United States is a Christian nation?
Oh, come
Well,
back,
no,
either man. I didn't
because
see you. I'm sorry, because I'm doing
it's
like 50 million things at the same time. So come back. My bad.
to answer that,
But here's the thing about
but
it. Hold on. Let me just say this real quick. Here's the thing about it. You can't call yourself a true believer if you don't know the word of God. You can't call yourself a true believer if you don't know the history. I can't call myself Bad Doug's best friend if I don't know everything that's going on with him in life. Right? Y'all act like
Mhm.
God is a mythical creature in the sky.
You are my
God,
best friend.
I'm your best
he's
friend.
not.
Yes,
don't
I'm your
push
best
it.
friend. I'm your best friend, Bad Doug.
Something
It's okay.
about name
Make me
Jesus.
cry over here.
It
Get it together.
is
Get it
the
together.
Start
sweetest
tearing up.
name
Who
Right. And
I
then
sang it?
know.
people, 3-man podcast, and he sings very well. You know he sings tenor in the choir. But here's the thing about Constantinople, right?
Mhm.
Constantinople had early Christian actions, okay, because everything that was happening there was driven by papal authorization, okay, dead and Venetian commercial interests. So people have this weird thing where they view Catholics as not Christians, when Catholics in fact are the first Christians. Let's be
True.
very clear. And for those that think I don't know what I'm talking about the Spanish Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition was established in 1478 by Ferdinand and Isabel with papal approval to absolutely obliterate Jewish and Muslims who converted to Christianity and were suspected of secretly practicing their former faiths. Like, please don't do it because you don't have the knowledge of it. Just simply do a little research and get some clarity on what is being said to you. And stop assuming because people have the ability to have a conversation and talk about something that means they don't know what the hell they're talking about, because that's not true. You just simply don't know. And that's
So
okay
Raw,
as well.
G, I got a quick question for you. It's,
Mhm.
it's it's gonna be off topic. When you was a kid, did they make you read an encyclopedia, or you volunteer to read it yourself? Because damn, Shawty, you know every fucking thing, man.
She
I'm like,
ain't
damn.
shit.
I volunteered. My
She's
mom.
like, Oh, you volunteer as tribute. I volunteer as tribute to read all of them.
Yeah.
Yes, my mom, like when we were younger, she used to make us play like Scrabble. And when we played Scrabble, we also had to look up the words and stuff like that. So, I would look up things and then it would encourage me to look up more. And like when it comes down to this Bible, this whole biblical thing, like I have real issues with church and what they were teaching and conflicts within the Bible. So instead of being like a whole bunch of people and just making assumptions, I actually took the time to do the research over 30 years now.
Yeah, I'm not that far in. I'm trying.
Okay, so never bring up religion around you. Got it. He'll smoke my ass on this one. I'll be like, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, good shit, girl. Like that's what's up, dude. Like quite knowledgeable on that.
But you gave me a great question to ask my Bible study person about the 10 Commandments, because I want to see their response to that.
Like, and it's really interesting to me how people choose to quantify things and like how it's so hard for people to just simply have conversations. Like, you don't have to agree with everything that anybody ever has to say. And if you guys notice, especially in this conversation, whenever it's conversations about religion or sensitive topics, I have a tendency to be really patient with people when we're talking about things, because you don't want to risk alienating someone against God. But I'm strong in my convictions, and I'm not going to just let people say things that are wrong. And I'm also not going to mislead people. Like, that's just really crazy. It's really crazy how a lot of people do that and think it's okay. It's not okay.
Now, do you believe America was originally supposed to be a Christian nation?
No, and America is not a Christian nation. And I really cannot stand when people say America is Christian. What? Because it says under God, indivisible under God. That means this is a Christian nation.
Well, the first documents of the United States were the first couple of words talked about the Trinity. If I remember correctly. It was the first document. Yeah. Remember the Declaration of Independence was the declaration of our independence. But the second document which was the original first document of United States of America, it's I forgot the first couple of words, but I do remember that it did talk about under the Trinity, in which what the Trinity is: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Spirit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but I'm not also, I would have to review.
No,
I
mean, originally it was written to. Sorry, Ami, go ahead.
No, because I want Raw to answer this, because I already know the answer to this question, right? But this is also something that irks me. Raw, where in the Bible does it expressly say the word Trinity?
Nowhere.
No, it doesn't. That's a man-made term.
The Trinity is not listed in the Bible at all.
And there's quite a big discussion between religions about, is there a Trinity of three or all three one? Depending on which religion.
This is the new Black Panther? Oops, my bad.
So, and stop it. That's another thing when we having these conversations. Like, don't nobody really want to talk about it. In
the book of
part
Genesis,
Black lexicon. Not everything is not written to be revealed. Like, y'all gotta understand. And when we're talking about the rapture, because I see somebody said something smart in the chat about talking about the rapture. Well, here's what the tea is when it comes down to the rapture, right? The rapture is coming. Do you not think it's gonna happen? And how do you know you're not living in tribulation times right now?
We are.
Do it.
can I say something about the Trinity?
Absolutely.
Okay, can I say it in scripture?
Absolutely.
Okay, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Then God said, let us make man in our image, according to our likeness. Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, over the birds of the air, and over cattle, over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. And the next one. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female, he created them. So you got one verse that said, God said, let us make man in our image according to our likeness. And then the next verse it says, so God created man in his own image. So what's up about that?
Right, but still, does it say Trinity?
And also, he said us. Who is us?
Right. So is us the masculine and the feminine part of
people of
God? Is that the
No.
angels? No, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm going somewhere with the question. Is that God
Right.
and duality in nature of God, or because there's duality in all of nature? Do you understand what I'm saying? So is that what it is, or is it something else? We do not know because we are not God and we are not in God's mind.
But we can
No,
ask
but
him.
I think
No, that's an
I
assumption. And again, that's what I'm saying. When it comes down to it, right? Even Jesus as a part of the Trinity. When does Jesus actually become part of the Trinity, according to the Bible?
Okay, now I'm going to John, I think.
No. I'm just asking you a question because, like, this is when it gets into it, right? Because a lot of people like to say Jesus is part of the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. But according to the Bible in Revelations, when Jesus comes back to the world is when he's coming in the spirit of his Father. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a deeper conversation, and people always take it as like pushback or take offense to it. But if we're going by what the scripture says Jesus rises again with all power in his hand.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things were made through him, and without him nothing was made that was made. That's John that's John chapter 1, verse 1 through 3. So there are scriptures in the Bible that does show Jesus as like that does show Jesus in one way, and then you got Jesus as part of God and is God. So it's like there's
So you're saying
Does
that,
it show or does it suggest and leave room for interpretation?
right? Because is Jesus the Word? Because does it say Jesus was with God? No, it says the Word.
And also, Kat, these are English translations that you're referring to,
Understood.
which I don't have a problem with because can't nothing shake my faith. I already declared myself on the winning team. I ain't going nowhere. You gotta have to go look at the original translation to see what it actually says, so that way you have full context. So that way, no room for interpretation. This is exactly what it means, and you deal with it on that value.
All right,
Right,
so
and
hold on.
that's go ahead, either man.
I'm
Speaking
so
of Edom,
happy
man.
Chris up here. I am so happy Chris up. I'm seeing and
Here
Chris
we
gonna
go.
stand 10 toes down. So
Here we go.
Chris,
Hey,
you
Eaterman, can I just say one thing before you start?
you don't cut
Or
nobody off but me. Go ahead, bad duck.
I cut everybody off that's talking too much. That's the point I was going to make. Is can we keep this? We were having a very nice civil conversation. Let's not disrupt that, please.
I am
Yeah,
civil.
yeah, because I accidentally disrupted by finding out the new Black Panther is somebody I ain't never heard. I'm sorry, I almost did it again. Go ahead, Edom, man.
No, so do you believe, Chris, that we got free will?
Yes,
And do you think God give us that free will?
I'm sorry.
absolutely.
Okay, if that's the case, if people have free will, don't people have the free will to do drugs?
Oh my
Correct.
God!
That is
What?
correct.
Oh, okay. So they say God
Sure.
ain't gave them free will. It's not
No, that's
So,
right.
not
what
what the
you're?
argument was. That's
Yeah,
not.
that's not
You
what the argument
always
was.
do this. I
What's
swear to
the
God,
word?
if moving the if
right
moving the
versus
if
privilege.
moving the goalposts was an Olympic event, either man would get the gold medal every time. I promise.
Yep.
I
But
promise.
also context, you
So what
guys.
was the argument, Omni?
We were talking about rights.
That
We
is
weren't
a
talking
right
about
from
free will.
God to have free will.
Yes, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Just because you
Now
can
y'all
sin
agree
doesn't.
with me because Chris up here.
No,
Okay, cause
like
trust me, I've been having this free will conversation
Hey,
with
cool cat.
one particular individual who I'll leave nameless for 2.5 years. Trust me and believe I'm already battle tested. So trust me. So trust me, I'm good. I'm not moving on none of my stances. There's a biblical, lack of a better word, biblical free will, and there's a secular free will.
Okay.
Think I'm good enough to have conversations on both realms, but y'all got
it's
Get
it.
him,
crazy.
Chris.
It's
Hey, cool.
crazy that
Oh,
there.
okay. So, either man, do you have the right to cheat on your wife?
You got that right.
Oh my God.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey,
Okay,
hey,
like
cool.
you,
Definitely got the right.
Oh,
you,
Well, that's
you,
not a right given
you.
by God.
Whether you're wrong or right, it's a
Oh, it's
right.
Cooley. Hey, Cooley.
Yeah,
Could you put up
this is crazy.
Matthew 28, verse 19?
Matthew 28 verse 19. Matthew 28 verse 19.
I mean, we're gonna
This
try, Glenn.
Bible
I see you
is
going through it, man. I'm sorry, Cooley, go ahead.
okay. Matthew 28 verse. What? I'm in 27. 28 verse 19.
Therefore, go and
Go.
make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and of the Holy Spirit.
So what's your point?
And me?
No,
No,
3 men.
No, three men. No,
Three
three
man.
men said go to the
No,
Bible. So something else.
we was talking about the Trinity. So, like, wouldn't
Yeah. And
Trinity.
that
I'm
yeah. It's
technically be
like
the Trinity?
That's not really saying the Trinity. That's saying baptize them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Because what y'all
Okay.
have to understand is the Trinity is saying that they are one.
yes. Like we just sum
Okay,
it
so
up
when a
in
husband and
words
wife
that
get
will
married,
help
the
us
two become
understand.
Cooley. When the husband and wife get married, the two become one, right?
Yes.
Okay, but I am not my wife and she is not her husband, i.e., me.
Yeah.
Right. So when the two become one, that means in spirit and will and whatnot, we're on the same page.
No,
We're moving
no.
the same. We're not
Well,
we're
yeah,
not
until
the
death
same
do you
exact
apart.
Hold on, no, no.
Right.
So,
Well,
hold on. No, no. Let me
well,
be
in
clear.
the case of marriage on earth, but when it comes to the concept of one, even though you're like different persons, it's like a shape. You know, there's a square got 4 lines, and it's a square. A triangle got 3 lines, and it's a triangle. Like all that can, help people understand the Trinity because yes, there are
no,
3 persons, but they all operate as one.
no, no. So this is the best way. I got a heart,
Okay.
I got a brain, and I
Uh-huh.
got an arm. They're not the same
Mm-hmm.
thing, but they're part of one body. So just because they say that they're one, they're not. One does not mean the same. Y'all know that,
But they
right?
make up a body.
Yes.
Okay, so when people say that they are one, they really saying that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, you look at all of them, they're all part of the same body.
No,
Yeah,
because like
that
you
is what
got
they're
Jesus,
saying.
you got the Spirit, he operates too, and you got the Father. So there are 3 people. They're not like sharing one. They're like 3 persons and they can
God is
be
not a
one.
person. God is not a person, and the Spirit is not a person.
No, they are a
Entity.
person.
They're not a person. Tell me in the
Well,
Bible
they're
where
a
you
person
see
to
that
me.
it
They
says,
got feelings.
hello, no,
Got
where in the
feelings.
Bible does it say the Holy Spirit is a person?
I
Okay, let
think
me let
I
me
think Cooley's
let me
trying to she's using that wording, that term, and you're nitpicking it, either man. So
okay, can I say
let's use the word entity.
Right, because the reality is, what does the Bible teach you? There is only one God. One.
Correct.
I think the first commandment would disagree with that.
No,
Talking about
that's
Wait,
like
real
they
quickly.
have no God before me. So there's
Right.
only
No,
one
no,
God.
you shall have no other God in my presence. Right.
Right, right, right.
He said
So
y'all arguing two different points. He said that there's other guys out there, but she said there's only one Almighty, is what she said.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's only one Almighty because we know that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
In
she's not.
Egypt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, she's not arguing that there's no such thing as a moon god that people believe in. She's arguing when we talk about the Alpha and the Omega, it's only one in that position.
Right.
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 I'm
And
speaking
that's what
to
God was saying.
yeah, I'm speaking to the doctrination of the Trinity in totality. There's only one God, and then there are three divine personalities, and they are
Right.
personally distinct. So they're not one. They exist as three different personas. And the Holy Spirit does not have a gender. So I find it intriguing when people say he is the Holy Spirit. Because if God said, make them in our image, man and women, make them in our image, why would you assume that women came from three men? That doesn't even make any sense.
Holy Spirit is the word of God.
Like we're talking about God here.
No,
He can
no,
do
the
whatever
Holy
he
Spirit.
wants.
No, didn't you hear what
No.
Cooley just told you? Okay, the
Why-
word
why
was
is that?
Jesus, because Jesus
Oh,
was the
wait.
word that turned into the flesh. That's in John 1:14.
Well,
That's
no,
literally what it
Three
says
men?
in John.
He brought the word of God, yes.
hold on,
No,
but
no,
this
no, no, no,
Jesus.
no. In John
The word
1:14,
is wow.
it says the word became flesh.
Flesh.
And the word
Yeah.
became flesh and dwelt among us. And we have seen his glory as the Son, the only Son from the Father.
Yeah, but
That's what the Bible says.
he gave us the calculation. He showed us water. We wouldn't argue that if we was to heat water up and it becomes steam, it's not the same thing. It's just in a different form. We wouldn't argue if we freeze water and it was frozen that it was not the same thing. Just because it's in different forms doesn't mean that it's not the same. That makes sense?
But it's not the same thing.
Here, I will meet Raw halfway, even maybe concede to the idea of the Holy Spirit being non-binary. I don't know if I'm gonna say that for the Father or the Son.
Right,
we
the
know
Holy
Jesus.
Spirit is the Holy Spirit
I really
is
don't
the
like this
feminine energy.
Where
Yeah, that's like Holy Spirit. We can have that conversation. I'm even open to conceding to that. Father and Son.
Yeah,
sorry.
I'll concede that the Father and Son are absolutely masculine, but the Holy Spirit is feminine, because if we go by Genesis 1:26, right, where God said, create them in our image, male and female, there is no way that the Holy Spirit could be masculine.
Oh, you can go to the Book of Proverbs for that one, but I get what you're saying.
Well, we know the Holy Spirit was feminine because it was moving over the earth waiting for orders, like y'all women supposed to be. What about that, Rob?
Yeah,
Oh
don't
my
play my face,
God.
sir.
Oh no, calm down with
I made
that.
your point, Rob. You didn't like it?
No, I don't
Well,
know.
what do
No,
you
I
say
don't like
about
that point.
Jesus? What do you say about Jesus? Because he came down to earth as
Noah
Lord than
number
the
2.
angels. So, and he's a servant. He calls himself a servant to man,
I said
so he
Adam number
can.
2. I'm sorry.
Well, we
So he
know
can like
Jesus was a man because he
Okay,
had a wife.
God is a serpent.
what?
Right.
We know Jesus was a man because he had a wife.
Now you're talking. You're speaking to alternative gospel that every Christian doesn't know. Don't do that either, man.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's God the Father. Well, God
You
the
talking about the
Father.
bride of Christ?
No,
Yeah,
the
Magdalene.
part of the scripture that is being held from you. Have you
No,
ever seen
I'm
the
talking
last?
about the church. The
I
church
know.
is his bride too.
Boy, stop it. Have y'all ever seen the
That's
last
so
temptation of
preaching.
Christ? Either man try to clean that up. Did he though?
I'm
Did he
so
though?
done.
We staring in the 66 book. We ain't gonna let her lead the books. We gonna hold her here. Don't let Rob go nowhere. So listen, the point.
But
You
there's a
can't
verse
hold
in the
me in the
Bible.
books because I know
But
more
time
than
out,
the
time out, time
66 books. It's not my fault.
out, time
Everybody
out, but
don't.
correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a verse in the Bible that said God had a wife. It's just a one verse because it's not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. But I thought that's within the
But he
66
was talking about
books.
the church. In the 66 books, he was talking about the church.
It don't make
He was
sense.
married to the church.
Similar to that verse in Isaiah that reference. What is her name? Jesus. What is this lady's name?
You about to make it
Adam's.
up. Don't do it.
No. Lilith. In Isaiah, there's a verse in the book of Isaiah that reference Lilith. It doesn't say her name.
34:14, and that's
Right.
Adam's first wife.
I said Jesus first, right? Yeah.
That is
Right.
You
from
talking about Jesus?
Babylonian folklore. Y'all need to
That's
stop.
crazy. He said Jesus
That's
was
not
married to
Babylonian
Lily.
folklore.
Hello, y'all don't know how crazy that is. That he said Jesus was actually married to Lilith. That's
But
a
he cleaned it up.
crazy.
Where y'all
He
getting
meant
these
to say
ideas
Adam.
from?
He meant to say Adam. And
Yeah,
Adam is not
I didn't
even
get
like
offended
a
on that.
name. Adam is from the Old English. Like, if you really deal with
Lilith,
the
who
Hebrew,
defied Adam and was sent off and became the first vampire, and then they
the
created
first
Eve from a
demon.
rib so that she would be more
If that don't say
submissive
vampire,
to Adam. That's all that shit's out
Hello,
there.
so
right?
I am vampire, sucky.
hello, y'all know
We're
Adam
talking
mean
about the
like
demon.
Adam, like the first, like if you
It
know
means
everything is made
humanity.
of, but you know everything is made of atoms. That's where we get the word atoms from. Everything in the world is made of atoms.
I'm sick
No,
of
but
these guys.
Adam in the Bible means humanity. It
I know.
doesn't even mean the son. Like, so when people
Remember
sit
We
when
ain't
there
say
and
nothing
they
about
have these
that.
conversations, child, listen, I
So, are
can't.
you arguing that Adam was not God's first son? Is that what
I'm
you're trying to argue?
arguing that the first human being created was not named Adam because in the Jewish, that's not what it means.
Here's my car.
Jewish speaks. Okay. Now that's a whole rabbit hole. Oh my gosh, I got so traumatized.
Don't go down them rabbit holes. That's the
No,
rabbit holes not for
I'm
you.
Yeah,
already
we went from illegal immigrants talking about the Bible, boy.
This is
That's what y'all need.
That's what happens
Y'all
when
need to.
EWTN comes on.
Let me
It
tell you
goes
something.
flying off the rails.
Y'all
Judaism,
need.
bro. Judaism, they scare me, bro. I'm sorry. Well,
That's
Bonnets,
the problem.
Judaism.
Y'all need to open up y'all heart to God and have love for these illegal immigrants. Let me bring it full
Why
circle.
are you scared
No,
of?
because the Bible says that
The Bible
that
says.
the Bible says that men should follow man's law.
So here's the
Yeah,
thing.
true.
Why are you afraid of Jewish people when in the Bible it also talks about the 144,000 Jewish that will convert to Christianity and realize that Jesus is the Son of God? Why are Christian people scared of Jewish people?
Well, no. I'm not scared of the Jews as much as what you guys think. I'm scared for their souls because the Talmud, the Talmud, it's like, oh my gosh. And then pretty much I learned enough to where like these people really need Jesus and like what you said about them about
Yeah,
like the
and
idea
that's
of Lilith, it came from them when they were in Babylon. And so with all that, it's like the idea of Adam first wife, a demon, it's like, and then their view on their view on God is also audacious. It's
well
like they
that's what I don't like when we talk about food stamps. We don't talk about how the Jews took advantage of the food stamp system. If you want to talk about a group of
look
people
at
who
New
really
Jersey. Look at New
oh,
Jersey. They pretty much like
no,
that change.
no, the
Oh.
Jews, listen, if you saw what the Jews did, this is why they don't get married in the American way. They do not get married with the state because they send their women down there to go down there and get food stamps. And they've been abusing food stamps for years. And nobody want to talk about the Jews. I ain't never heard Bad Duck talk about the Jews on food stamps, but he want to talk about the black people on food stamps.
I would feel more comfortable having this conversation away from me, the man, because he gonna cross that line.
Wait,
Well,
you still here, Sal?
well,
No,
either
he's
man.
something else. He may be back in a
Can
couple minutes.
Oh, there he goes.
I'm taking care of business. Y'all got it.
Oh, what the
Okay.
fuck? This nigga been here the whole entire time. Shit.
No, he hasn't.
Just,
He's been doing some other stuff. Mind your
I
business.
say this nigga appeared just like Batman. Goddamn.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
So why we don't talk about that? Why we don't talk about when the Jews took advantage of EBT? Because we know they was making enough money and they had people
Because
on EBT and Section 8. They the
They
one who
because they
did.
really
be
abused
quiet
the
on it. They
system.
be quiet on the creek, man.
Well, Edom, man.
Also,
Certain
just because
people.
you quiet, hold on, no. So long as you quiet, you can take advantage of the cat.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that they got a
My God.
strong culture to where, and then on top of that, wherever they go, they just like can just overcome. They can just conquer it with just their tongue. And the what you say? The Talmud taught them how to be great lawyers, how to like argue and schematics and all that stuff. So when it comes to them, they know how to talk their way around a lot of things.
But what that got to do with them
So
taking advantage of government assistance? And we've been paying because y'all said the taxpayer pay it. Why y'all ain't got that smoke for them? It seems like y'all only got smoke for black people and poor people.
right, because at the end of the
What?
day, as a Christian, what did God tell you the greatest commandments were?
Love
Love
your
thy
neighbor.
neighbor. Yep.
No. Say the whole part. Say the whole thing.
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Right. So are Jewish people your neighbor?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, so are you supposed to love them as yourself?
Yes,
Yep.
but
Are
Yes,
we
you
should
supposed
teacher.
also.
to backbite against them?
What do you mean
Mm,
backbite?
talk
You're a
about.
Christian. You don't know what backbite means? Gossiping, disparaging
Oh, I
them,
don't.
talking dirt on their name.
What do you mean they talking dirt on Jesus all the time?
It doesn't matter. Shout out to Bay for playing that. You know, you're not supposed to backbite against somebody just because that's what they do. They killed Jesus, and Jesus was still showing love even down to the last breath that he took on the cross at Calvary. So again, this is why I have issue with people. Some people that claim Christianity. Now, at the end of the day, let's really talk about it because a lot of people just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about the truth. The truth is that God had said, he had said, we supposed to love everybody and put no God before him. Number one. Number two is this. The Bible that you love right now, it is part, the Torah is part of the Bible. These
Yes,
are
I know that.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
right. So when we're sitting there, and this is why religious conversations give me a headache a lot of times. Religion is the best tool that the devil used to divide mankind and make them hate one another. The epigenesis of belief and reverence and worship of God all comes from the same place.
But you gotta remember, Rob, the basis of this conversation, they was telling me the Bible was for the monks too.
What?
The Bible was for the monks.
The Tibetan monks?
Yeah, the Bible's for
What you talking
everybody.
about?
Anybody other than fact. This is what they was arguing me. They want to argue with Rob, but they agree with her. But they was arguing me that the Bible's for everybody on earth. And
You
then people
have
don't
no
understand.
arguable aura, sir.
Hold on, I want to be clear. Y'all know everybody ain't God's children, right?
Of course.
Everybody ain't your friend. You too,
But
baked
everybody,
biscuit. He's
everybody's
back
God
now though.
creation.
Yeah, of course.
Everybody's
Here we
God
go.
creation, but everybody's not God's children.
Can you elaborate? Because you can. It would be better if that came with context.
Everybody. So first of all, God's children is the people who believe in Jesus Christ and accepting Jesus as a Lord and Savior, died on the third day and was raised for their sins. That's God's children. Everything on earth is God creation. So it's some people that's God creation and they're not God's children because they haven't chose Jesus Christ, and that's a fact.
Mhm.
And
Thank
then
you
now
for the context.
I'm a bang y'all in the head with an even harder one. Everybody started at the Tower of Babel. Y'all forgot? We was all together, hard
Yep.
headed, didn't want to listen. So God confused the language and separated us amongst the land. So imagine spending your whole entire life disliking somebody because of their religion, and when you die and die you shall, going up to meet Jesus, and Jesus said, "Depart from me, I do not know you," because you didn't love your fellow servant.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? That is correct.
I'm just saying real quick, like,
No
yeah.
pushback. I see they
Wait,
scared of that smoke with rock. Don't be scared of rock.
I'll get
Rock-
you one even harder, Rod. So you
Yes.
said go up to meet Jesus, but we ain't ever going up to meet Jesus. Jesus is coming down, but we'll never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Who told you that?
So that's
That's
not.
God's domain.
Let him back
That
it
is
up.
God's domain.
So here's the thing. I'm gonna break it down for you a little bit, right? 140. You're right to a degree. 144,000 of us are gonna go to heaven with Jesus, but we are all gonna be going up to that cabin in the sky. We're still gonna have to meet with Jesus, right? And have our works put in the fire. Because when Jesus comes down, right, that's when everybody's going to actually be judged. And your works are going to be put in the fire, whether they turn to ash or whether they turn to gems. If you have more ash than gems, you're going to have to stay here for another couple thousand of years. And then Jesus is going to come back again. And that's the final judgment where people will be cast into the lake of fire.
And it's not just one heaven. Like when people talk about heaven,
yeah,
it's not just one heaven. So I'm assuming when you say that we're not going to be where God resides, doesn't mean that we're not going to be in heaven.
We're going to have eternal life on earth.
No,
our heaven, when our heaven really is no sickness, no eternal life on earth. That is our domain.
He talks about a new heaven and a new earth.
Yeah, that's earth.
Yeah.
No, okay. All right, bro.
This has been a great show.
This all started simply because dude want to make taking drugs a right. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Eat a
because
man.
Eat a man always
Eat a
goes.
man.
Eat a man always goes to religion when he's losing the argument. This is
Wait, what? Wait. Where you? And I'll talk that. I have a good question. I have a good.
Look at God. You see how God do? When they get to lie, no, you hear separate them.
She just got Babel pulled on her.
Hey, eat a man. Hey, God sent her connection to the upper room when Jesus.
I'm just telling y'all this. We was arguing that it was not their right, and then y'all argued. Even Bad Duck got to tell the truth that it is a right for people to do what they want to do.
Okay, we're gonna squash this right now. Is your physical body, you know what I'm saying, is the clay that your spirit animates, right? Is it yours or is it a gift that was given to you by the creator?
It's mine.
Oh my God.
Why not both?
You don't believe in it's my body and my choice?
Why not both?
It's a gift bestowed upon us by the creator.
But it's still my. Hold on, this is crazy. Hold on, if you give me a car, it is still my car.
That's human logic, not the logic of the Almighty.
Well, so tell me where you got that logic from in the Bible says that a gift is not mine. I've never heard where a person got a gift and they say it's not yours, but it's a gift.
Even in the legal system, if I give you something, it's yours.
Okay. I have a question to ask. I'm sorry.
Just joking. Yes, Cooley.
Okay, so I don't understand how you secular people don't want to acknowledge God in your life, meaning that if you should be free in doing whatever you want. Yet, for seculars, they seem to not believe in free will. So it's like, how can you guys not believe in free will and you not religious or spiritual? Or
did you just get brought down and came back and make my points and switch sides?
I think you.
I'm sorry, I X myself out for something, but I'm just saying because
what makes you think you're holier than us?
Okay, so First
No,
Corinthians.
I'm not holier than y'all.
First Corinthians. Hold on. 1 Corinthians 6:19 states, "Do you not know that your bodies are temples of the Holy Spirit, who is in you, whom you have received from God? You are not your own. You were bought at a price. Therefore, honor God with your bodies.
So
Right, and to
who is he
those
talking to?
right, and then
to the
for the
Lord. So
hold on, for those who say they don't know where the 144,000 going into heaven comes from, let me give you the scripture. Revelation 14:1. Then I looked, and there before me was the Lamb standing on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000 who had his name and his father's name written on their foreheads. And I heard a sound from heaven like the roar of rushing waters and like a loud peal of thunder. The sound I heard was like that of harpists playing their harps. And they sang a new song before the throne and before the four living creatures and the elders. No one could learn the song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. So again, when I speak, please understand, I'm not speaking from the side of my neck. Yeah, I'm speaking from the word of God. Take some time and do some research. And it doesn't mean that that's going to be the only people that ultimately make it. But the first redemption is going to be 144,000. And it doesn't even mean that that's a specific number, because some theologians believe that that is a symbolic number.
Of the families.
Right, of the 12 tribes of Judah. Times 12. The wholly encompassing of God's people.
But we
And the
need to
12
talk.
apostles.
We need to talk about how you kicked your husband offline to go cook you dinner. That's what we need to be talking about.
First of all, you need to mind your business. I ain't kicking with somebody to cook me no dinner. Thank you.
He went in there and made some dinner. He put it homemade
Made some
garlic,
dinner.
Did you say
parmesan.
that's not a fact
I'm
and we just read it from the Bible? Did you say
Some
that's
cornbread.
not we literally just read it from
I'm
the
so
Bible?
mad that Sale seen me reading what he said. They gonna change it like I wasn't in the middle of a sentence.
I'm
Gotta
mad
watch.
that you're not acknowledging
What?
First Corinthians. That's what I'm mad
What?
at.
So who?
Wait, like I don't understand how you are literally reading something from the Bible and saying that's not true. That's one of the biggest problems that I have with people that proclaim Christianity. You're literally reading the words in the Bible in the text. You literally could go read it yourself. And you're saying that the words I just showed you at the Bible, did I create the Bible page? Yes, that's what it is. I'm the baddest in the land. I have created a website for the Bible and reconstructed the Bible to whatever that I wanted it to be.
Yes.
Y'all crack
Amanda,
me up with
yes.
this mess. Like you literally just saw it. Like you literally just saw it. This is why I don't have religious conversations with people, because do your own research. May God bless you and keep you, sanctify and purify your spirit, and may you make it into heaven. I hope you do.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how you're gonna make it if you don't believe the word that's in the Bible.
Exactly.
And while you at it, don't just read the Bible. Go read the Torah. Go read the Quran so that you can understand the Pentateuch. Go read the Ethiopian Bible. Go understand the Apocrypha. Go do a deep dive and build a relationship with God. Ask God for prayer and discernment. Shut up. Go on, y'all.
Yep, y'all. The Bible is right there. It's no longer gatekept. Go read it for yourself.
Isn't the Ethiopian Bible the one that and another one contains the book of Enoch?
The Book of Enoch. Oh wow, I did not finish the Book of Enoch yet. Lord have mercy. Is it blasphemy to say I kind of enjoyed that book a little bit more than the Bible, out of curiosity?
It's part of the Bible, or so that's why.
It's one of the books that have been kept out, just like the Book of Mary.
Yeah.
Go read the Book of Enoch. It's actually a good read. The Enoch, the first half is actually a good read. Especially the part to say, who do you know went to heaven and come back? Just go read the Book of Enoch.
Now they got it. Everybody know everything, so good for them. I don't know. Okay.
I guess I'm expecting all of y'all to be at church tomorrow.
I go to church
Which
every
one?
Sunday. French. Oh, I almost gave the name of my church. Lord have mercy. Ooh.
And I know it was the blood. And I know it was the blood.
Because if I see any of y'all at my church, I know it's not for good reasons.
What do you mean? You go to
Like
you go to your church.
every Sunday. Go to church every single Sunday, believe it or not. Trust me, there's something that's keeping me from hurting people, cussing people out, although homeboy on the thumbnail got real close.
That's the Lord. That's the Lord right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, thank God.
No, that's the Holy Spirit, comforting, guiding.
Right, and it's more than Jehovah Witnesses that believe that. And why do y'all have beef with Jehovah Witnesses? Like y'all even hate Jehovah Witnesses. And Jehovah
I tell you
Witnesses
why
are
I have
extremely
beef.
I know.
Wait,
Like all the JW is trying to do is preach the word of the Bible and the God.
Here's my
Everybody
beef
hates
with
them.
Jehovah. Here's my beef with Jehovah Witnesses. All right, I'm sleeping good. All I hear is knocking like the police. I'm like, yo, the police or something? And they be like, yeah, they want to share the word of God. I'm like, oh,
But
I'm
all jokes
hung
aside,
over. Yeah, what's up?
all jokes aside, they're wearing
You
khaki
are
pants
gay.
now. They're wearing khaki pants now, and they are driving their vehicles. So salute to them.
Child, listen. At the end of the day, everybody is
How
free to
dare you
believe what
diss
they
on Prince?
right. People are just weird.
It's cool to be
I know
ignorant.
I'm where. I'm just saying, I just got a little beef with Jehovah Witness. All them times they knocking on my door like the police and this, and I'm in there trying to relax and this, and here I'm hung over and everything. They want to talk about Jesus. I'm like,
That was Satan. That was Satan speaking through you.
yeah, I was Satan speaking through me.
I've been saying be
Being
speaking to a
mad.
lot of people, honey, and they swear to God that they know what they're talking about.
Well, that's true.
I probably yeah, that's funny. So how long? What is it? 6 hours? Man,
About to be
I've been
7
on.
already.
I've
Yeah.
been on this so long with y'all. I drove through multiple states. I'm in Ohio finally. Thank you, God.
Say
Well,
fun
get out
fact:
while you can.
drive through one state.
Exactly. You
Drive
shouldn't take
6.5
it
hours.
personal, Blonde Bomb. A lot of people hate Jehovah Witnesses. It wasn't directed towards you. So why are you taking it personally? I'm sorry. Did you think this live stream was about you? I believe we were having a roundabout conversation. So maybe you should check your ego at the door.
How many days
I
should
don't
we have
hate
before
Jehovah
sex?
Witness. I just dislike they knocking at the door at the wrong time and everything. The hell, they be coming over there to the truck stop.
Yeah,
As
Come
they
over
I used to have
there.
should.
one.
They're supposed
When
to
I worked
evangelize. A
overnight.
lot of Christians are, and a lot of Christians don't do nothing that they're supposed to do. Christians are supposed to be
But I
outside
respect
preaching the
Jehovah
word of God.
Witness. True, I
As
Yeah,
respect
they.
Jehovah Witness. They out there hitting that pavement.
I mean, they actually are really nice people to talk to. They used to. I had one that would come when I worked overnights, years and years and years ago, because he knew that I slept during the day, so he wasn't going to come knocking on the door during the day. So his part of his mission or his thing was he went to the different places like convenience stores and things like that and talked to people in the middle of the night. Which I thought was a pretty cool idea.
Mm-hmm. And this is satire. They good about it as long as you're spreading the words. That's all that matters. Even that Saturday in the morning when I'm trying to watch my cartoons.
Yeah.
Exactly. I can't with people. I really
Y'all
can't.
can't even see that. I got my little
You got your
pamphlet. The
watchtower?
wake. Yeah, my
Okay.
man, I got a man. They just dropped me. Well, brother. Well, here, let me give you a couple. Let me give you some things real quick. I'm like, oh, okay. And they caught me while I was I was trying to put coolant in my engine and everything, and so I
Hold
was
on.
just like,
Hold on a
yes, ma'am.
second. 3 man. Now, Blonde, I would hate to have to do this to you, right? Because you really out here acting a goddamn donkey. Plenty of people say plenty of things in the chat, which sparks and further edifies the conversation. doesn't mean it's drama, and it doesn't mean it's directed towards them. You've been over here for a while, so you should know that. And since you don't, have a good day. Okay? Goodbye. Stop being fucking disrespectful. Because don't think because we talking about
Now
God,
you're doing something. Yeah.
don't think because we talking about God that I won't flip off into a heathen moment. I will and will curse you all the way out and then tell you bless you at the same time. Don't play stupid in this chat. Let's not do that. We're too grown for that. I get it. Your feelings are hurt. But you could just learn something and click a link and actually be an active participant into the conversation and bring something of value instead of trying to be antagonistic from the chat. If my husband was up here, you wouldn't do it. So you ain't going to do it when he's not. Continue.
Hey, Raw
And if I,
G.
and if I was
what
up
hap-
here and I was sitting in chat, I would have took care of you a long time ago.
Hey, Raw G, is
That
that
way.
guy still on is that guy still in backstage?
No, he's not. He's not. And
Oh,
he had wound up
oh.
going to sleep in the chat. Listen. Mm. But I be understanding it though, because there's a lot of chicks that be in the chat that just be in the chat because they want to be in my husband's face.
No. They in the chat when I'm on because they want to be in my space.
Oh, the man got groupies. He's coming up now. Man got groupies. Oh, where my groupies at?
Right?
Hey, ladies. I won't cheat on my wife, but hey, I will flirt. No, I'm just kidding.
You better not be flirting, not on my watch.
I'm a
I'm
flirt.
single though, so
when
I'll
I'm
take all the heat.
Yeah, I'm like Chef Curry. I assist you ladies over to Bad Duck.
Yeah.
And they AKA Rich Duck. And he's
Let's say let's rephrase that to doing all right, Duck. Okay.
oh
Now, you
shit,
know you
hey, damn Bad Duck. Dude, hold on. Hey, I drove right through Lincoln and I stopped at the Shoemakers and everything. Yeah, my bad, dude.
I'll have to get my number to you sometime so you have it, and that way when you
Heck
come
yeah,
through,
man.
you can just text
Heck
me
yeah.
or call or whatever. Yep.
Are you on Facebook?
Yeah, but I hardly ever go there. But I'm on there.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot, you shoot me over your freaking number, dude.
Yeah, I'll get your contact from. Does Will have your contact?
Yeah,
information?
just get it
Okay.
from Will. Just get it from
I'll get
Will.
it from Will. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Okay, wait. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm over here
Raw,
playing in this Excel spreadsheet. I'm doing a lot while I'm up here. Yeah, I have no clue.
You heard us, Raw, that it's okay for Will to swap me and Three Man's contact information.
Oh, that sounds fun. Ooh.
He drives through all the time, so I told him like we need to go get dinner or something or lunch.
Oh, no, I was kidding. Yeah, hold on. Oh, you're gonna wine and dine me? You know, I am a cheap date. No, I'm just kidding.
All you gotta do is take us to a truck stop.
Catch me around the 25th. We'll be good. after the 25th, we'll be good.
Yeah, I'm so freaking mad. Like, I accidentally double booked my hotel room for like 2 different months, and I go there all the time to the damn hotel. I order the same room and everything, and these son of a guns will not cancel my hotel reservation. And I'm just like, yo, y'all really gonna do me like that? Y'all ain't gonna cancel the bitch? And so, yeah, man. Well, yeah, man. It was a good show. At least somebody who's a Democrat. At least I give you respect. I'm gonna have to give you respect where it's due, bro. Cooley, is he still here?
No, he left.
That's Cooley.
Oh, he's
here.
not-
Oh, you meant Kulu. Kulu is who you were talking about.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Is Kulu? Yeah, I gotta give him respect where it's due. At least he had, you know. At least he like made it a challenge more than most Democrats do. Most Democrats, you know, it's just straight emotions, you know, and ain't really no logic or facts over there. And I can give the man his credit where it's due. At least I can say he ain't no bitch. So
Well,
he got
at
my
least I can
respect.
say at least I can say he was civil and he's not Eaterman. So
Yeah, he's so yeah. And so
I have a question.
Hey,
Like,
yeah.
somebody said that Edelman used religion as the last resort. Why? Like, I thought that was a concern.
Eaterman uses
because
everything
was
as a
sad.
last resort.
That was satire, sweetheart.
So
It was
when
satire,
Edelman losing, he
Or not.
will literally move the he will move the goalpost to something else that we're not even thinking about.
and
So
that's
that's
my one
Edelman.
issue with the guy. His way of thinking, and it's just like, first you said, oh, it's the government's job to take care of illegal immigrants so they won't do crime, and then turn around and tell a mother of four like that's her fault and she needs to pound
No,
men.
no,
It's
he
like,
was saying it's the government. It should be the government's job to take care of people who are who needs like assistance, like
true,
social network. And for me, which I never got a chance to answer, for me, the responsibility should be on the family.
Correct.
It shouldn't be on the government.
The government was never created to do that. That used to always be handled by church. Church always helped, local families and all that. But since I don't want to say demise of church, but the separation of people from the church kind of caused that. And then, of course, big government wanted to step in and control one thing else. That's all it is. If we give you money, you'll vote for us. If we give you money, you'll vote for us. That's all of these benefits and scams are. It's if we give you money, they'll vote our party.
Well, the reason
Hang
why
on,
I said,
hang on. New phone, who dis?
You know who it is. It's Justin.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up, Justin? My second
My
favorite
ears were burning.
gender.
Yeah, my ears were burning. I heard something about immigrants. I had to come in.
Illegals, Justin's appears.
I'll smoke somebody on illegal immigrant statistics.
You should go over to Trey the Truth Teller's channel right now then and smoke Eaterman on it.
I was just pulling up stats and studies done talking about immigration, and it goes way further than most people realize. It goes all the way into legal immigration. So you have to pay attention to what they say and what they don't say. It all talks about how it's a net positive. Both illegal and legal immigration is a net positive for the federal government, but it's a net negative for the state and local governments. Well, I don't worry about what the federal government's got going on. I'm much more worried about the local government, especially since that's how they pay for the federal government.
Yeah.
And
you're coming late to the party at this point. Just our brains are all fried already.
No worries.
Yeah, hey, talk your talk, Justin. Talk your talk, brother.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's simple, man. All right. Like, I hate to do the same analogy as I always do, but break everything down to your neighborhood or your house, right? As far as illegal immigration is something that somebody deserves, okay? Let's play that game. If America is the world's shelter, does that mean the shelter can never kick out somebody who came into the shelter without doing the paperwork?
Absolutely.
Of course you can. And even if you did the paperwork and the shelter accepts you, they can still throw you out. Until that's the logic of being illegal versus legal. Even a legal immigrant could still be removed if we change the rules. And we're allowed to change the rules. The only time you can't be told to leave is when you are a natural born citizen. That's when you become an employee of the shelter. The shelter can stop being a shelter at any time, too. It can suddenly become a church or a Walmart.
Facts, though. Amen. No, you're absolutely right. It definitely can. But, Justin, you did come hella late, my guy.
I know. I'm sorry. I just got home from picking my daughter up from the airport. My poor little 12-year-old had to fly by herself from the horribleness of Washington State and Oregon. She was telling me, she goes, "Daddy, why is it so quiet here? I don't hear any gunshots." And I said, "Well, you just got home."
Lord Jesus, not gunshots, but give your final thoughts and thank you for joining us. We're gonna start with Justin and then work our way around. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all in the chats, even the snarky ones and on the panel. Go ahead, Justin.
Well, those were my thoughts on the topic at hand, but I'll throw in the getting burned from the chat without even coming on to show your face is wild.
Amen. You got to watch your mouth when the sniper's in the building. But thank you, thank you for coming up, Justin. I appreciate you. All right, Coolie Cat.
Well, I will say I am very. I can say Miss Brew, I was offended on the things that you said, but what you say was knowledgeable and make me want to do better in knowing God and how the Bible influenced the world and to be a better Christian. And I'm thankful for that. I don't like support on using illegal immigrants for like cheaper labor, and he really like peeved me off on that, and because of him I could have ate my sandwich and played my game sooner, and I could have been in here. So yeah, I was making a good chicken sandwich and he just peeved me off, and I just gotta come in because he really did. But hopefully there are other topics that we can talk about that is familiar to me as an artist and someone that is familiar with the internet and other things. So yeah, Jesus bless you. Have a good Sunday, and yeah, that's it. I close.
Absolutely. You, Jesus bless you, and have a good Sunday too. I'm glad you were able to have the conversation. One thing about religion and just living in life, right, is being able to have differences of opinion and come to a meeting of the mind. And I want to make sure you see my face when I say this. So a lot of the stuff that you said was really good and of value as well. It made me go back and do some research as well. So don't feel it was a one-sided, you know what I'm saying, growth moment. It was growth on both sides, and I really do enjoy that. Thank you for being.
Yeah, and like there's also this, the spirit is very important, because although I don't do the research, I still feel, a closeness to God, even how I am. I mean, even with my stubbornness. So yeah, that's one thing. I be really I still close to God some way. But I want to close with this. Knowledge is good, but knowledge buffets up in the Bible. So according to the Bible, it says that knowledge is good, but knowledge buffets up. So be aware of that.
Exactly. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you. Take care, Cooley. Christopher J, final words, please. Christopher J. Oh, there you go.
God is good all the time, and all the time God is good. Shout out to the immigrants that do it the right way, and all the illegal immigrants. Please just learn to do it the right way. That's all.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. And Bad Duck.
Everybody else is already saying what I was going to say. So just know Ra loves me, even though she doesn't admit it all the time. She loves me.
I love you every day, Bad Duck.
I hope everybody has a blessed night.
You too. Bye-bye. 3-minute fun words.
Look at that. You saved the best for last. Hell yeah, guys. Well, we made it here, guys, to our final destination for the night. 700 miles. You guys rode there with me. We did this shit together. So when it comes with the whole topic today, we have to start as my fellow Americans, my fellow countrymen, countrywomen. We have to start making difficult decisions. And some of the difficult decisions we have to start making is all this pork-filled bullshit that our government has been doing. When it comes to these crazy spending bills, when it comes to the fraud, the abuse, and then the system, when it comes to the legal immigrants also. And I don't have no ill will towards the illegal immigrants, but let's just be real. Our country is $40 trillion in debt. Our interest payments is about what, 20% now? it's going to start overtaking the interest rate on our debt is 20%. So it's about to start overtaking major it's going to take over the defense budget. It's going to start taking some of these things that we use, like the things that we are accustomed of needing in a daily society. So if we don't do something about this debt that we have, one day you're going to wake up, then hard decisions are going to be made for you. And so it's either with the whole illegal immigrants, it's either us or them. I hate to put it that way, but that's the truth. We can't take care of everybody. I appreciate you having me up. 3-man out.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. And now you have me. Listen, these conversations are tough. They're very brutal. Okay. There's a lot that needs to be discussed. And, you know, over here at the Cellular Podcast, we are going to have the hard-hitting conversations. I just need for everybody to, you know, when you come here with an open mind and an open heart. Know that your principal beliefs may be challenged, and that's okay. If you stand firm in your conviction, you should be able to substantiate them. And that being said, thank you all for joining another episode of Weekend at Willie's, and have a great day. Bye.